A few months after the Ares military enterprise of the Morgan family got the order of the mobile fortress, it was fully producing Apollo MS and Sci-Fi mobile fortress. The United Nations of the Anglo-Saxon Democratic People's Republic is just around the corner at this moment. To get back the lost influence of the colonies in District 5 and the ability to control the democratic camps of various countries. Besides the Tianyi Group's continued development, various international media are requesting interviews with the Tianyi mercenary group. Long Fei didn't really want to accept any interviews from reporters, and Long Fei always felt that it would be better to keep a sense of mystery. However, Commander-in-Chief Li Jiaming and other generals don't see it that way. In fact, they can show part of it to others, and then cover up the other part, which will give people more room for infinite reverie. Okay, I don't want to be interviewed by reporters. Let reporters come in to interview and shoot, as long as the confidential plans don't leak out. The Tianyi mercenary group invited the top 10 national media in the world and selected a team of media reporters from each country to come in for interviews. The team sent by each media is a group of 4. However, the Tianyi mercenary group invited these media reporters to come to interview, but the location of their interviews was not the mother base, but other sub-bases. During the filming, the media reporters found that the training intensity of the mercenaries in the sub-base was intense, even stricter than that of the regular army of many countries. Moreover, not only combat mercenaries have a high degree of training, but the training intensity of civilian mercenaries should not be underestimated. Ordinary civilian female mercenaries must receive physical training 3 days a week, hold a rifle, carry a backpack of 10 kilograms, run 5 kilometers a day, and then have to train firearm shooting, firearm assembly, close combat, gravity environment, and wireless training, simulation training in gravity environment, and so on. Then, seeing these civilian female mercenaries, they had to practice killing animals, which were chickens, ducks, cattle, and sheep, etc. This was mainly to prepare the civilian female mercenaries to kill the enemy. Reporters from all over the world were stunned. Civilian female mercenaries must have a high level of training, and the training intensity of mercenaries in charge of combat shocked them even more. Even ordinary ground troops have to run more than 10 kilometers a day for field training. Moreover, as long as the Tianyi mercenaries are not on missions, they will practice combat. Not only are there small-scale raids, sabotage, fixed-point strikes, etc., but they are also conducting combat training for the group army. In addition, large-scale team battles can also be played. After seeing all kinds of training intensity, the media reporters of the Wanluo Federation reported live. Although I am very disgusted with the Tianyi mercenary group harming our country, I must honestly say that I am very disgusted with the Tianyi mercenary group. But it is undeniable that the training of their mercenaries is much stricter than that of our soldiers, and there is a reason why our soldiers lose. Then, while watching the Tianyi mercenaries' firearm shooting training, many reporters discovered that there were many new types of energy firearms. The person in charge told them that these are individual firearms that they have officially finalized for service, and the design of these firearms is very futuristic. Then the reporters photographed the newly commissioned mothership of the Tianyi Mercenary Corps, La Kailum. This nearly 500-meter-long battleship made the reporters amazed. The person in charge explained to the reporters the La Kailam MS mothership, another MS mothership newly developed by their Tianyi mercenary group. In terms of comprehensive performance, it completely beats the Albion MS mothership, and the performance of the Archangel's MS mothership is evenly matched, each with its own advantages. R.A. Kylum added the I-field generator to some improvements of Dragonfly, and added the Minovsky suspension system, which can make R.A. Kylum float on the sea. Compared with the Archangel, the former has better sailing and speed than the Archangel, and its firepower is comparable. The maneuverability of the latter is better than that of the Archangel, and the Archangel has the function of diving. The prices of the two are also about the same. For these two MS motherships, the commanders of the battleships all have extremely high evaluations of these two MS motherships. As for which two are better, the commanders have their own opinions. And Long Fei decided to use La Kailum and Archangel as the main motherships. There are currently 3 MS motherships La Kailum in service at the mother base, and each of the sub-bases has a La Kailum. The MS mothership Albion is still in production, but the production line is gradually decreasing. Then, many media reporters photographed the logistics soldiers who were repairing the battleship and MS, and the number of them was indeed as small as the rumors. There are drone-like modules and ground vehicles that are being repaired automatically. At present, personnel are only responsible for giving instructions to these machines, as well as exploring and adjusting some details. The experts who watched the live broadcast were amazed. As the rumors said, the Tianyi mercenary group can basically use automation technology for maintenance, which saves a lot of manpower and greatly reduces the logistical burden. Then, the reporters filmed the live broadcast of many equipment in the subbase. These devices make the operation of the subbase very intelligent, automatic, and convenient, which greatly reduces the workload of Tianyi mercenaries. In addition to listening to the introduction of the person in charge during the live broadcast, these international media reporters also made a summary. These technologies of the Tianyi Mercenary Corps make people live in a future technological environment. Compared with the equipment of the subbases of the Tianyi Mercenary Corps, the equipment of various countries feels like a comparison between advanced and backward. Then, the reporters all wanted to interview the home base of the Tianyi Mercenary Corps, but based on the consideration of Commander-in-Chief Li Jiaming and the generals, they refused their request for interviews. Long Fei looked at the Covenant Gundam that was just manufactured and the Reborn Gundam that was manufactured 2 months ago in the Gundam hangar. According to the original book, it has the function of spreading viruses to the quantum computer. This system is mainly used to intervene in the camera and the information processing of the sensor. So before taking countermeasures, no body can see this body, but the naked eye and cameras without quantum processors can see it. For this reason, Long Fei has added some new functions to the Covenant Gundam, such as the ability to cause confusion in the radar of the target aircraft, and the target's enemy tracking function can be paralyzed. Reborn Gundam. Originally, Long Fei thought that after the True Red Aegis Gundam, Reborn Gundam didn't want to make it, but thought of Gundam Seed. The first battle between ZFT and the United Army. ZFT made 5 units in the First War: G, Freedom, Justice. The 3 other than the Emperor of Heaven, Rebirth, and Covenant are also one of the 5 GS. Because of this relationship, if Long Fei creates the Covenant Gundam and then creates Freedom, Justice, and the Emperor of Heaven one after another, if he does not create Rebirth, it will feel a bit weird. Long Fei feels like he has obsessive-compulsive disorder. Later, Long Fei thought about it and made Rebirth and Covenant first. According to the original book, these 2 Gundams are nuclear fission engines, and Long Fei decided to change them to Minev's Super Energy Thermonuclear Reactor Type 2, newly developed. Freedom, Justice, and Godswill are also ready to be manufactured, and the Flying Wing Type 0 and 00 are also being planned one after another. Long Fei touched his chin again, thinking about one thing. New Century Gundam X, that GX, 9900X Gundam also has to be manufactured, but where do I go to manufacture the satellite system? It's impossible to manufacture it on the moon, right? It is not the world of Gundam X in the new century. There are a lot of forces from various countries here. If they dare to create it, the power of the satellite microwave cannon of the GX, 9900X Gundam will probably scare all the countries to death. Maybe the democratic system and the empire the system may temporarily let go of its prejudices and target me. But if it is manufactured at the mother base, it will be very troublesome, and the distance to supply energy to GX, 9900X can't be that far. Long Fei thought about it, and was really troubled. He was looking at the GN armed fighters Type D and Type E of Li Angel and Energy Angel. Long Fei thought in his heart, these 2 GN armed fighters have been manufactured for more than a year, and they are useless until now. No, not only these 2 GN armed fighters. In fact, the Tianyi mercenary group has too many weapons that are useless. In the world, too many things have been developed, and in turn, these things cannot be verified in some actual combat, and it is impossible for me to wage war with a country for these weapons to verify the weapons I have developed. In November 118, the first year of the universe, the United States of the Angrist Democratic Peoples, which had been on the verge of making a move, originally wanted to do it at the colony in District 5. However, the 11th and 12th branch bases of the Tianyi Mercenary Corps have extremely powerful armed forces and also have mobile fortresses. Val Vallo alone seems to have pushed the Space Turtle and Isogda of the United States of America to the ground. Beat up. Then, before these mobile fortresses such as Mental Power Gundam, Space Turtle and Isogda were rubbed on the ground by Val Vallo, the United States of Anglo-Saxon democracy immediately put these two mobile fortresses stop production, and then stay in the District 4 colony obediently. After Apollo MS and Sigia Mobile Fortress were produced one after another, after some actual combat tests, the magic wind of the previous model was completely suppressed by Apollo MS, and the results were obtained when Apollo had not turned on the synergy function mode. The remaining Isogda were overwhelmingly suppressed by the mobile fortress Scifigia. The United Nations military of the Anglo-Samoan Democratic Republic is very satisfied with Scifigia, a mobile fortress that costs more than 50 billion yuan. The United Nations authorities of the Anglo-Saxon Democratic People's Republic decided to take action in the colony in the third area, and the target was the 19th subbase. This subbase of the Tianyi Mercenary Regiment has only been established for a few months, and its combat power is not strong. The method used is the same as before, deliberately encouraging local democracies to plan revolution, overthrow the elected government, and then deliberately let the overthrown elected government invite the local Tianyi mercenary group to join the war. The government that seized power invited them to join the war against the Anglo-Saxon Democratic People's Republic. Soon, the plan implemented by the United Anglo-Saxon Democratic Republic was successful. The 19th subbase of the Tianyi mercenary group sent a regiment-level fleet to the country. It was intercepted by two regiment-level fleets of the United Nations Army of the Anglo-Saxon Democratic People's Republic of China. The two sides didn't waste any extra nonsense and started fighting directly. Zhegang assembled different plug-in armed attacks. The Zhegang MS team fired countless missiles and mounted beam cannons one after another. For a while, the cannons fired one after another in various places, and countless missiles flew across. Apart from counterattacking with their own weapons, the Apollo MS team also blocked the beam weapons with their anti-beam shields. All of a sudden, light beams and missiles flew across, and an Apollo MS bullied Zhegang MS, and was about to use the beam saber to kill Zhegang. Zhegang launched directly with the missile built into the shield, and the Apollo MS was directly blasted into pieces by the missile. The Murasame MS team also attacked. Murasame in the form of a fighter plane relies on speed to make trouble. The combat of the MS team is equipped with cluster missiles. Countless small missiles bombarded the Apollo MS team like a goddess scattering flowers. The Apollo MS team fled everywhere for a while, avoiding the pursuit of those countless small missiles. In order to save their lives, some Apollo MS drivers activated the booster function mode, and the performance of the Apollo MS increased by 30% in an instant. The red air filaments radiating from the Apollo MS body attracted the attention of the Tianyi mercenary group, and even uploaded this to the headquarters of the 19th subbase. Most of the Apollo MS with greatly improved all-round performance escaped the pursuit of small missile groups. A small number of Apollo MS were also destroyed. After surviving the pursuit of a group of small missile groups, the Apollo MS, which was still in the enhancement function mode, immediately counterattacked. In the Apollo MS in the enhanced function mode, not only the performance of the airframe has been greatly increased, but even the equipment in the cockpit has also been improved a lot. Its ability to lock on enemy planes has also been improved a lot. Murasame in fighter mode was locked on instantly, and more than 10 Murasame were shot down in the blink of an eye. Although the Tianyi mercenaries also tried their best to counterattack, the speed of the Apollo MS under the synergistic function mode has increased a lot. Not only can dodge attacks, but also counterattack. Moreover, some Apollo MS that have not turned on the enhanced function mode have also turned on. For a moment, the MS troop of the Tianyi mercenaries was suppressed, and the commander of the regiment-level fleet immediately dispatched the only 3 mass-produced Gundams, 2 MK, 2 GS, and 100 style. The performance of the Apollo MS in the enhanced function mode is still slightly inferior to the 2 mass-produced Gundams. However, the boost function mode of Apollo MS is only 1 minute and 30 seconds. After the time of many Apollo MS's efficiency-enhancing function modes expired, the performance of Apollo MS dropped a lot, only 70% of the original state. All of a sudden, Zhegang and Murasame, who were suppressed, were relieved and given a chance to fight back. Many Apollo mobile suits were destroyed by Jie Gang and Murasame one after another. Seeing this, the commander of the United States of Anglo-Saxon Democracy dispatched the only 2 Saijia mobile fortresses. The Tianyi mercenary group immediately recorded Saijia mobile fortress and uploaded it to the headquarters immediately. The upper half of the 2 Saijia mobile fortresses faced the battlefield, and the Apollo MS troops immediately ran to the rear of Saijia. The MS troops of the Tianyi mercenary group, this mobile fortress that they have never seen before, put all their MS drivers on high alert. After seeing the tentacles-like mechanical arms of Saijia, a light spot appeared at the front end. The MS troops on the side of the Tianyi mercenaries immediately dodged. The 2 Saijias launched countless beam rays, and the dazzling beam rays crossed. Although the mobile suits of the Tianyi mercenaries had done their dodging operations long ago, nearly 30% of the mobile suits were shot down. The Type 100 driver immediately called the mothership to send the mega particle cannon over. After being bombarded by the beams of the 2 Saijias, although some mobile suit pilots appeared in Saijia, they found that the rear half of the body was all propellers. Many Jie Gang and Murasame wanted to detour behind Saijia, but there were many Apollo MS behind Saijia to protect them, blocking Jiegang and Murasame's goal. Baishiji connects to the mega particle cannon, locks on one of the Saijia, the mega particle cannon fires, and the huge mega particle beam hits Saijia on the right. The front end of Saijia's countless mechanical arms on the right is forked, and countless lightning patterns emerge from the front end. These lightning patterns form layers of protective covers. The mega particle bombardment is on the layers of protective covers. Although it penetrates all the protective covers have offset most of the mega particle cannons, and the remaining power is only to cause damage to some of the robotic arms on the surface of Saijia. The cyan light beads of the 2 Saijia gathered a huge cyan vortex, and all the drivers of the Tianyi mercenary mobile suits felt creepy all over their bodies when they saw the cyan vortex. 2 huge cyan megacannons with a diameter of more than 20 meters are fired, and the 2 cyan megacannons can sweep up, down, left, and right. All the Tianyi mercenary MS troops tried their best to dodge. The 2 Mk-2gs were in different directions, and before the megacannon could reach their position, they immediately bombarded the cyan light beads with beams of light to interrupt Saijia's attack. Although a hole was punched in the cyan light bead, Saijia's countless mechanical arms took out maintenance parts from the body to repair the cyan light bead. The commander of the Tianyi mercenary regiment-level fleet looked at the losses of the troops and knew that if they continued to fight, they might face defeat or complete annihilation, so they immediately issued an order to retreat. The Tianyi mercenary regiment-class fleet sent out a retreat signal flare, and the MIS troops immediately returned to the mothership to retreat. The commander of the United Anglo-Saxon Democratic Republic ordered his subordinates to film this scene, and then delivered a speech to all colleagues. Great soldier of the United Nations of Anglo-Saxon Democratic People, have you seen it? We have one. The Tianyi mercenary group is not the invincible existence, as rumored. We are not just the first to defeat the Tianyi mercenaries on the battlefield. The regiment is also the last country to eliminate this evil mercenary group. Today's victory on this battlefield also proves that we can win the fruits of victory in future conflicts with the Tianyi mercenary group. The Anglo-Saxon Democratic People's United Nations Army cheered for victory. The United Nations of the Anglo-Saxon Democratic People's Republic is reporting that the country's army has defeated the Tianyi mercenary group. The incomparably bright smiles appeared on the faces of the broadcasters of the national media. This news also spread throughout the entire world, and the people of all countries were shocked. The invincible Tianyi mercenary group would actually suffer a defeat. There have been discussions among many netizens on the internet. Many netizens wondered if the Tianyi mercenaries underestimated the enemy, causing the arrogant soldiers to lose. Some netizens also wondered if the United Nations of the Anglo-Saxon Democratic People's Republic developed a weapon to restrain the Tianyi mercenary group. Many experts commented that the Tianyi mercenary group must not have really suffered a defeat after receiving intelligence and information about the results of the battle between the two sides. The United Nations Army of the Anglo-Saxon Democratic People's Republic, hereinafter referred to as the Anglo-Saxon Army, is not considered a victory. The only way the Anglosa army can win is because the Tiani mercenary group lost without knowing that the Anglosa army had new weapons. The most important thing is that the Tiani corps that the Angrusa army won was only the 19th subbase unit that had just been established for a few months, and its combat power was far inferior to other subbases, let alone powerful weapons. It has only been a few days since the United Nations of the Anglo-Saxon Democratic People's Republic celebrated the defeat of the Tiani mercenary group. An important space military base was attacked by the Crusaders. The important space military base has only one Sci-Fi MA, and most of the MS are magic winds and a small amount of Apollo. Saigia's Cyan megacannon swept across, and the Crusader Pioneer Army, which received information from the 19th subbase, had already taken action against Saigia. When Saigia's Cyan bead fires the mega cannon, a bunch of mechanical arms are unable to attack. Pirate Gundam X1 uses a Zanbuster, combination of a light-speed knife and a destruction gun, to load a howitzer, shoot from a tricky angle, and a howitzer hits Saigia's Cyan bead. A cannon blasted the Cyan beads. Although Saigia's robotic arm immediately took out the spare Cyan bead parts from the body for repair. But Joya will not give Saigia any chance. Jona drives the Corsair Gundam X2 to help her sister. The Corsair Gundam X1 is adding a howitzer to bomb the robotic arm of Saigia, which not only affects the progress of repairing the blue beads, but also affects the counterattack and the all-round attack. The Corsair Gundam X2 holds a long-range beam rifle and fires long-range shots outside the range of the beam fired by Saigia's machine. The red beams attack Saigia one after another. Although Saigia has used its many mechanical arms to launch layers of protective shields to avoid attacks, if Saigia is in full condition to activate the protective shield. The long-range beam rifle of the Corsair Gundam X2 basically only penetrates 1 or 2 floors, but the Corsair Gundam X1 continues to fire howitzers, and the bombing part is the lower thruster of Saigia. This bombing affected the operation of Saigia, resulting in a lack of coordination in the transmission of energy, and the defense of the protective layer was greatly weakened. The beams emitted by the long-range beam rifle of the Pirate Gundam X2 penetrated the body of Saigia one after another, and the body exploded in different parts continuously. Although the Magic Wind and the Apollo MS wanted to protect Saigia, they were all blocked by the F-90 and the Flint mass-produced Gundam, causing the lower part of Saigia to be attacked. Although Saigia tried his best to fight back, but without the protection of other colleagues' MS, Saigia was very vulnerable to attack. Then, Saigia wanted to rush towards the Corsair Gundam X2, but countless thrusters were destroyed, causing problems in advancing or turning. Under the cooperation of Pirate Gundam X1 and X2, Saigia was finally blown up and disintegrated into countless fireworks. An important base of the Anglusan army, the remaining MS troops and some MS strongly resisted. For example, the Apollo MS turned on the synergistic function mode. The performance of the Apollo in the enhanced function mode is still slightly inferior to the MK, 2G, and Baisher, not to mention the more powerful F-90 and Flint. The performance of the Apollo in the enhanced mode is still greatly inferior to the F-90 and Flint. A few minutes later, most of the MS troops of the Angrusa army were wiped out, and the remaining few MS surrendered. The remaining Apollo MS was confiscated by the Crusaders, and the important base was also looted. Even the Angrusa army who came to rescue. Without Saigia and Apollo, the Angrusa army had no chance of winning at all. The Angrusa army who came to the rescue was wiped out, and the Crusaders left the border of the United Nations. The disastrous defeat of Saigia spread to the Angrusa army command. Many generals in the military were shocked, but some generals believed that the fiasco of Saigia was mainly due to the lack of help from other colleagues. The war is not Saigia's problem. Moreover, the driver is not familiar with Saigia, forgetting that this mobile fortress has a booster function mode. At this time, some generals also thought whether to buy Space Turtle and Isegoda again. These two mobile fortresses can still play some role on the battlefield, and there are also MS who shot down many Tiani mercenaries. Moreover, Space Turtle and Isogda have been evaluated after being improved by Bega's military enterprises, and they are not inferior to Saigia in essence. Although Isogda's attack range is not as wide as Saigia's, it has a higher defensive power, and the two can serve as mutual cover and cooperate with each other to attack. The space turtle can rely on its superb maneuverability and speed, and can be used as a disruptor to fight with other mech troops. The generals and staff officers of the Unrusa army used 3 types of mobile fortresses and active mech troops to carry out some simulated military pushes and found that they could achieve good results. The military has already started discussions with many generals. On the other side, the territory of the United States of Angrusa democracy was attacked by the Crusaders, an important military base was looted, and Saigia was destroyed. This has aroused heated discussions internationally and on the internet, and many people think that it is the action of the Tianyi mercenary group to regain their position. Moreover, many countries have received information that the Tianyi mercenary group has dispatched some troops to the 19th subbase. The target is Wayne country, accepting the entrustment of the former president to overthrow the president who launched a coup d'état, and then help the president who was ousted take back the power. This is actually not the main purpose. The main thing is that they want to defeat the Angrusa army and take revenge for the defeat before. In addition to mobilizing more troops to gather at the junction with the colony in District 5, the United Nations of the Anglo-Saxon Democratic Republic mainly guarded against the sudden attack of the Tianyi mercenary group. Then, a small army fleet was transferred to Wayne country, preparing to fight the troops of the Tianyi mercenary group. The upcoming battle has attracted international attention, and all countries are paying attention to whether the United Anglo-Samoan Democratic Republic can win the next battle. The international prestige of the United Nations of the Angrusa Democratic Republic will increase if it wins, and if it loses, the international prestige will decline again. Reporters from various international media have already gathered in Wayne country, and many field reporters are also shooting remotely at the location where the Tianyi Mercenary Corps and the Angrusa army are preparing to go to war. The size of the Angrusa army is 3 times that of the Tianyi mercenary group. This battle will be extremely fierce. There are 8 Sigias in the troops of the Unrusa army. The Magic Wind MS accounted for 80% of the mech troops, and the Apollo MS accounted for 20%. Long Fei sat in the cockpit of Neo Gundam, ready to attack, and Tao Xiang chose to drive Covenant Gundam. The battle between the two sides is imminent. The Angrusa army did not send Saigia first, but sent mech troops to attack. Compared with the Angrusa army, there are only 2 MS, Mofeng and Apollo. In addition to Jiegong and Marura, the Tianyi mercenary group attacked here. Night Series, mass-produced Gundam MK2G, Hayakushi, MK3, Delta Plus, mass-produced Bull Gundam, Z Plus, Ling Gus, and mass-produced Type F91. Currently, only 6 units are produced, and only 3 units are put into this battlefield. Even MD Taurus and Bilgo are into this fight. The mobile fortress is on standby. If the enemy dispatches Saigia, the Tianyi mercenary group will also dispatch their own mobile fortress. Li Xiuqing drives the EXS Gundam to attack. On the battlefield, except for the EXS Gundam, all other Gundams are mass-produced. EXS Gundam launches Income to attack locked targets from different angles. The back beam cannon X4 and the leg beam cannon can instantly lock 6 targets. Not only instantly penetrate 6 targets, but the powerful beam cannon even destroys other MS. Alice, Income will be handled by you. No problem. EXS Gundam holds the Elven beam cannon in its right hand and the beam submachine gun in its left hand. Longfei can equip other weapons when he improves S Gundam. Instead of launching the right-hand Elven beam cannon, he uses the beam submachine gun in his left hand to shoot at the targets in front of him one after another. Wherever the EXS Gundam passed, the beam cannons on the back and legs kept firing continuously, and the beam submachine gun in the left hand locked the target and fired one after another, and the surrounding enemy MS turned into fireworks. Even if Apollo turned on the boost function mode, he still couldn't dodge the EXS Gundam's one-hit hit. Several mass-produced Gundams launched floating cannons to attack the target from different angles, and those enemy MS were hard to defend against. The Death Knight is only in melee combat. Outside the beam saber with both hands, the hidden pair of wrists and other parts are all controlled by the exam system alone. They use the beam saber to kill the enemy, making the enemy MS in melee combat unable to defend at all. The wired cannon X6 also makes the enemy do not know which angle to attack from. Note that the wired cannon in the front ignores the wired cannon in the back. The attached mega particle cannon shield even blasts the closer enemy MS into slag. The new Apollo MS of the Anglusar army claims to be better than Jiegang and Murasame. Enable the synergistic function mode, but in this battle, it was directly abused by all the mass-produced Gundams. Especially MD Bilge beat them to the extreme. Even if Apollo turned on the boost function mode to expand and strengthen the energy supplied to the beam cannon, it still couldn't penetrate Bilge's planetary defenders, mainly composed of more than 12, and was bombarded by Bilge's beam. The comparison of the airframe losses between the Tianyi mercenary group and the Unrusa army reached more than 140. The commander of the Angrusa army looked at the radar and showed that his own blue dots were rapidly decreasing, but the red dots did not decrease much. Seeing this, the commander had no choice but to deploy the most cutting-edge combat power, and 8 Segias were dispatched. Long Fei drives Neo Gundam, and Tao Xiang drives Covenant Gundam to attack. 1 Big Lang, 1 full blaster Spirit Gundam each, and 4 mass-produced Spirit Gundams. The reporters in the field immediately used the remote cameras to quickly shoot, and the battles of the mobile fortresses on both sides must be captured on the screen. Big Lang, Ogre, the lower half of the expulsion cabin. The hatch opened and countless electromagnetic spiral guns popped out. Jiegang and Murasame take the electromagnetic spiral gun. Saija locked onto Big Lang and the surrounding mobile suits, and it was too late to launch the Cyan Beads mega cannon, so he could only aim the countless mechanical arms forward to emit light beams. Big Lang ejected the lower half of the destroyer cabin. The hatch opened and countless missiles flew out. Before Saihaya fired the beam, all the missiles exploded automatically. The exploded missile emitted countless white dots of starlight, and the light beams fired by Saihaya spread in front of the white dots of starlight. Oops! The number 1 Saija driver exclaimed, and immediately issued an order to the automatic operating system in the cockpit, and immediately opened the highest-level protective cover. Numerous Jiegang and Murasame's electromagnetic screw guns aimed at number 1 Saija and fired. Countless electromagnetic screw bullets hit the protective cover. Although the protective cover blocked some electromagnetic screw bullets, most of the electromagnetic screw bullets directly through the protective cover. Number 1 Saija was riddled with holes directly pierced by electromagnetic spiral bombs in an instant. Number 2 Saija is facing the full-loaded explosive mental power Gundam, and number 2 Saija's blue beads gather a huge mecha cannon. The full-loaded blasting mental power Gundam blasting cannon also aimed at its opponent. 2 huge energies began to collide with each other. It was directly suppressed, and then suppressed by the blasting cannon of the full blasting mental power Gundam. The blasting cannon pushed forward directly, and then directly blasted number 2 Saija out of a big hole. 4 mass-produced mental Gundams turn on the I-field generator. Longfei carries out improved loading. To resist the opponent's beam, rush to the target quickly, and launch the grenade on the back. The grenade exploded not far from the target, emitting a powerful electronic interferon, affecting Saija's combat capability. The mass-produced mental Gundam immediately launches the wired control Type 2 mounted beam cannon on the wrist and the wired control unit on the shank to attack at an angle where the target cannot attack. Why didn't Saija on the 3rd to 6th fire the mega cannon? Because there are also their colleagues in front of them who are still fighting, and once they are launched, they will miss their colleagues. The other 2 were killed before, and there are no colleagues within the shooting range. Moreover, it is too late to start it now. Then, when approaching the target, although the 4 Sigias also had other companions who wanted to come to rescue, the mass-produced mental Gundam launched a 3-barreled diffused mega-particle cannon on the chest, instantly shooting down those enemy MS. Then he pulled out 2 large beam sabers from his legs and dismantled the 4 Sigias into 8 pieces. Neo Gundam uses floating cannons to attack targets from different angles. With its superb maneuverability and speed, Saija can't hit Neo Gundam at all. Even the MS who was in charge of protecting it was still shot down by floating cannons. The countless mechanical arms on the upper part of Saihaya were also broken by the floating cannon. Under the wild bombardment of the floating cannon and Neo Gundam, Saigoa finally turned into a huge firework group. Covenant Gundam uses the quantum computer virus distribution system, so that the camera in the cockpit of the target cannot see Covenant Gundam at all, and even the camera of the colleague MS who is in charge of protection cannot see Covenant Gundam. Moreover, the Covenant Gundam has been improved by Long Fei, and there is a red harrow in the cockpit to help. The red harrow is responsible for using the virus target's cockpit to affect the opponent's control system and main control computer. Tao Xiang saw the display in the cockpit, and most of the operations of the target were given by the driver to the automatic system. Now, when Red Hello hacked into the opponent's cockpit and affected the control system, the automatic system was paralyzed. The driver could only frantically operate those complicated manual operations, and Red Hello knew where the target's cockpit was. Covenant Gundam's magical attack equipment starts fighting mode, transforms into a giant claw, and cooperates with the attack shield system to easily tear apart the target's armor, find the target's cockpit, and then use the beam pistol in his hand to pierce through it with one shot. The 8 Sieges played in less than 5 minutes, and they were all wiped out and defeated. Unexpectedly, the commander of the Angrusa army was defeated in just a few minutes. The commander wanted to issue a retreat order, but heard that the rear of the fleet was attacked. The radar soldier made a ghostly sound at this time. It turns out it's Wing Gundam. What? The combination of Wing Gundam's destruction rifle and 3 dwarf sword stars wiped out a near military-scale fleet in one sweep. Nearly 1/3 of the group army's fleet was destroyed. Angrusa Jun was too shocked to speak. Then, 2 brigade-level fleets appeared behind the Angrusa Army Group Army fleet and were directly flanked by the Tianyi mercenary fleet. In addition to the Wing Gundam, the 4 Gundams of Nong, Da, Zhu, and Li Angel all appeared. MK3 and Delta Plus also appeared with 5 units each, and Jiegong, Murasame, MK2G, and Hayakushi appeared quite a lot. 4 Angel Gundams. Yu Yangchun drives the Angel Gundam, Alonso drives the Master Angel, Angelica drives the Power Angel Gundam, and Rika drives the De Angel. Long Fei promised that if Alonso's academic performance was as good as that of Yu Yangchun and others, he would promise Alonso to join the Tianyi mercenary group. As a result, the results of the first semester of the new year were released, and Alonso ranked high, no less than Rika and Angelica. Alonso is the same age as Li Xiang and Angelica, and Yu Yangchun is 1 year older than them. At the beginning, Long Fei wondered whether Alonso was not serious in class, or that calm personality helped him take the exam. However, Long Fei must agree to what he said, and he can only agree to Alonso's request. Now the 4 little ghosts are Gundam pilots, and they are dubbed the Young Ace Team by other Ace colleagues. Yu Yangchun is already a sophomore in junior high school, and the other 3 are freshmen in junior high school. Equipped with the right-hand GN sword, he can easily dismantle many enemy MS in front of him. Alonso drives the Lord Angel Gundam, changing form from time to time, and shooting down enemy MS one after another with high-speed dive attacks from time to time in the form of a fighter plane. Then it transforms into a Ms form, holding a GN spray gun in its right hand, shooting down the nearby enemy MS, and directly cutting a moffing MS in half with the pliers in its left hand. In addition to using the GN rocket launcher to penetrate many enemy MSs one after another, the German Angels also blasted the enemy MSs into pieces with the beam cannons on their shoulders. The Angel uses a GN long-range sniper rifle to shoot a MS from a long distance and turn it into a ball of fireworks. The powerful Angel cuts open an Apollo. The main Angel lands behind the powerful Angel and shoots down the enemy MS behind the powerful Angel. Dozens of Apollo MS immediately started the synergistic function mode. Trans-AM X4 for Angel Gundams are in triple red status. The long cyan trajectory of Energy Angel was like a shooting star, passing by several Apollos, and the 2 halves of the machine body were directly separated. The main Angel was chased by nearly 10 Apollo MS. It is easy for the main Angel in the Trans-AM state to get rid of Apollo's pursuit, but the main Angel keeps a certain distance, allowing more than 10 Apollos to continue to pursue. The long-range GN sniper rifle of Li Angel will snipe the Apollo MS who is chasing the Lord Angel Gundam. The sniper burst shot down more than 5 Apollos in an instant, and the remaining Apollo drivers knew that they had been tricked just when they wanted to disperse the birds and beasts. The Lord Angel Gundam immediately turned around, and the GN spray gun shot down the nearest Apollo MS. And the remaining Apollo MS couldn't run away even if they wanted to, and were sniped by the Angel Gundam. The German Angel Gundam GN rocket launcher was fully fired, not only penetrated 5 or 6 Apollo MS with one shot, but also shot down nearly 10 other enemy Moffing that were farther away. The Wing Gundam is being heavily attacked by the enemy at this moment, but there are also many mass-produced Gundams, Jia Gang and Murasame protecting them. After the Wing Gundam's destroyer gun is fired once, it takes about 3 minutes before it can be fired again. For this reason, the destruction gun was dismantled this time, and 2 dwarf sword stars were hung on both sides of the skirt armor. The destruction rifle no longer needs to be restricted under long phase improvement. As long as the energy of the Wing Gundam is not exhausted, the destruction rifle you can continue to launch. The interval between firing the destruction rifle and recharging is 10 seconds, and the dwarf sword star can fire one shot every second. However, if the destroyer rifle and dwarf sword star are fired in succession, they will not be able to fire the destroyer cannon once it takes 3 minutes to form a destroyer gun. However, the power of the Wing Gundam's destruction rifle is better than the GN rocket launcher of the Angel Gundam. Trans-AM is not turned on and fully activated. The Angrusa army fleet was flanked by front and rear attacks. The front line was broken through by the mobile suit troops of the Tianyi mercenary group and invaded the fleet of the group army. The rear was again invaded by the 4 Angels Gundam in the state of 4-3 Reds. Many warships were shot down. The Angrusa commander could only order the signal of surrender. The president and senior government officials of the Wayne state, who came to power through a coup d'état, have already taken their families and ran to the United States of Anglo-Saxon democracy with a pile of cash. After the war, reporters watched the battle. The reporters made a summary. The strength displayed by the Tianyi mercenary group is also to let all the countries in the world know that the Tianyi mercenary group is invincible. Even if you win a small battle at the beginning, then on the next bigger battlefield, you will be able to win the battle. It made you lose very badly. The president of Wayne country, who was overthrown by a coup before, went to his presidential palace under the of the Tianyi mercenary group, announced his reinstatement, and then pardoned all the former ministers who were sent to prison due to the coup, and released them to resume their official positions. On the other side, after watching the disastrous failure of the MS and mobile fortresses developed by the rival company, Billy celebrated with his family members opening champagne in his villa. Then, I received a notice from the president of my own Bega's military company that the military wanted to buy improved versions of the Space Turtle and Isogda from the Bega's military company. When Billy heard the news, he showed a bright smile, which made him happier than seeing the news of the fiasco of the rival company MS and Machine Fortress. Purvi, the president of the Wanluo Federation, was watching the live broadcast of the battlefield. He was planning to gather a large number of troops to attack the sub-base of the Tianyi mercenary group in the colony of District 7. However, after the disastrous defeat of the Angrusa army, they dismissed this idea. Originally, if the defeat of the Angrusa army was not so miserable, then they will immediately contact the leaders of the United Nations of the Anglo-Saxon Democratic People's Republic and jointly attack and deal with the Tianyi mercenary group. Now, I dare not even think about it. Long Fei's fleet returned to the mother base, and a small part of the fleet will temporarily stay in the 19th branch base for a few months, and these fleets will accept commissioned work in the 19th part of the base. The person in charge of the 19th sub-base will, in addition to recruiting some troops, also be responsible for training new recruits during these few months. Those transferred fleets will leave the 19th sub-base in a few months. In fact, many generals on Long Fei's side felt that they had won this battle, and they should continue to take advantage of the victory to attack and invade the territory of the United Nations of the Angrusa Democratic Peoples. But Long Fei and more generals didn't want to do this. The main reason was that this battle was just a warning to the United Nations of the Anglo-Saxon Democratic People's Republic. Don't think that developing new weapons can challenge their Tianyi mercenary group. This time is just a warning that they will be rude next time. The current Tianyi mercenary group still needs to continue to develop. There was a small episode on the way back to the mother base. In the colony of District 5, the fleet of the First Army where Long Fei was in received a distress signal, and it was a media ship that was hunted down by pirates. When the media ship was rescued, it was learned that the media ship came from the media of the Hanxia Empire. Then the reporter on this media ship even claimed that he and Long Fei were old classmates, wanted to meet with the old classmates, and wanted to discuss with the old classmates whether they could be interviewed. When Long Fei heard this, he just smiled knowingly, feeling that these reporters dared to say anything in order to interview him. But after his subordinates told that the reporter's name was Gao Dui, Long Fei only remembered that in the 3 years of high school, there was indeed a classmate of the 3rd year named Gao Dui. Long Fei also told Li Xiuqing about this, but Lin Xiuqing never expected to meet his old classmate from high school. The two of them remembered this guy named Gao Dui, who wore thick glasses and sometimes looked like a nerd, but he didn't expect to be an uncrowned emperor. By the way, Lao Fei, did this Gao Wide go to the same university as you after graduating from high school? No. I remember that his parents died when he was very young. It is said that his sister raised him alone. Old Fei, do you want to meet him yourself? How about you? You see me too. All right, let them in. Brother, you are really good. I didn't expect that your old classmate in high school would be willing to meet you. A beautiful reporter said to the boy wearing glasses and dressed in elegant clothes. Sister, although he and I are old classmates, I haven't communicated with him much in the 3 years of high school. He is a proud young master from a rich family, Gao Wide said to his sister. Gao Wide recalled that in high school, Long Fei was not only a boy with excellent grades in high school, but also handsome, with excellent athletic ability and a natural good voice. At that time, he was the dream of many girls in high school. Lover. His good friend is also an iron buddy who has been playing since he was a child. The only one is Li Xiuqing. Gao Wide, his sister Gao Dylan, and the photographer set off from Tianyin media ship in a small airship and entered the Torres No. 2 hangar under the leadership of Ms. Jigong. After Gao Wide and his party disembarked from the airship, when the photographer was carrying a camera to prepare to shoot, they were stopped by Tianyi mercenaries. The reason was that their boss just asked old classmates to come over and did not agree to interview, so the media was not allowed to shoot. Photographers can only follow the arrangement. Gao Wide came to an office led by Tianyi mercenaries. There were Long Fei and Li Xiuqing in the office. Gao Wide did not expect Li Xiuqing to be there. Seeing their old classmates in high school, Long Fei and Li Xiuqing shook hands with Gao Wide and greeted them warmly. Long Fei asked straight to the point. Old classmate, you and my subordinates said that I am an old classmate, but you actually want to interview me? Gao Wide didn't expect Long Fei to speak directly, and replied, if possible, I really hope that my old classmate will agree to accept my sister's purchase. Aren't you a reporter? I do work in a media company. I'm the leader of the planning team. My sister is a reporter, and she's also in charge of interviews. Generally, I don't give any interviews. Can't we see that we are old classmates? Cannot. Gao Wide looked at Li Xiuqing. Li Xiuqing immediately raised his hand and said, don't look at me. I'm with Lao Fei, he's my boss. Gao Wide asked Long Fei, old classmate, do you still remember that you got my help later on? You once said that you owe me a favor. Long Fei frowned. He seemed to have said this to Gao Wide before. He had no memory of what happened and looked at Li Xiuqing. Li Xiuqing also shrugged, saying that he didn't remember. Long Fei asked Gao Wide, tell me about it. I owe you a favor. When did I tell you? What happened? I don't remember. Actually, it's not a big deal. The main thing is that when you and Li Xiuqing went out to eat, you forgot to bring money. When you had no money to pay, I paid for you when I passed by. Later, you returned the money to me. And then you said to me that you owe me a favor. It was only now that Long Fei remembered that incident, and Li Xiuqing also remembered it. And it was a little embarrassing to think of that incident. I owe you this favor, and you want to exchange the interview for the favor I owe you. This favor, maybe something happens to you that you can't handle in the future. You can use this favor to let me handle it for you. But if you ask me to pay you back the favor for the interview now, if something happens to you in the future, don't use this favor to ask for a debt of favor from me. Gao Wide fell into deep thought after hearing this, and was trying to recall, what else would Long Fei owe him a favor? Long Fei never asked him for help, or he didn't help Long Fei either. Are you thinking about what else I owe you? If so, you can say it. Long Fei broke Gao Wide's mind directly. Gao Wide's expression was a bit awkward, but he tried hard to think about it. If this favor is used in this interview, Maybe his superiors will praise him at work, and maybe he will be promoted. But other than these, there is nothing else. In the future, there will be no chance for Long Fei to return his favor. Gao Wide suddenly remembered something that Long Fei had told him and owed him a favor. I remembered one more thing. One time, in order to avoid Zhao Xinlin's entanglement with you, I did cover for you at that time, and then you said you owed me a favor. Long Fei also remembered that there was indeed such a thing. So I owe you 2 favors. At present, I only think of these 2 things, and they should be gone. Okay, after drinking this cup of tea, you should take a good rest first, and leave at this time tomorrow. After Long Fei finished speaking, he filled a cup of tea and pushed it in front of Gao Wide. Gao Wide understood that Long Fei Tian's act of filling his teacup was to see off guests. Gao Wide decided to use one of these 2 favors. The old classmate, I will exchange a favor for your interview. Is that okay? Okay, then I only owe you a favor, and I can give you 48 hours to prepare. Okay. Gao Wide took the teacup in front of him and drank it in one gulp, then put the cup on the table, nodded to Long Fei and Li Xiuqing, and left the office. Li Xiuqing asked Long Fei, Old Fei, do you really want to be interviewed by the media? If possible, I don't want to be interviewed by the media, but I don't like to owe people favors. Anyway, I can agree to his request. I know that you are always principled in doing things, and you never like to owe favors to others. As long as you can do it, you will definitely do it. Gao Wide immediately informed his sister that Long Fei was willing to be interviewed. Gao Dylan was very excited when he learned about it, because Long Fei agreed to interview him after 48 hours, and once this time was exceeded, he would not accept any interviews. At present, the entire media rumors that she is the only reporter and anchor responsible for interviews and reports. Gao Dylan immediately communicated with the superior of the media ship, immediately discussed what topics should be discussed within 48 hours, and conducted an interview with Long Fei. Gao Dylan was finishing her appearance at the makeup artist, preparing for an interview with Long Fei in an hour. And it's live. When Tianyi Media headquarters announced a live broadcast interview with Long Fei, the media from all over the world thought it was fake news. Because Tianyi Media in the Hanxia Empire can only be regarded as a media above the second tier and below the first tier media, it is well deserved in the entire world. So all the media are just Tianyi Media spreading fake news. It's just that the Tianyi Media officially broadcast live, and Long Fei did interview with the reporters of their own media. This directly shocked the international media, and many international media asked Tianyi Media to share the live broadcast. Hello everyone. I am Gao Dylan, the broadcast reporter of Tianyi Media. I am very happy and honored to have a one-on-one interview with Chairman Long Fei, the leader of Tianyi Group, an international celebrity. Long Fei just nodded towards the camera. Gao Dylan asked Long Fei, Chairman Long Fei, many people know that you were born in a rich family. As a child of a rich family, why do you want to leave your hometown and start a business instead of staying with your father? In the industry left by your mother, how about using your technology to make the industry left by your parents stronger and richer? You think that all the advanced technologies that Tianyi Group has now, if I had stayed in Xinxian Group left by my parents at that time, my technologies would have been able to develop. Do you think those domestic companies, even the government, can I develop like this? If nothing else, just talk about the Tianyi Mercenary Corps and the Tianyi Arms Manufacturing Company. Do you think that I am in my own country? Can I become stronger and become the only one? Regarding Long Fei's rhetorical question, Gao Dylan really has nothing to say. It is true that such advanced technology, especially military technology, any big country would not allow such a thing to happen in the country. Gao Dylan then changed the subject and asked, many people in the international network have rumored that Chairman Long Fei wants to use advanced military technology to dominate the world. Long Fei sneered and said, I have no interest in claiming hegemony in the world. Tianyi Group can reach a leading position in the whole world. It is my best achievement to dominate the whole world. I have no interest in this. You should go to just ask the superpowers. Gao Dylan continued to ask. There was a rumor on the international network that it was a new human being. It is said that this new human being was said by Chairman Long Fei. Is this really true? Long Fei admitted without hesitation. Yes, that's what happened. It was indeed what I said. Gao Dillon immediately became interested and said, "Then, Chairman Long Fei, what exactly is the new human being you mentioned? What exactly is the new human being? Is it a human being?" All the audience watching the live broadcast were engrossed in watching the live broadcast, and the emperors of the Han Xia Empire, Su Weiran, Pure Wei, etc., all listened with pricked ears. Of course, the new human beings are still human beings. They are just evolutionary species among human beings. They have strong spiritual power, spatial perception ability, and the ability to predict crises, etc. These abilities. Long Fei gave some explanations. "Chairman Long Fei, are you a new human?" "Yes." Those who watched the live broadcast were amazed. Gao Dillon asked, "Are all the members of the winged mercenary group new humans?" "No." "Then, may I ask Chairman Long Fei, are the adjusters rescued by your troops in the United States also new human beings?" "No, the adjustment person is the adjustment person. It is different from the new human being. The new human being is just a natural evolutionary species among human beings. You can understand that the new human being is a child with a high IQ who appeared among a bunch of ordinary children." "Then may I ask Chairman Long Fei, what is the difference between the adjustment person and the new human being?" Long Fei gave some simple explanations. Adjust people. You can think of them as a kind of artificially created child with high IQ or high physical ability. Then do adjusted people have the powerful mental power and spatial sensing ability that new humans have? The adjusted people I've observed so far don't have the ability of new humans. Then, compared to the new human beings, who is stronger or weaker? The viewers watching the live broadcast are paying attention to the whole process with ears pricked up, eager to know which one is better, the adjuster or the new human. This depends on which aspect. The adjustment person is actually created by man. They are very good in some places. If it is in terms of physical ability and IQ, they are better than the new human beings. But if it is in terms of sensory ability or some intuition, as far as the battlefield is concerned, the survival rate of new humans is higher than that of adjusted humans. After hearing this, Gao Dillon nodded and asked, "Then, I would like to ask Chairman Long Fei, have new humans been born in various countries in the world, and how to find new humans?" First of all, whether there are new human beings born in various countries in the world, I think, yes. It's just a matter of how many or few. As for how to discover new human beings, generally only awakened new human beings can discover or sense each other's existence. Can adjusted humans and new humans have offspring? Which aspect are you talking about? Adjusting people and adjusting people to give birth to offspring, or new humans and adjusting people to give birth to offspring? All of these aspects. New human beings and new human beings can give birth to offspring. It is estimated that ordinary human beings and new human beings can also give birth to offspring in the same way. The adjustment people obtain some documents and materials left by the United States. It is very difficult to have offspring with an adjusted person. As for one person who is an adjusted person and one who is a human being, the probability of having offspring will be higher than the former. I don't know if the adjusted person and a new human being can have offspring. After hearing these words, Gao Dillon asked worriedly. After listening to what Chairman Long Fei said, I am now a little worried about whether there will be conflicts between new humans, adjustment humans, and ordinary humans. It depends on how people think about how to get along with each other, and how the country's leaders want to deal with it. Then I would like to ask Chairman Long Fei, how will conflicts arise between new humans, adjustment humans, and ordinary humans? First of all, ordinary human beings may be very afraid of new human beings and the ability to adjust people, so they will practice exclusion and discrimination. The new humans and the adjusted humans rebelled. Is such a conflict unavoidable? It depends on the vast number of ordinary human beings and how the national authorities will deal with it. Chairman Long Fei, let me ask you a hypothetical question. That is, if you were a leader of a country, how would you deal with new humans, adjusted humans, and ordinary humans? Then I will deal with laws that make all new humans, adjusted humans, and ordinary humans equal, and set anti-discrimination laws. Then in terms of resource allocation, what should Chairman Long Fei do? Well, the hard worker gets more rewards. Then, Gao Dillon continued to ask Long Fei about other topics. Long Fei's interview on the topic of new humanity has aroused great concern from leaders of various countries. As for the evolutionary species among human beings, the new human beings, the leaders of various countries want to know how to find out that there are these evolutionary species among human beings in their own countries. Although the authorities of the Hanxia Empire had already learned about the new humans that Long Fei was talking about from Shu Tielong's granddaughter, Shu Qianxue. But I don't know what special and abilities the new humans have, since Long Fei said in an interview about the abilities of some new humans. In the Hanxia Empire and many countries, the MS driven by the soldiers' Ms. drivers who returned from the frontline battles were investigated from their combat records. Every country has found that there are a small number of military Ms. drivers who avoided beam shooting when the enemy launched an attack. And these military Ms. drivers are all aces. After some questioning, it was found that these ace pilots were just like what Long Fei said. They had a very high ability to sense crises, and they could even detect some foreseeable crises in battle and react earlier. Just how to continue to dig out more new humans, or how to use the abilities of these new humans, the authorities of various countries currently have no relevant capabilities, theories, technologies, etc. at all. On the other hand, after Long Fei returned to the mother base, he continued to deal with some things. The MD system, Long Fei made some improvements. Allowing the MD system to be controlled remotely by humans, MD Taurus and Bilge, under the artificial control, come to a tactical command and mobilization to fight with other MS troops. In addition, during the battle between the red and blue armies of the Tianyi mercenary group, Long Fei discovered that Murasame could use BZ tactics in the form of a fighter plane to disrupt the deployment of other MS troops. The La Kailam MS mothership has a very good performance in firepower and wartime MS projection, especially the latter has an advantage over the Archangel MS mothership. TR Series, Advanced TR, 1 Gundam Hazel test the newly produced sensor and test whether it has the long-distance shooting capability. The test result the sensor can sense the surrounding environment of the universe where the body is located. All-round diameter 100 kilometers. Changes. The distance to the target can be measured in terms of long-range visual perception, and the long-range sniper rifle can be used to calculate the firing rate of the long-range sniper rifle to calculate the hit rate. When matching TR-2's Bigway long-range sniper rifle, some field tests were carried out, and the results were shown to be very successful. Conducted raid and intercept mission test results were moderately rated. The advanced TR-1 Gundam Hazel test results have ended and entered the storage stage, and the sensor and TR-2 Bigway can be mass-produced. TR-1 Gundam Hazel 2 tested the ability to send and receive signals, and the results of sending and receiving signals were satisfactory. After being put into the Red and Blue Army battle, after intercepting the enemy's signal, the received signal was tampered with, and then sent to the enemy to let the enemy get an error message. As for the test of the large thruster triple thruster assembly installed on the back, the powerful propulsion, if the general driver has not undergone enhanced surgery, even if he is wearing a Spartan suit, even if the Spartan suit has extremely strong pressure resistance. Ability, that powerful chance will also make ordinary drivers feel extremely painful and may even faint. The multifunctional rod antenna has been modified by Long Fei, and the multifunctional rod antenna has the ability to receive the target signal and tamper with the target signal before sending it. The large thruster triple thruster assembly behind it is used as a technical reserve for future improvement or transformation by some R&D teams. TR-1 Gundam Hazel 2 is also beginning to enter the storage stage. Gaplon TR-5 Faber was put into the test of the Red-Blue battle. Its sailing speed is better than GP-03D, and its weapons are not as diverse as GP-03D. It can also carry a TR Gundam and 12 adapters inside, which can carry more than one. As an MS, it is no less than GP-03D in raid warfare, and the MS can also be used to project combat power and attack enemy troops, which not only improves the success rate, but also improves the survival rate. Other TR series are undergoing many tests, especially Gundam TR-6 Woodworth. The entire weapon system as the center inherits the design concept of the TR series. The basic body Woodworth can be strengthened through a series of optional parts. These optional strengthening parts make Woodworth it can exert its maximum performance in any environment and any battlefield. Some of these strengthened parts have also begun to be tested in the Red and Blue Army battles, such as the giant form, the finger beam cannon, and other weapons. The destructive power is basically no less than the spiritual power as high as 2 Malawian kwaches, and the height of 40 meters is enough to deter the enemy. Long Fei is researching some new technologies at this time, such as the new generation of neurofeedback operating system, in addition to allowing the driver to have the feeling that the driver and the body are integrated when driving the MS. Try to achieve the synchronization of the driver's reactions, and then study whether it can compatible with exam system. The exam system is similar to the psychosensory system, which makes a fuss from the brain waves, so that ordinary people can also receive brain waves like new humans. But the latter is to allow new humans to recycle, and the exam system allows ordinary people to be like receivers. If the exam system and the new generation neurofeedback operating system can be matched together, it will be somewhat similar to the Alea consciousness system, achieving a situation similar to the integration of man and machine. Long Fei would like to study this technology, intending to allow ordinary humans to have abilities similar to those of new humans. When Long Fei was studying and working hard, Long Fei's mobile suit suddenly rang. Long Fei picked up the phone and looked. It was the eldest sister Selenum Nigrum calling, and Long Fei connected the phone. "Sister, why are you free to call me today?" "Mostly what you said in your interview a few days ago." "Is my word in danger to you?" "That's not true. It's the Prime Minister of our country who came to meet me and asked me to send you a message. The Emperor wants to meet you and said that he has something to discuss with you. I hope you can arrange it. Guess that they are for the new human beings." "I don't know whether they are for your new human beings, but I also want to know, if you say you are a new human being, then am I too?" "I didn't sense that you have the qualifications of a new human being, big sister. I don't know if you are an ordinary human being or not awakened." "Forget it. I don't care if I'm a new human being or not. Instead, you should pay more attention to your body and don't tire yourself out." After Long Fei chatted with his elder sister for a while, he hung up the phone. A few days later, Long Fei and Su Weiran had a video communication through a secret channel. Su Weiran wanted to discuss with Long Fei whether he could dedicate the materials he knew about the new humans to his mother country. Su Weiran promised that Long Fei would not let him hand in these materials in vain, and was willing to give him some benefits. "The benefits are useless, Your Majesty. How about this? You owe me a promise. When I need your help, I need your help." "Chairman Long Fei, you, a person with such great talent, do you still have something to ask of me?" "I don't know what's going on. I just have a feeling that maybe one day I will need Your Majesty's help." "Is this the ability of the new human beings to predict the future?" Su Weiran asked curiously, his eyes full of puzzlement, doubts, and a hint of fear. Long Fei saw his own emperor's heart, and said something more tactful. "This is not about predicting the future. It's just my personal feeling. I always feel that it may be a feeling, as if we humans suddenly feel something important if it happens to us. It means there is nothing wrong with it. But there is a feeling that something big is going to happen to us." After hearing this, Su Weiran still had doubts in his eyes, but there was less fear in his eyes. Then he nodded and said, "It is true that sometimes this kind of feeling of ignorance happens." After the two chatted for a while, Long Fei also sent part of the new human information to his emperor for the sake of the mother country he was born in, so that the emperor owed him a promise. Long Fei and Tao Xiang were sleeping soundly on the bed. Tao Xiang was still sleeping on Long Fei's chest. They had done some exercise earlier. Suddenly Long Fei's cell phone rang, and the two woke up at the same time. Tao Xiang took the phone over to have a look. It was Commander-in-Chief Li Jiaming calling, and Tao Xiang handed the phone to Long Fei. "Commander-in-Chief, what is it?" "The United Nations of the Anglo-Saxon Democratic People's Republic was attacked by surprise, and they protested to us, declaring that we declared war on them." "They were attacked by surprise. What does it matter to us? Do we have other troops to attack them by surprise?" "After verification, we didn't have a single army attacking them at all. It's just..." "Just what?" "I don't know, boss. Did your troops directly under you sneak up on them?" "Without my instructions, they wouldn't do it. Even the Crusaders, without my instructions, they wouldn't do this kind of thing." Currently, major international media are broadcasting the time when the United Nations of the Anglo-Saxon Democratic People's Republic was attacked. and one of their colonial satellites was destroyed, causing serious and large numbers of deaths. Now, the United Nations of the Anglo-Sa explain. If we didn't do it, immediately declare that we didn't do it, and we are not responsible. Yes, boss. After Long Fei hung up the phone, looking at Tao Xiang who was asleep, Long Fei carefully got out of bed, changed his clothes, and walked into the room. Turn on the computer and check the current latest international news. International news now, all the major media are reporting that the United Nations of the Anglo-Saxon Democratic People's Republic has been attacked by terrorists. More than one military base has been destroyed, and a colonial satellite has also been destroyed. At present, the authorities of the United Nations of the Anglo-Saxon Democratic People's Republic of China have not responded to this, but the relevant authorities have declared that they seriously suspect that the Tianyi mercenary group did it. Looking at the news, Long Fei was a little skeptical. Which power organization could do this to such an extent? It is not clear when the United Nations of the Anglo-Saxon Democratic Peoples was attacked, and how long it took the unknown power to do these things. Long Fei personally deduced that if the time was within 24 hours, the Tianyi mercenary group could indeed directly destroy a military base and a colonial satellite of the United Nations of the Anglo-Saxon Democratic Peoples. If it is within 48 hours, those superpowers in the world can indeed do it in terms of sneak attack. But apart from his Tianyi mercenary group, there are only a few countries in the whole world that can achieve this level. But the problem is that his Tianyi mercenary group has no reason to attack the United Nations of the Anglo-Saxon Democratic Peoples. If there is a grievance, the battle a few months ago was not only a warning to the other party, but revenge for that time. It was even more so for those superpowers. Long Fei really couldn't think of any reason for those superpowers to sneak attack on the United Nations of Anglo-Saxon Democratic Peoples. On the other hand, the official website of the Tianyi Mercenary Corps immediately declared to the outside world that the surprise attack on the United Kingdom of Anglo-Saxon Democracies was not their fault, saying that if they did it, they would definitely admit it openly. Afterwards, the authorities of the United Nations of the Anglo-Saxon Democratic Republic did not respond to the claims made by the official website of the Tianyi Mercenary Group. This attracted the attention of various international media. Many people wondered whether the United Anglo-Saxon Democratic Republic was attacked by a certain country or by some terrorists. The UN authorities of the Anglo-Saxon Democratic People's Republic of China and the high-level military are holding a meeting. The video shows that the warships and so on that attack them are completely different from the weapons currently in service of the Tianyi Mercenary Group. Even the dragons of the Tianyi Mercenary Group phased direct troops didn't have such an airframe either. Because the MS who attack their troops also have the ability to transform. They are MS in human form and transformed into beast form. This is completely different from the theory of the body designed by the Tianyi Mercenary Group and the entire international MS. Although some MS in the Tianyi Mercenary Corps have the ability to transform, but the transformed ones are all in the form of fighter planes. Moreover, although the destroyed military bases and colonial satellites belong to the relatively peripheral areas of the country, many military equipments have not been updated, and the proportion of magic winds is also very low, but the General National Army really can't beat them. But from some battle scenes left over, the MS of this mysterious army are as good as the MS of the Tianyi Mercenary Corps, at least as good as Jie Gang and Murasame. The authorities of the United Nations of the Anglo-Saxon Democratic People's Republic really don't understand which force possesses such advanced technology. In the command room of the Pioneer Cross, Colonel Marisat sat on a desk and chair, looking at the incoming information file. The content of the message is to let them Crusader pay more attention to their surroundings. The site where the border area of the United Nations of the Anglo-Saxon Democratic People's Republic was attacked was located just near the junction with the colonial border area of District 5. It happened that the Pioneer Crusaders were on the edge of the colony in District 5, not far from the edge of the United States of Anglo-Saxon Democracy. Colonel Marisat looked at the document and frowned. She was really curious as to which force dared to attack the United States of Anglo-Saxon Democracies. Colonel Marisat looked forward to meeting this force and wanted to know about this mysterious force. How strong is it? The Crusader Pioneer has been robbing fellow pirates recently and basically has not encountered a decent opponent. Basically, they are easy to catch. This time, he might be able to meet a decent opponent. Colonel Marissa immediately commanded the transfer. 4 Irish-class motherships presented a quadrangular shape as escorts surrounding the crucifixion. One of the Irish-class motherships sent 4 F-90s to the border junction of the 2 colonies for reconnaissance. When the 4 F-90 pilots attacked, Marisat also warned the 4 to keep their spirits up. Maybe the strength of their target this time might be able to fight them, because this mysterious force destroyed the people of Angrusa, a military base of the United Nations. The 4 F-90 drivers listened to the warning from Marisat, and they didn't show a proud and arrogant expression, but there was a look of expectation on each face. Because if they can meet opponents who can fight with them, it will be a great pleasure for them. They don't want to meet those cowardly pirate groups again, and they will surrender before fighting. One of the 4 F-90s is equipped differently. One F-90 is equipped with O, officer type, commander equipment, which has enhanced communication and intelligence analysis functions in order to cooperate with the command and mobilization of frontline commanders. The other 3 F-90s are equipped with R for long-distance reconnaissance. For the sake of safety, there are also 4 air masters with remote equipment. The F-90O, as the captain machine, in addition to directing and mobilizing the other 3 F-90RS, has to report short range to the command room of the Cross Pioneer and the mothership from time to time. 3 F-90RS took remote photography in 3 different directions. The backpacks and hands had huge optical cameras, and the cameras took pictures, and no abnormalities were found. I wanted to dig deeper. Suddenly, F-90O received a distress signal and immediately reported to the superior. AIM is battleship sailing at full speed. Jimmy, are we really going to live long enough to be rescued? Asked a blonde-haired teenage girl to a red-haired boy. Jimmy was silent. In front of them stood a middle-aged uncle with silver hair and a beard, with a serious expression and frowning. It's not just them. In fact, everyone on the battleship is frowning, and some people have fear on their faces. They didn't expect that they managed to escape to a military base in a country, thinking that they could be protected, but they didn't expect that the troops who came after them wiped out that country's military base and local troops. Then, when fleeing, they ran to a colonial satellite, chased and killed their troops, and destroyed the local colonial satellite. They just took advantage of the chaos to escape, and in the process of escaping, the navigator was damaged and the radar failed from time to time. Now they are running around like headless chickens, sending out distress signals, and worrying whether they will be received by the troops chasing and killing them. This is a crew member who looked around with an electronic telescope and found that the troops chasing them were coming. The crew immediately notified the command room. Vickers, a middle-aged man with silver hair and beard, immediately ordered to attack MS, and ordered his subordinates to issue a distress signal. Jimmy and the yellow-haired girl quickly ran to the MS hangar. Originally equipped with 12 MS hangars, the remaining 4 were ready to fly, and the rest were either severely damaged or shot down. The blonde-haired girl saw a brown-haired young man with gloomy eyes and said worriedly, "Salamanda, you are still seriously injured. Leave it to others." Salamanda just snorted coldly, put on his helmet, and entered the cockpit. The yellow-haired girl was still trying to persuade Salamanda, but Jimmy held her and shook her head. The yellow-haired girl looked at Salamanda worriedly, and then walked to her Ms. cockpit. The 4 MS in the hangar are 19 meters tall, and the overall shape is somewhat beetle-like. The 4 MS were called Dojia, and they launched electromagnetic ejection from the bridge immediately. There are 3 Ms. motherships and the troops chasing them. Each Ms. mothership dispatches 10 Ms. The MS is 21 meters high, with a head like a ball, armor like a scorpion shell, a pair of arm armor like pincers, 2 pairs of propellers behind the body, and a tail like a scorpion below the back, with a beam cannon at the end of the tail, named Scorpion Tiger. The attack is transformed into an MA. Note: in order to distinguish later, MS deformed like a fighter is directly called a fighter, and a non-fighter is called a MA, and the mobile fortress is not called MA, but called the mobile fortress. The appearance is as follows: Scorpion. 30 Scorpions rush to the target. The 4 battle armors can only fight and protect the battleship. For Dojia armed with beam cannons aimed at 30 Scorpions. The 30 Scorpions either climbed rapidly or swooped down or spread out left and right, and then continued towards the target. In addition to shooting desperately and trying to stop the target, The four battle armors used the strategy of fighting while retreating to protect the battleship from the Scorpion Tigers bullying the Ms. Mothership. While a scorpion was making a sharp turn in its form, Salamander blocked its path with one shot, and the moment the target was stopped, the left-handed beam gun fired one after another. The Scorpion Tiger, which had been shot several times in a row, immediately turned into a ball of fireworks. Salamander took no joy in shooting down his target, and he sensed several Laritas Ma preparing to attack him. Several cyan beam rays attacked the Dojia, and Salamander acted one step earlier. The Dojia immediately dodges all the beam attacks and can counterattack the moment it dodges and hits the core of a Scorpion Ma with one shot, killing it. It turned into a firework group. The Dojia driven by Jimmy can only dodge desperately. My airframe has been shot. My airframe has been shot. Help, help. Rescue from his companions was received in the cockpit. Jimmy was so anxious that he wanted to go to the rescue, but he was powerless, and he was in danger now, and if he made a mistake, he would pay the price with his life. The wailing sound of his companion before his death made Jimmy feel very hurt in his heart. He fled all the way, many comrades in arms died, and now another comrade in arms died. The yellow-haired girl Amy had the same experience as Jimmy, and she could only dodge desperately, unable to fight back at all. Of the 10 Scorpion Moss that killed their colleagues before, half of them dealt with Mbesa, and the other half chased the MS Mothership. Vickers immediately ordered the shelling. However, the 5 Scorpion Ma dodged the shelling very flexibly, and one of them rushed directly to the bow of the target Ms. Mothership and instantly transformed into a Ms. form. When Vickers and the crew in the bow command room fell into despair, a blue light beam penetrated the body of Ms. Scorpion and turned into a ball of fireworks. Vickers and the others couldn't believe that there was rescue coming, and hope appeared on their faces. Then, several blue light beams shot down all the Scorpions around the Ms. Mothership. The crew in charge of checking the radar in the command room informed that there were 3 unknown MSs. The screen shows 3 F-90s with different equipment, and the skull with the pirate logo is printed on the chest of the armor. Pirates. Vickers and his group were in a state of bewilderment. F-90A, assault type, assault equipment, D and O. There is also an F-90L in the distance, which is responsible for long-range sniping. F-90A and D are responsible for rushing towards the other Scorpions, and F-90O comes to the front of the ship. Captain, the other side requests us to communicate. Vickers agrees to get on the comm. I am the Crusaders, Lieutenant Gu Chaochi. You are the one who sent the distress signal just now. Yes, we sent it, Vickers admitted. Tell me, which faction are you, and where is your country? We are the Martian Circle, the Dion Empire rebels. Mars Circle? Gu Chaochi was a little confused, but immediately sent a remote message to his superiors. Jimmy is under siege at the moment, and is about to be blocked by the Scorpion Horse, and is about to fall into despair. A red beam cannon directly pierced through several Scorpions. Jimmy saw a small MS with a pirate logo on it, holding a beam cannon, and other Scorpions attacked it in different directions, and even swooped down on the F-90A from different directions, using the beam cannon at the tail-like end of the Scorpion to attack. With its excellent maneuverability, the F-90A dodges the enemy's attacks one after another, and then counterattacks with the beam cannon. The speed is really fast, and the flexibility is also very high. This is an excellent MS developed by which country, and the pilot's cooperation is also very good. The F-90A driver gave a high evaluation to the Scorpion. Scorpio Ma can dodge the beam cannon attack of F-90A, and some of them transform into Ms. form. The Scorpion is partly attacking, partly responsible for disturbing the opponent, and partly bullying the opponent. F-90, he uses the Vulcan cannon on both shoulders to attack the bullying Scorpion MS or Ma. Strange, why is their armor so weak? The F-90A driver was very puzzled. A Tiger and Scorpion hit by the Vulcan cannon can be destroyed with just a few shots. An alarm sounded from the cockpit. A Tiger and Scorpion MS rushed to F-90A, trying to cut down F-90A with a beam saber. F-90A blocked the beam saber with a beam saber and destroyed it with the Vulcan cannons on its shoulders. Then another Tiger and Scorpion MS rushed towards F-90A, and as a result, a cyan beam pierced through its body. The F-90A driver found out that it was the Dojia MS who had just been rescued, and the cyan beam just now was the Dojia Mi's mission. The Dojia driven by the yellow-haired girl Rulina lost her legs at this moment, and her mobility was greatly affected. Rue Lina fell into despair, and when the scorpions were about to kill her, countless missiles and grenades bombarded the group of scorpions, killing most of the scorpions in an instant. The few remaining scorpions were suppressed by the F-90D Gatling cannon, and within a short while, the remaining scorpions were directly pierced and turned into fireworks. Rue Lina couldn't believe it. The unknown MS in front of her wiped out most of the scorpions that besieged her in a flash, and then wiped out the rest of the scorpions in a short time. Rue Lina saw the pirate skull pattern on the chest of the machine again, and she was completely confused, thinking, is the pirate MS so powerful? F-90O and the battle armor driven by Salamander teamed up to deal with the Scorpio. Although Gu Chaochi did not have any communication with the partner, he could sense the other party's mental fluctuations. Salamander also didn't expect that he would meet the same kind here. The two of them didn't speak any words. Relying on their telepathy and mutual cooperation, they wiped out all the scorpions within a short while. In addition to the help of Jimmy, F-90A also has F-90L long-range sniper. All the scorpion tigers that were sent out to hunt down Vikras's group were about to be wiped out. When preparing to send another wave of scorpions, suddenly, countless beam cannons attacked them. Of the 3 milliseconds motherships of the chasing troops, 2 were directly bombed, and the others suffered great damage, but still escaped from the battlefield. Vickers watched 5 Ms motherships appear on the screen, all with the flags of the pirate group. Then, 10 F-90s with different equipment surrounded Vickers's group of MS battleships. Captain, the opponent's warship has requested communication from our side. Accept communications. Marisat School appears on the screen. I am the Commander-in-Chief of the Crusaders, Colonel Marisat. Report your affiliation and your military rank. We are from the Martian Circle, the rebel army against the Dion Empire. I am Lieutenant Colonel Vickers, and the captain of this battleship is also their commander. When Marisat received the previous report from his subordinates, he couldn't believe how someone from the Martian Circle came here. The Martian sphere has been disconnected from the entire world for more than 30 years. The Martian sphere has been closed to the outside world for more than 30 years. Marisat remembers that there are 3 countries in the Martian Circle: Dion Empire, Rhynique Kingdom, and Longsog Kingdom. You said that you are against the Dion Empire, but what about the other 2 countries? They were all destroyed by the Dion Empire. It was destroyed. Tell me what happened. Lieutenant Colonel Vickers told the whole thing. It turns out that the Martian Circle has been closed to the outside world for more than 30 years. Because of the peaceful development, the technology of the Huasher Circle has also improved a lot. However, because of the peaceful relationship, the population of the 3 countries increased to 1 billion. When the Martian Circle was first established, the total population was less than 20 million. Population growth also created struggles too. In the past 30 years, it has also been discovered that some human beings have evolved into a special group, possessing extremely strong spiritual power and space-sensing ability, etc., and this kind of human beings are called saints. Marisat interrupted at this time. The saints you mentioned are the same as the new humans we know. So how are the new humans treated? Saints receive superior treatment in the Dion Empire, mainly because their emperor is also a saint. Saints are treated the same as ordinary humans in the Rhynique Kingdom and the Longsog Kingdom. Then what? Emperor Samras III of the Dion Kingdom, in order to attract more saints to immigrate to his country, opened up many privileges for saints. After that, the saints of the other 2 countries are more and more immigrants. To the Kingdom of Dion. Colonel Marisat asked, Lieutenant Colonel, which country are you and your subordinates from? There are both the Rhynique Kingdom and the Longsog Kingdom. I am from the Longsog Kingdom. Okay, what's next? In addition to the saints and ordinary humans in the Dion Empire, they also have a kind of adjustment human made from artificial embryos. Lieutenant Colonel, please interrupt and adjust whether the human beings are those human beings who have better physical fitness, IQ, etc. than ordinary human beings. Yes, special school. May I ask if you also have adjustment staff in your colonial circle? I don't know if there are colonies, But there was once a country in the Earth circle that also created and adjusted people. But this is not the topic we are discussing. You continue to talk about the cause and effect of your Mars. The Dion Empire has superior privileges to the Saints, and also has some higher treatment for the adjustment people. Ordinary humans have no other special treatment. It can be said that the Dion Empire is a superior citizen to the Saints, and the adjustment people, they are the middle class, and ordinary humans are the lower class. Then, the Kingdom of Dion took advantage of the high IQ of the adjusted people to develop the country's technology. People's livelihood, military technology, etc. have all advanced by leaps and bounds. Then 3 years ago, they launched a war against the Kingdom of Rhynique and the Kingdom of Longsog. With their strong military, the Kingdom of Dion suppressed the Kingdom of Rhynek and the Kingdom of Longsog in one breath. Although the Kingdom of Rhynique and the Kingdom of Longsog joined forces, they still could not hold back the Kingdom of Dion with powerful military power. Kingdoms were successively destroyed by Dion Kingdom. Colonel Mary Sate nodded. And then, after the fall of the Rhynek Kingdom and Longsog, many heroes who were unwilling to surrender or submit to the Dion Empire established a resistance organization to overthrow the rule of the Dion Empire and restore the country. Are all the new humans joining the Dion Empire? New humans? Oh, some saints disagreed with the Dion Empire's declaration and joined the resistance organization. Why don't you agree with the Dion Empire's declaration? The declaration of the Dion Kingdom is centered on saints, emphasizing that saints are the highest existence among human beings, and that the future universe will be explored and led by humans, and human beings will be adjusted to assist them, and they will be responsible for researching and assisting saints. Ordinary humans belong to the inferior existence and must serve the saints. It feels a bit like the class layers of ancient feudalism. It's indeed a bit like that. Some saints think that everyone is equal. They can't agree with the declaration of the Dion Empire and join the resistance organization to fight against it. Then why did you escape from the Martian Circle? The main reason for this is to get help from the Colony Circle or the Earth Circle, so we sent our rescue force to ask for help. Is it only your battleship? Actually, there are 2 more ships, but we got separated when we were hunted down. Colonel Marisat nodded, and then said, Okay, I understand. Then you follow us for the time being, and I will hand you over to my companions, and they will make arrangements. Salamanda leaned against the railing with a gloomy face, thinking of some unpleasant things in the past, especially thinking of the woman she loved before being so ruthless to him. Before they ended their relationship, they moved on to another, and in the end they were very ruthless to him, and asked him to use him as a tool man when they had something to do, and threw him away after use. When he was fine, treat him as a transparent person. It is the caller who comes, and the waiver goes. In the Circle of Mars, in order to succeed in the mission, he worked desperately for everyone, including that woman, to block the attack of Dion's army and attract most of the firepower. After the last 3 MS motherships were loaded with propellers, many people began to enter the MS mothership, and they, their close friends and colleagues were still fighting desperately ahead. Finally, when Jimmy was in crisis, he drove his mobile suit and blocked a blow for him, causing great damage to the mobile suit, and the explosion of the instruments in the cockpit seriously injured him. His companions finally rescued him from the driving city. He was seriously injured and saw the woman he loved at that time. He looked at the seriously injured him from afar with indifferent eyes, and then turned around and took her new lover's arm into the MS mothership. Before he was seriously injured and unconscious, he was rescued by his companions and entered another MS mothership. It's been 2 months since this happened. Jimmy and Ruelina looked at Salamanda's gloomy face, and they knew what was going on. As his best friend and comrade in arms, they all felt extremely distressed. Especially Ruelina, who had a crush on Salamanda, felt extremely colic in her heart. Salamanda thought, from today onwards, I will never let you take advantage of me again. What happens to you in the future has nothing to do with me. If you have any problems, you can go to your Barbaros to help you solve them. Salamanda clenched his fists tightly, took a deep breath, and let out the stuffy air in his chest. Just as he was about to leave the scene, he was seriously injured and had an abnormal pain in his chest. Salamanda stretched out her hand to cover her chest, and she was lying on the ground unsteadily. Jimmy and Ruelina hurriedly helped Salamanda up. Ruelina asked very worriedly. Salamanda, are you okay? Don't scare me. Charamanda shook her head, endured the pain and smiled, and said, I'm fine, don't worry. With tears in her eyes, Ruelina couldn't help raising her hand and slapped Salamanda on the face. Slap! A slap caused other people around to look sideways. Salamanda covered her face and looked at Ruelina with a puzzled expression. Ruelina panted and cursed with tears in her eyes. Salamanda, are you enough? What do you miss about a woman like that? She hurts you time and time again and treats you like a tool. Use it and throw it away when you're done. Don't you think you're stupid? You ignore those who care about you. But you're so stupid to pay attention to that woman who treats you like grass. Don't you think you're a scumbag? After speaking, she covered her face with tears and ran away. Salamanda thought that he was really stupid, but his heart disease made others worry about him. Jimmy reached out and patted Salamanda on the shoulder and helped Salamanda up. I think you should get out of your heart disease. There are still people in this world who care about you. Don't hurt yourself, let alone let those disappointed and heartbroken for those who cared about you. Salamanda nodded and said, I know, so I decided to let go of everything and start over. Really? That's really great. Let me first congratulate you on getting true love soon. On the other side, on the way to lead Vikras and his party to the base of the 12th Division, the Cross Pioneer team encountered another mobile suit of Vikras's colleague, the MS Mothership. It is a rebel force from Rainik. The two MS Motherships learned that another companion MS Mothership was lost and lost contact. On the other side of the Mother base, Long Fei received the notification from the Crusaders and told Li Jiaming and other high-level officials. No one expected that such a thing would happen in the Mars Circle, which has been closed to the outside world for more than 30 years. In the conference room, Li Jiaming asked Long Fei, Boss, what should we do about this matter? This matter, we temporarily take these people in, and then inform the whole world of this matter. The Crusaders have taken pictures of the battle. As for how the world will deal with it, it depends on them. At this time, a general asked, Boss, if there is a conflict between the Mars Circle and the International, do we want to participate? Why do we want to participate? In fact, it is they who fight them. We continue to develop, Li Jiaming said with some concern. The Kingdom of Dion claims to be a country with special treatment for new humans, and the emperor of the country is also a new human. This will attract international attention, and I am also worried that it will indirectly make the international wary of us, because the boss is also a new human being, and many members of our Tiani mercenary group are also new human beings. The international will definitely be very worried that the Dion Empire will recruit us. Long Fei sneered and said, Hey, I am very disgusted with the declaration of this country. Whether it is a new human, an ordinary human, or an adjusted human, in my opinion, they are all one life, and no one is more noble than the other. Senior, if they really solicit from us, they will refuse directly. Deputy Commander Fix asked, Boss, judging from the current intelligence, the Dion Empire is estimated to have a military strength no less than ours. If they directly target us as the main attack target, what should we do? If they dare, then we don't mind destroying them, and then snatching the entire Martian Circle as our planet. Li Jiaming asked half-jokingly, Boss, don't you want to be the emperor of the Martian Circle? If the Dion Empire dares to really provoke me, I'd be more than happy to let me be the owner of this Circle of Mars. Then aren't we the heroes who founded your country, boss? That's not bad. You will be indispensable for rewards, and so on. Long Fei said jokingly. Tao Xiang behind Long Fei smiled and asked Long Fei, Then, Fei, am I not your queen? Well, then, if you are my queen, you will have to take care of my 3,000 beauties in the harem. Okay, you, dead Long Fei. Dare you want to be the emperor? You want to hug you. There are a bunch of beauties waiting for your favor every day, don't you? Tao Xiang stood up directly and leaned on Long Fei's slap. Long Fei immediately raised his hand to block it and begged for mercy with a smile. Hey, my queen, how dare I? I still want to live a few more years. Tao Xiang laughed and scolded while beating. You still want to live a few more years? I think you died under the peony flower, and being a ghost is also romantic. Everyone in the meeting laughed heartily. No one thought it was true, and everyone just took it as a joke. Just as everyone finished the meeting and was about to leave, A brigadier general just received a piece of news and announced it to everyone. Everyone, the 1st Regiment level fleet of the Army level force under my jurisdiction happened to be on the way back to the mother base after escorting the mission and encountered another MS mothership of the Martian Sphere Rebel Army, which was from the Kingdom of Longsak. The MS mothership, they were also hunted down by the Dion Imperial Army. The distress signal sent was at the edge of the colony in District 6. It happened to be received by our side. After our troops were rescued, they also sent it to us at this moment report. After the brigadier general finished speaking, he looked at Commander-in-Chief Li Jiaming and Long Fei. Li Jiaming didn't answer anything, but asked Long Fei for instructions. How do you deal with this matter? Ask clearly first. After the investigation is clear, bring them to their destination, and bring the other 2 MS motherships to us by the way. Yes. When leaving the meeting, Long Fei and Tao Xiang went to the cafeteria to eat. Recently your appetite is not very good, and your face is sometimes pale. Have you gone to see a doctor properly? Long Fei asked Tao Xiang with concern. It's okay. Maybe I've been a little tired recently. Many things can be entrusted to Xiaohe. You don't need to take those jobs on yourself. I just wanted to help you with some more work. Even if you want to help me share the work, you have to take care of your body first. When the 2 came to the cafeteria, Tao Xiang looked at the food on other people's plates. Tao Xiang felt a little uncomfortable, even a little nauseous. Tao Xiang really doesn't understand. She doesn't eat much recently. She feels hungry, but she has no appetite and nausea. Suddenly, Tao Xiang felt that she wanted to eat something sweet, and all the dishes on the dinner plate were desserts and fruits. Long Fei felt very strange. During lunchtime, Tao Xiang never ate dessert, and only ate a small amount of fruit. Long Fei felt that Tao Xiang was sometimes acting weird recently. She only ate a little bit of food, and even a little greasy food made her very sick. After the 2 of them got the food, when they were sitting together to eat, Li Xiuqing happened to be eating steak in front of Long Fei with a plate of steak. Li Xiuqing's steak was medium rare. Tao Xiang, who was originally eating dessert, looked at the steak and felt extremely nauseated, and suddenly couldn't help vomiting. This shocked everyone around. Tao Xiang immediately covered her mouth with her hand and hurried to the wash basin. Long Fei rushed over very worried, watching Tao Xiang retching on the wash basin. Long Fei reached out and patted Tao Xiang's back and asked worriedly, "What's wrong with you? Don't scare me." Li Xiang happened to be having dinner with her companion and saw her sister pale and retching in the wash basin, so she ran over to care about her. "Rika, don't worry, sister is fine." At this time, a female mercenary passed by, and seeing Tao Xiang's appearance, she couldn't help asking, "You must be pregnant, right?" Tao Xiang was dumbfounded. Long Fei looked at Tao Xiang in shock, and Li Xiang stared at her sister with wide eyes. Tao Xiang shook her head. "I don't know." The female mercenary asked Tao Xiang some questions, such as whether her menstruation did not come regularly. She would feel nauseated when she saw some greasy or food. She was usually very hungry, but had no appetite to eat, and she sometimes craved sweet or want to eat sour. To these various questions, Tao Xiang answered one by one. Yes. At first, Tao Xiang thought that her menstruation was irregular, thinking that sometimes her workload was too heavy, which caused her menstruation to be irregular sometimes. Could it be that she is pregnant? I think you are generally sure that you are pregnant, because I was like this when I was pregnant, but I am not 100% sure. It is better to check with a doctor for accuracy. Long Fei took Tao Xiang to check. After a doctor's examination, it was determined that Tao Xiang was pregnant, and she had been pregnant for 3 months. Only then did Long Fei know that Tao Xiang was pregnant, and his woman was pregnant with his child. Long Fei hugged Tao Xiang like a child and cheered like a child that he was going to be a father. "Sister, I'm going to be an aunt too," Li Xiang said to her sister with a smile. Tao Xiang was sure that she was pregnant. She showed a gentle smile and stroked her belly, feeling that there was a life in her belly. Long Fei immediately told the 3 sisters about it. Long Kuei, Long Xin, and Long Wan were very pleasantly surprised when they heard that Tao Xiang was pregnant. They were about to become aunts, and all 3 sisters contacted Tao Xiang at the same time. The 3 sisters can't wait to rush to the mother base immediately. Tao Xiang handed over the phone to Long Fei. "I have something to tell him." Tao Xiang pushed the phone in front of Long Fei. Long Fei looked at the 3 split videos on the screen of the mobile suit. The elder sister and the second sister had serious expressions, while the third sister remained normal. "Sister, what's the matter?" Selenum Nigrum said solemnly. "Don't let Tao Xiang have too many jobs. Let her take good care of the baby. She is pregnant with the child of our Long family. You have to take good care of her. Don't let her get pregnant. The baby in her stomach, but your future heir." Long Xian also said. "That's right. Xiao Fei, you can't let Tao Xiang slip up. It's the crystallization of your love." Long Wen asked, "By the way, Xiao Fei, have you arranged any nanny to take care of Tao Xiang?" "I have already dispatched and arranged some female mercenaries who have given birth. After a round of tests, I will select some female mercenaries who are careful and able to take care of Tao Xiang. And I am going to do another thing." "What's the matter?" The three sisters looked at Long Fei. Sister Tao Xiang looked at Long Fei. Long Fei said, "Tao Xiang is pregnant now. I must give her a title. I must arrange a grand wedding, and let Tao Xiang marry me gracefully." Tao Xiang was very moved when she heard it, and looked at Long Fei with a teary smile. Li Xiang clapped her hands and said, "Okay, I want to see my sister in a beautiful wedding dress." "Good job, brother." The three sisters gave Long Fei a thumbs up. Long Xian said, "Xiao Fei, then I will hand over the work to my deputy first, and I will personally organize your wedding with Tao Xiang. What do you think? As long as it doesn't affect the operation of the company, second sister, you can help me deal with it." Selenum Nigrum asked, "Xiao Fei, when will your wedding be held?" "1 month later. I hope to finish the wedding as soon as possible. I don't want Tao Xiang to follow me with a big belly and no name." "Okay, Xiao Fei." The second sister hastened to deal with the next work and immediately come to the mother base to help you with your wedding. After hanging up the phone, Long Fei asked Tao Xiang to lie down on the hospital bed and rest first. Then immediately asked Xiao He to help him arrange a group of nannies and select those female mercenaries who are careful and know how to take care of pregnant women from among those female mercenaries who have given birth. Then Li Xiuqing, Li Jiaming, Sakiki, and many employees from the mother base all sent congratulations to Long Fei. Then, in his office, Long Fei checked the information sent to him by his subordinates on the members of the Martian Circle and the 3 MS motherships of the rebel army. Not long after Long Fei took it for a look, he almost spit out all the coffee he was drinking in his mouth. The princess on the Ms. mothership of the Longsog Kingdom is called Yo-Yo, and her husband is Barbaros, a general of the former Dion Kingdom, who later defected and joined the Longsog Kingdom. The other Ms. mothership neither represents the Rhinek Kingdom nor the Lonzog Kingdom. The members of the rebel army on this Ms. mothership mainly do not submit to the rule of the Dion Empire, and they also do not submit to the capitalism of the Rhinek Kingdom. Also not subject to the royal power and aristocratic rule of the Longsog Kingdom. Mainly, if the Dion Empire is really overthrown, they only need an autonomous region to live in. This Ms. Mothership Guide has an ace member named Salamanda, the former head of the Knights of the Lonzog Kingdom, who was originally in a relationship with the country's Princess Yo-Yo. After the country was subjugated, when Princess Yo-Yo was under house arrest by the Dion Empire, why did she fall in love with General Barbaros of the Dion Empire? Then Princess Yo-Yo used her ex-lover as a tool, begging softly when she needed it. When it is useless, treat it as a transparent person or throw it away after use. I don't miss the old love at all. Many members of the rebel army in the original Lonsog Kingdom did not understand Princess Yo-Yo's behavior, and even felt that Princess Yo-Yo was not worthy of being their princess. She fell in love with the imperial general so desperately, and that imperial general was still one of the generals who destroyed their country, was the enemy who personally killed their king. The princess not only fell in love with that general, but also married that general. They couldn't accept that the princess could fall in love with the man who killed her father's enemy and the enemy of the subjugated country so much. Many rebels from the original Lonsword Kingdom withdrew from the Lonsword Kingdom camp and joined the independent rebel organization. Seeing this, Long Fei thought to himself, why is it so similar to the plot of a certain dragon legend that I played with my friends when I was young in my previous life? Such a thing happened. Later, when my friend played the game to the end, he directly brought the game card to me. It's smashed. Note: the author once played that game with a friend when he was a child. He didn't understand Japanese when he was a child, but he was very interested in the unique gameplay. Later, After learning the plot and telling the author's friend, the friend directly shared the cassette at that time was taken out and smashed on the ground, stepped on twice, and thrown directly into the trash can. Long Fei would know these things, mainly because his subordinates learned many things from the members of these rebel forces. Originally, Long Fei was not interested in that kind of gossip, feeling a little interested in the game plot and watching it. The more I read it, the feeling of being fed by the game author in my previous life came back. However, Long Fei had a bit of a bad taste, or wanted to complain about the protagonist of the game back then. Looking at the photo of Salamanda, except for the color of his hair, his appearance was very similar to the character in the game back then. Including that Yo-Yo and Barbaros are very similar, Long Fei wants to help that Salamanda. Long Fei then looked at the photo of Princess Yo-Yo and said, "I would feel very disgusted if you let this woman return to the country. If you become nothing, I don't know if you can still love your general? If I help you if your ex-lover is very successful, I wonder if you will beg him to get back together like a licking dog." Long Fei showed a very playful smile and said to himself, "I really don't know if this is my bad taste, or I really want to feel wronged for the protagonist of the game back then, and then let the plot in front of me be told in the future story." Right. If I remember correctly in that game, Barbaros was assassinated and stabbed to death by the angry people of the princess's kingdom in the later plot, and then the princess found the protagonist to get back together. But the protagonist was read by the general for the sake of being a comrade in arms. After rejecting her righteously with the principle that a friend's wife cannot be bullied, the princess turned around and married a nobleman, and then asked the protagonist to continue to be her knight leader. The behavior and attitude of the princess, after being disappointed, resigned from all positions, took his flying dragon to travel around, and finally became a depraved alcoholic in a dirty street. Then, Long Fei looked at Rue Lina's photo and said, "But at least this guy is much luckier than the protagonist of the game. At least he also met a woman who cares about him and loves him." Long Fei put these documents on the table, twisted his neck, and then gave some instructions to his subordinates, so that the three Ms. motherships of the rebel army came to the mother base at the same time. About 7 days later, Long Xian prepared for his younger brother's wedding at his mother's base. The three Ms. motherships in the Martian Circle arrived at the mother base under the leadership of the battleships of the Tianyi mercenaries. Holding the arm of General Barbaros, Princess Yo-Yo looked at the mother base of the Tianyi mercenary group. "Honey, this base, battleship, and equipment are very advanced." The somewhat dull Barbaros nodded and said, "Indeed, it seems that the technology is stronger than that of the Dian Empire. It seems that the technology of the colonial circle must be very powerful, and the restoration of the country is hopeful. Well, after the restoration of the country, I will be the queen of the Longsog Kingdom, and you will be my husband, the husband of the Longsog Kingdom." Yo-Yo's words made some of the guards beside him clench their fists secretly. Their hearts flashed with anger and displeasure, and they watched Barbaros gnash their teeth. They felt wronged by the leader of the Salamanda Knights who left that year. The three rebel Ms. motherships, under the instructions of the staff, berthed at the arranged port location. 3 rebel Ms. motherships, with main characters disembarking. Representing the original Rhynique country is a middle-aged male Major General Manros. Vickers represents the independent resistance. Princess Yo-Yo and Barbaros represent the original Lonzog Kingdom. Several representatives followed the Tianyi mercenaries with part of their personnel. Vickers, Manros, and Barbaros observed all the way, and they were very surprised. The equipment in this mother base is very intelligent and automatic. Especially Barbaros, the former rebel general of the Dian Empire, felt this deeply. The equipment in the central base of the Dian Empire was not that intelligent. There are many intelligent machines that are responsible for many tasks, and then there are the equipment on weapons and military technology. They are even better than the Dian Empire in many aspects, especially when they met MS with a pair of antennas earlier. The performance displayed made them very amazed. I am afraid that only the special MS, the ace driver of the Dian Empire, can stand up to it. The morale of the mercenaries here is very high, with a strong fighting spirit, and even a strong psychological quality. Barbaros found some weapons such as the outer armor of the Spartan battle suit and the combat capabilities of many outer armors. The Dian Empire is still developing and testing. Several representatives of the rebel army looked at the equipment and various weapons of the entire Tianyi mercenary regiment's mother base, and all had an illusion. They thought that after a mercenary regiment had such powerful technology and equipment, they thought that the colonial country's technology will definitely be more advanced. Vickers and the others followed the Tianyi mercenaries to a VIP room. They saw a young man in a black windbreaker suit sitting on the sofa with one hand on his chin, his eyes closed. In front of the young man stood two generals, male and female, wearing general costumes. There are also many Tianyi mercenaries in Spartan uniforms standing around. After the Tianyi mercenaries brought him here, they first saluted the young man sitting on the sofa. Boss, Commander-in-Chief, Deputy Commander-in-Chief, General AICC, Brigadier General, you have already arrived. The Tianyi mercenaries withdrew up. Vickers and the others also introduced themselves to Long Fei and the others. Long Fei opened his eyes and said, "Tell me, what is your purpose for escaping from Mars?" Yu opened the mouth first and said, "It is for the restoration of the country." "Hey!" Long Fei sneered. Li Jiaming and the others all laughed secretly. Everyone in Yo-Yo frowned, not understanding that Long Fei sneered. "You said you want to restore the country. What do you use to restore the country?" "Of course it is to ask for help from all countries, and to tell about the ambitions of the Dian Empire." Yo-Yo replied. Li Jiaming and the others looked at each other, and from the expressions on each other, they seemed to have heard the funniest joke. "You said you want to restore the country. What do you use to restore the country? Could it be that if you ask other countries for help, they will come to help you? Don't be stupid. Your Martian circle has been closed to the country for more than 30 years. Who will care about you again? The country is willing to help you, and they want you to pay a corresponding price. We know this, and of course we will pay corresponding benefits to our allies who help our country." "What help? Is there anything we want in the Martian sphere?" Yo-Yo turned to look at her husband, and Barbaros took out some lists. AICC reached out to take it and handed it to Long Fei. Looking at the list, Long Fei frowned, but then sneered again. "Can you agree on what's on the list?" "What do you mean?" Barbaros asked, frowning. "What you say about these things doesn't matter, what the Dian Empire says. If you are all captured and handed over to the Dian Empire, they will probably be happy to agree to give us the things on the list." Barbaros and his group were very nervous, and Manhwa said, "You want to capture us and send us to the Dian Empire?" The surrounding entourage was ready to draw their guns. The surrounding Tianyi mercenaries had already aimed their guns at them. Long Fei slowly raised his hand and said, "Don't worry, I'm not that boring. What's the problem with your Mars circle? I'm too lazy to take care of you. I will temporarily take you in for a few days. I will inform the whole world about your affairs, and then you can go and ask Grandpa to tell you. Grandma, go ask for international assistance. It depends on your own good luck. It has nothing to do with me." Only then did Barbaros and his group feel relieved. At this time, Yu said to Long Fei, "Chairman Long Fei, we want to hire your Tianyi mercenary group to defeat the Dian Empire. Once our country is restored, we will try our best to meet your requirements with everything on the list." "Hey, don't you understand people's language? I have no interest in your restoration of the country. I'm sorry for your employment. I refuse. We don't know the details of the Dian Empire. It is impossible for us to accept it. An intelligence job that none of us knew about." Li Jiaming said to Long Fei, "Boss, instead of accepting their entrustment, it is better to arrest them all and hand them over to the Dian Empire. We will not lose anything, and we can even earn a lot of benefits. Wouldn't it be fun to do it?" Yo-Yo and his group became nervous again. Long Fei looked at Yo-Yo and his group and said, "You all heard what my commander-in-chief said. Just like what the commander-in-chief said, in order to take your order, I might as well arrest you directly. Wouldn't it be more direct? I got a huge amount of benefits, so I advise you to give up your thoughts. If I continue to talk about it, I might change my mind and arrest you directly." Yu bowed and said to Long Fei, "We were the ones who were abrupt. Please don't blame Chairman Long Fei." "Thank you, Chairman Long Fei, for your hospitality. We will not bother Chairman Long Fei." When Yo-Yo and his group were about to leave the scene, "That Vickers, can you stay a little longer? I have something I want to discuss with you." Yo-Yo and his group looked at Vickers and his group. Vickers and his group frowned, and Vickers asked Long Fei, "I wonder what Chairman Long Fei wants to discuss with me." Long Fei didn't answer, but directly made a gesture, and the surrounding Tianyi mercenaries directly invited the others out, leaving only Vickers and his group. Watch others leave. Chairman Long Fei, what do you mean? What exactly do you want to keep us here? Lieutenant Colonel Vickers, don't be surprised. I have no malicious intentions. I know from the information that you belong to an independent rebel organization, neither representing the Rhinek Kingdom nor the Longsog Kingdom. So I really want to know, if you overthrow the Dion Empire, will those two countries give you a piece of land and allow you to govern yourself? Vickers and the others were silent. From the information I got, the rebels representing these two countries often use you as gunmen or leave you to flee from the scene from time to time, and even get the least resources from you. When you finally fled together, they completely regardless of the life and death of the people in their own country. You finally let the people board your Ms. mothership to escape the Martian Circle. Such companions, do you still want to fight together? Vickers and the others remained silent. Fix said to Vickers, if I were you, it would be better to go it alone with my own troops than to be the same companions as the pig teammates of these two rebel organizations. AICC made up the knife and said, why do you need enemies when you have this teammate? The faces of Vickers and his party were also very ugly, because what the few people in front of them said was also a lot of grievances they had endured in their hearts. Vickers said, even if we escape, is there a place for us in the vast universe? We still have to go back to the Martian Circle. Li Jiaming said, if we take you in, we can give you a place to stay. The premise is that you either join our mercenary group or transform meteorites around our mother base. We can give you a job to let you have a stable life. Vickers and his party were a little shaken, because this might be their shelter instead of an autonomous zone that could only be imagined in the Martian Circle. Long Fei went on to say, you ran to a country in a panic. That country is called the Anglo-Saxon Democratic People's Republic, which is one of the superpowers in the colonial area. Vickers and his party stared at Long Fei and his group with wide eyes. They couldn't believe it. Long Fei snapped his fingers, and a Tianyi mercenary took out a tablet and projected a three-dimensional map of the colonial country. Under AICC's explanation, Vickers and his group really couldn't believe that the colony's superpower was so weak. But if what Long Fei said is true, the technology in the colonial circle is actually not very good, and it is not as good as the Dion Empire. Long Fei said, if you want to believe what I said, you probably will find it difficult to believe it. How about this? I'll let you use our internet hall, which allows you to look up information on the colonial areas and the Earth sphere over the years. Do you want to join us? Whether we continue to fight with your two pig teammates, it's up to you to decide. Vickers asked, I want to know why Chairman Long Fei wants to help us. Well, just take it as the fact that I feel sorry for you after reading your intelligence information, and just take it as my sudden compassion and want to take you in. But my suggestion is that you should decide as soon as possible. Well, as time goes by, I will suddenly change my mind, and I will not agree if you want to join us at that time, so you can continue to fight with your pig teammates. Chairman Long Fei, give us a day or two, and we will give you an answer. Okay, but don't tell your pig teammates about this matter. Okay. In February 119, the first year of the universe, the official website of the Tianyi Mercenary Corps announced that they took in the troops from the original Rhinek Kingdom and the original Longsog Kingdom, who escaped from the Mars Circle, and declared that they were the rebel army of the Dion Empire. The Empire of Dion has unified the Martian sphere, and the United Nations of the Anglo-Saxon Democratic People's Republic has been attacked. The destroyed colonial satellites and military bases are the hunting troops sent by the Empire of Dion. The goal is to wipe out the remaining rebels. The announcement of this incident shocked the entire world. The Tianyi Mercenary Corps even photographed the warships and mobile suits of the rebel army, and even announced their voyage log. In order to dispel some people's doubts, the leaders of the rebel army appeared on the screen. Leaders of many major countries in the world have contacted the Tianyi Mercenary Corps mother base in order to confirm the authenticity of the matter. The Tianyi Mercenary Group even stated that the matter is true. They will directly send people to the International Conference Building. The International Conference Building will be rotated to a superpower every 5 years, and the International Conference Building is the #1 colonial satellite of the Wanluo Federation. Vickers and his party received news from the International over the past 10 years from the internet, in one day. I can't believe that there have been wars in the world from time to time for more than 10 years. What's more, the so-called superpower in the world is only a little bit stronger than the Rhynique Kingdom and the Longsog Kingdom in terms of technology. What shocked them even more was that the Tianyi group possessed technology that surpassed the entire world and was slightly stronger than the Dian Empire in many respects. And what made them even more unbelievable was that the Tianyi mercenary group had directly turned a superpower in the Earth's circle into a weak country a few years ago, and even became their subsidiary. In the entire world, only the Tianyi mercenary group can defeat the Dian Empire. Afterwards, Vickers and his group discussed with all the members of the Ms. Mothership, and all members decided to stay in the Tianyi mercenary group. All the people of the Ms. Mothership did not want to continue wandering or walking around, and all wanted to stay in the mother base. There is still a safe place to stay here, no need to drift anymore, let alone worry about the Dian Imperial Army. Today, Long Fei took Taoxiang to the meteorite ecological zone, mountains, forests, and water shows, for a walk to see the scenery. The wedding of the two will be held in about 20 days. Taoxiang's appetite is much better than before after the recipe given by the doctor, and her complexion is much better than before. The interior of this building has been transformed into a mountain forest waterfall, a beautiful lake and river, and a quiet leisure flower forest. Long Fei brought Taoxiang here to relax. Originally, the world of the two was very happy. But there was a dispute not far away, which affected the two people's world of the two and swept away their cheerful mood. The two walked over to have a look. It was discovered that Princess Yo-Yo was arguing with Ruolina, and Salamanda was mainly standing behind Ruolina alone. Princess Yo-Yo, please stay away from Salamanda in the future. Don't always use him as a tool. You want someone to help you. Just ask your husband for help. Don't you like to praise you in front of others' husband? Do you praise your husband for being better than Salamanda? Then you can ask your husband to help you. Why do you need to find Salamanda? Facts have proved that Salamanda is better than your useless husband. Many people around gradually came to watch. Princess Yo-Yo didn't take Ruolina's words seriously and said to Salamanda in a gentle tone, Mr. Salamanda, I know I've been hated by you, but you are still my important person. Even if it's only now, please lend me your strength. Salamander clenched his fists. Ruolina scolded, You are really disgusting. Now that you need Salamanda, you should beg him in a gentle tone. If there is nothing else, just throw him as garbage. When you escaped from the Martian circle, Salamanda, when was seriously injured, you didn't even say a word of concern, and watched with cold eyes that the seriously injured Salamanda was rescued by other companions and boarded another Ms. Mothership. Don't think we didn't see it. Mr. Salamanda, no matter what, don't you miss the old love? Anyway, we used to have a love. Not to mention that Ruolina couldn't stand it anymore. People who knew the whole thing couldn't stand it anymore, and the guards brought by Yo-Yo couldn't stand it anymore. Even Long Fei couldn't help but curse. What a shameless woman. Taoxiang next to him looked at Long Fei suspiciously. Long Fei patted the back of Taoxiang's hand and said, I'll show you the whole information later, and you'll know. Originally, Salamanda didn't want to talk to Yo-Yo, but what Yo-Yo said just now cut his line of reason. Salamanda directly yelled at Yo-Yo. Enough is enough. When you were under house arrest, I and other companions tried our best to rescue you. But you fell in love with a general who destroyed our country. Especially that general is still your father killer and enemy. Have you ever thought about everyone's feelings? You only think about your love and your happiness. As for me, I am like a dog that you call and wave. Go, call me Saramandajun when it is useful, and treat me as a transparent person when it is useless. Now you are looking for me again, and you are not trying to use me. What you just said really disgusts me. What you are thinking about is that you have never thought about other people's feelings, especially me. You just said that you want me to read it based on the love of the year, and then you hurt me again and again. Have you ever thought about the love of the year? Listening to Salamanda's roar, Yo-Yo didn't care at all and said instead, Salamanda, how can you say such things to me like this? Have you forgotten that you were once a knight of the Longsog Kingdom and swore an oath? To restore the country. Rejuvenation? For whom is the restoration of the country? I gave everything for you for the blood of His Majesty, but what I got was your ruthless return. Yo-Yo walked up to Salamanda and hugged Salamanda. Mr. Salamanda, please lend me your strength once again. Please let me go. Salamander said indifferently. Ruelina pulled Yo-Yo away and scolded. Please be a bit ashamed to be a human being. At this moment, Long Fei couldn't stand it anymore, and said directly. I said, Princess Yo-Yo, even if you want to poach my employees, you have to get the consent of the boss. Yo-Yo was a little surprised when she heard that, and looked at Long Fei. All the people around greeted Long Fei. Hello, boss. Among them were Ruelina and Salamander. Yu frowned and looked at Long Fei, and said, Chairman Long Fei, when did you bring my people into your company? I am not recruiting those from your Ms. Mothership, but those who belong to the Independent Resistance Organization. Also, you are not welcome here. Leave quickly. No, it is the people who take you quickly. Leave me immediately, Mother Base, because if you give me one more look at this woman, my eyes will be dirty. Chairman Long Fei, no matter how I say it, I am still the princess of a country. No matter how I say it, I should show some respect. As a result, Long Fei walked up to Yo-Yo, directly raised his hand, and slapped Yo-Yo heavily on the face. Snapped. Ah! Yo-Yo screamed and fell to the ground. Stop! When the guard was about to him, the Tiani mercenary pointed his rifle at him and warned him not to take a step forward. Everyone at the scene was dumbfounded. Long Fei stepped on Yo-Yo's chest and said, Princess of a country? You are just a princess of a subjugated country. You used to be a phoenix. Now, you are just a phoenix with hair. There is a saying called a desolate phoenix is not as good as a chicken. Yo-Yo glared at Long Fei angrily. Long Fei looked at the woman stepped on by him with a sneer. Long Fei let go of his feet and then made a gesture. There were Tiani mercenaries around, and they directly carried Yo-Yo away from the scene, and the guards hurriedly followed. Salamander left the scene. Ruelina quickly followed. Tao Xiang walked to Long Fei Mountain, stretched out her hand to pinch Long Fei's waist, and asked reproachfully, Why did you hit the woman? Long Fei took out his phone, clicked on the information, and showed it to Tao Xiang. Tao Xiang looked at the information, and the more she looked down, the deeper her brows frowned. Tao Xiang returned the phone to Long Fei, couldn't help but rolled her eyes and said, I never thought there would be such an over-the-top woman in this world, and she's such a itch. I really don't know what's wrong with her. That woman is suffering from Stockholm Syndrome. At this moment, Tao Xiang complained to Long Fei. Fei, you should have told me about this earlier. I absolutely support that woman. You can kick her a few more times. If I have the chance, I will definitely kick a few more times. Fei, I suddenly want to eat something sweet. Good. Long Fei takes Tao Xiang to a local restaurant. Seeing that Salamander was drinking heavily, Ruelina was very worried, and then persuaded Salamander, reaching out and grabbing Salamander's hand. Stop drinking. Leave me alone. Salamander yelled and threw Ruelina angrily. Ruelina was thrown backwards, just behind Long Fei, who caught her. Tao Xiang frowned. Long Fei couldn't stand it. You, take care of the lady boss. Ruelina said, Okay, boss. Long Fei walked behind Salamander. Long Fei directly grabbed the back of Salamander's head and slammed it on the table directly in his face. Bump. The sound of smashing the table made everyone around look here. Long Fei pressed Salamander's head and scolded. What wronged you? What hurt you? Take your anger out on those who hurt you, and on those who care about you. What a man. Salamander struggled to get up, but Long Fei still pressed her head on the table. Let me tell you, no one will pity you when you look like this. That woman hurt you so much and caused your heart disease, so you have to face him bravely. If you have been depressed and depraved like this, let that woman see. She won't pity you, but will point at you and laugh at you. It's a good thing I didn't choose you back then. Look at you. It seems that my choice was right. You will be laughed at by her like this. Salamander listened to Long Fei speak out about his heart disease and wanted to struggle, but became powerless. At this time, Long Fei grabbed Salamander's collar, grabbed him up, and said, If you don't want to be seen by that woman like I just said, then cheer me up, and then hold your head up high for me. If you want to take revenge on the woman who hurt you, besides you must live happily. The best revenge is that you must be successful, so successful that she will beg you like a dog. Let her. She regretted her decision back then, making her regret everything she did to you, and then feng shui took turns, letting her feel your pain back, then is the greatest revenge for her. After Long Fei finished speaking, he threw Salamander directly on the ground. Salamander fell silent. then began to cry and hit the ground with his fists raised. Then Long Fei turned around and waved to Ruolina. "Boss, do you have any orders? Take care of your man. I don't want a depraved, alcoholic employee." After finishing speaking, Long Fei took Tao Xiang's hand and wanted to leave the scene. Tao Xiang pulled Long Fei and said, "You forgot my dessert." "I forgot." Long Fei stretched out his hand and patted his forehead. Then, Long Fei sat on a seat with Tao Xiang, and Tao Xiang ordered some desserts. Soon, strawberry cake, fruit salad, jelly, puffs, etc. were placed on the table. Long Fei watched Tao Xiang eating desserts one by one. "Don't overeat. It will hurt your body and make your fetus gas." Tao Xiang rolled her eyes and said, "It's not that I want to eat. It's that the little baby in my stomach wants to eat." Long Fei smiled after hearing this and stretched out his hand to touch Tao Xiang's stomach. Long Fei could sense the life in Tao Xiang's stomach. Salamanda came to Long Fei's side, wrapping her hands in gauze. Long Fei looked at Salamanda. Salamanda asked Long Fei, "Can I ask the boss a question?" "Can." "I would like to ask the boss, did you ever encounter someone with a higher status than you bullying you?" "Have." "Then what happened to them afterwards?" "Later, I took revenge and was trampled under my feet like a dog." Salamanda clenched her fists and asked, "Then can I act like a boss?" "Yes, but the premise is that you have to work hard and live up to expectations. If you can really make me look up to you, I will be more than happy to give you a hand." "I really want to know why you want to help me, boss. Why did you persuade me to cheer up like that just now?" "Well, it's mainly because of the information I received from my subordinates that let me know the whole story. In the final analysis, that woman named Princess Yo-Yo, I think she is very displeasing because I just want to beat her up." Feeling. Long Fei also said in his heart, "The main thing is that Yo-Yo is exactly the same as Yo-Yo, the heroine of the game Legend of Dragon that I played when I was young in my previous life. When I was young in my previous life, I wanted to play Yo-Yo of Legend of Dragon." Note: this article the author feels the same way. That's the reason. Salamanda looked at Long Fei with disbelief. "There is another reason. It's just my bad taste. I just want to see if you can live up to it, and then give you a hand, and then see if that Yo-Yo will lick you like a dog in the end. I am looking forward to that." Feng Shui turns the plot. Salamanda frowned, took a deep breath, and said, "Boss, can I join your mercenary group?" "Okay now." "Yes now." Long Fei raised his hand and made a gesture. A Tiani mercenary around was about to take away Salamanda. Ruolina also rushed over and asked to join the Tiani mercenary group. Long Fei agreed. The Tiani mercenaries left with the two of them. "Why are you so bad?" Tao Xiang said to Long Fei while eating puffs. Looking at the snacks on the table, Long Fei was being wiped out by Tao Xiang bit by bit. "Just think of me as a bad joke. And besides, you've read the materials. Don't you think that woman is too much?" "It's really too much. Even I, a woman, can't stand it. This woman doesn't love Salamanda at all. She's just using that man's love for her to do things for her. If you don't love that man, don't hurt him." Long Fei then gave Tao Xiang some more information. Tao Xiang frowned and said, "Why wasn't her man killed by her subordinates or people? Sooner or later." The phone rang. Tao Xiang pushed the phone back to Long Fei. Long Fei opened it and said, "There is a good show to watch." "What fun. It's the husband of the woman you just mentioned." "Then I'd like to take a look." Tao Xiang happened to finish off the last piece of puff on the table. Transform Meteorite, Shelter, Number 1. Barbaros was lying in a pool of blood at the moment, and the people around him looked at Barbaros indifferently. Barbaros' whole body was twitching, and his eyes gradually collapsed. Barbaros originally came to comfort the people instead of his wife Yo-Yo, but when he came to a middle-aged man, the middle-aged man drew a knife and stabbed him in the heart. At the moment when the heart was stabbed, the guards beside him hurriedly pulled away, but no one expected that there would be other civilians pulling out knives or some sharp objects and rushing directly to Barbaros and stabbing him. The waiting guards at the side couldn't stop them at all, and of course some of the guards didn't stop them at all, and some guards even let the murdering people go. When Yo-Yo rushed over, her husband had already turned into a cold corpse, and Yo-Yo, who lay on her husband's corpse and wept bitterly, got up and cried and blamed the people who assassinated her husband. "He is the enemy of our country. He is one of the enemies who destroy our country," Yu retorted. "But he has already joined us. He became a member of the rebel army for us, and he wants to restore the country with us. He doesn't deserve it. The king died at his hands. He is also your enemy who killed your father. Why do you fall in love with your enemy? You are not worthy to be our princess. That's right, he deserves to die. As an enemy of the Longsog kingdom, everyone will be punished. The person who killed the king, no matter who it is, we, as the people of the Longsog kingdom, will avenge the king. We will escape an embarrassment. It's all his fault. A man like you is not worthy to be a king's daughter. The former king has a daughter like you, which is really an insult to His Majesty the late king. The surrounding people scolded Princess Yo-Yo, and many waiting guards around her agreed with her face. Yo-Yo cried and hated the people who assassinated her husband. Listening to those people who scolded her, Yo-Yo really wanted to kill these people. She was a dignified princess. These people had no right to criticize her. Just when she ordered to kill the people who assassinated her husband, a shout came from afar, "Stop!" Long Fei brought Tao Xiang and a Tianyi mercenary team to the scene. With tears in his eyes and hatred in his eyes, Yu said to Long Fei, "Chairman Long Fei, this is our country's affairs. Please don't interfere. I don't care if this is a matter of your country or not. It happened in my territory, and we must deal with it. I have the final say here." The Tianyi mercenaries took the murderous civilians of the Longsog kingdom away from the guards and put them in handcuffs. Princess Yo-Yo asked Long Fei to sentence these murderous civilians to death. Long Fei sneered and said, "It's up to me to decide whether to sentence you to death or not. It's not your turn to make irresponsible remarks to me." Looking at Barbaro's body, Long Fei said to Princess Yo-Yo, "I'll give you 48 hours to deal with your husband's funeral. After 48 hours, your troops and the troops of the Reincarnation Kingdom will leave my home base. I will arrange for troops to take you to Wanluo Federation." After speaking, Long Fei left the scene with Tao Xiang. Tao Xiang glanced at Barbaro's body, followed Long Fei, and said, "Now that she is dead, my husband feels sorry for her. Her current experience is caused by herself, and she is not worthy of pity. If you think she is pitiful, it is caused by her hatred." Tao Xiang turned her head to look at Yo-Yo's pitiful expression, then thought of those materials, shook her head, and felt that it was indeed what Long Fei said. She deserved what she deserved. When Long Fei was working, Tao Xiang basically didn't have much work, except for dealing with some reports and instructions from the troops that Long Fei handed over to her, and occasionally listening to some gossip or chatting with the mercenary team who took care of her. Suddenly, a nanny and mercenary came to the living room and told Tao Xiang and her colleagues about Princess Yo-Yo. After hearing this, Tao Xiang couldn't help scolding H. It happened that Long Fei came back to accompany Tao Xiang after finishing his business, and Tao Xiang told Long Fei what he heard about Princess Yo-Yo. It turned out that Princess Yo-Yo's husband called her old lover Salamander to ask for a reunion when his body was still cold less than 12 hours after his death. Long Fei said directly. Salamander directly rejected her with righteous words. Tao Xiang was surprised. "How do you know? Did you hear this news long ago?" "From the information I have, with Salamander's upright character. Even though he hated Barbaros for robbing his woman and killing his beloved king, no matter how you say it, he was a former comrade in arms who insisted on being a friend's wife. Based on the principle of bullying, it is absolutely impossible to get back together with that woman. But that woman will throw herself into another man's arms later on." "Why do you think that woman would do that?" Long Fei thought in his heart. "Because this woman has exactly the same character as the heroine of the game when I was a child in my previous life." But Long Fei said, When I fell in love with Barbaros back then, I just threw off my old lover, and then made a vow to my new lover. But in the end, within 12 hours after the death of my new lover, I wanted to get back together with my old lover. A woman is so ruthless. Do you think she has any real feelings? Looks like not. If this fellow Salamander can live up to his expectations, I can give him a hand. And the more I look at that woman named Yo-Yo, the more I dislike her. It's better for this woman not to return to the country. When he is nothing, I see who wants her. At that time, I hope that this woman will climb on this guy like Salamander like a dog. What I hope even more is that Salamander will return to her twice the damage she suffered in the past. This picture will definitely make people it's very cool to watch. Why are you so bad? Tao Xiang scolded with a smile. Men are not bad. Women don't love. If I am not bad, how can I make you fall in love with me? Tao Xiang directly gave Long Fei a supercilious look. As Long Fei said, shortly after Salamander refused, Yo-Yo approached another young earl to be her husband, and then approached Salamander and asked him to be the head of her knights. Yo-Yo's behavior made Salamander feel very shocked. He didn't expect the woman he loved so much to be so ruthless. Not long after Barbaros died, he asked him to get back together, but he refused, so he found another person. The two motherships of the Reincarnation Kingdom and the Longsog Kingdom left the mother base accompanied by several warships. The women behind Long Fei, Marisat, Sister Joya, and Rebecca, were all whispering, and the object of discussion was that Princess Yo-Yo, who felt that this woman was such a bastard, that her husband died within a day or two at that time. She chose another man to be her husband. Long Fei shook his head when he heard it, and happened to see Salamander clenched his fist not far away. Long Fei knew that if he didn't go and say a few words, maybe this guy had a heart disease just like the protagonist of that game. Long Fei walked behind Salamander and patted his shoulder. After Salamander found out that it was Long Fei, he said to Long Fei, "Hi, boss. Why do you care about that woman? If you really care about that woman, you have to face your heart disease bravely. As I said, you must succeed. I promise you that woman will fail, and she will come to beg you. But the prerequisite is that you must have a successful side. Then she will come to beg you. As for whether you want to revenge or forgive, it is up to you." "Yes, boss. One more thing. Don't let down a girl whose eyes are all about you." After Long Fei finished speaking, he pointed his chin at Ruelina, who was not far behind Salamander. Salamander turned around and saw Ruelina, and then Long Fei said to him, "Don't let a girl whose heart is full of you feel sad." When Long Fei finished speaking and turned to leave, he turned to Salamander after walking a few steps and said, "I once knew a man who had the same experience as you, but you are much luckier than him. At least you still have someone who really cares about you. Your man, while he always carries his heart disease in a dirty street, becoming a depraved alcoholic." The two motherships of the Reincarnation Kingdom and the Longsog Kingdom entered the territory of the Wanluo Federation and were led by the troops of the Wanluo Federation to the capital to colonize the satellite. Yo-Yo and his group have never been able to receive outside information until they entered the territory of the Wanluo Federation, and they got the network device provided by the Wanluo Federation to go online. Check out what's been going on throughout the past decade. It was only then that Yo-Yo realized that the international technology was actually not that good, and it was only then that she realized that the Tianyi mother base earlier was a remarkable group. It has a technology group that surpasses the world. Only then did Yo-Yo realize that she had missed the nobleman. Yu turned her head to look at her newly married husband. She simply married the wrong person. She should choose Long Fei. Only this man has the ability to restore the country for her, and he scolded himself secretly. Why did he look so badly at this man? Now there are two things that have attracted the attention of the entire world. The first thing is Long Fei's big wedding next month, and the second thing is the Martian Circle. Leaders of many countries sent congratulations to Long Fei. In the International Conference Building, Yo-Yo and Manros explained the current state of the Dion Empire in the Mars Circle, which has unified the Mars Circle, and explained the ambitions of the current ruler of Mars, Emperor Samras III of Dion Empire, and his Saint Humanism. The Saint Humanism has aroused the attention of the leaders of various countries. The Saint human beings explained by Yo-Yo and Manros are exactly the same as the new human beings that Long Fei said at that time. At the moment, leaders of all countries in the world have a sense of fear of holy humanism. They are now a little worried that if a war is really launched in the Martian Circle, what they worry most is not to attack them, but to recruit Long Fei. Because Long Fei is a member of the holy human beings mentioned in the Martian Circle, if Long Fei stands here in the Martian Circle, the consequences will be disastrous. The mother base was lively today. The mercenaries at the scene all put on military uniforms, and the non-mercenaries wore beautiful clothes. Because today is March 20th, 119, the first year of the universe, Long Fei's wedding will be broadcast live on the official websites of the Tianyi Group's companies. In addition to the representatives of the leaders of many countries, the invited people, Aina, the saint of the Uya Cross country, was not only invited, but also invited to be the notary and host of the wedding. Tao Xiang is 4 months pregnant, and her belly is a little swollen, but she can't stop her beautiful appearance as the heroine today. That snow-white wedding dress sets off her beautiful face. Long Fei was wearing a black and white dress. The 3 sisters of Solanum Nigrum and Aunt Long Huiwan are responsible for entertaining the distinguished guests. Long Fei and Tao Xiang walked to the red carpet hand in hand, followed by the best man and bridesmaid. On the left and right sides of the red carpet are Tianyi mercenaries in military ceremonial uniforms, with their rifles tilted at 45 degrees. There are many drones scattered flowers above, and the flowers and leaves flutter on the ground. The guests and the presidents of Tianyi Group were all sitting on the hand-carved benches on the left and right sides. Solanum Nigrum held the photos of her parents facing forward, as if she hoped that her parents could witness the marriage of her son. The Saint Aina is wearing a black and white dress. The Uyghur cross-country culture, on behalf of the host, congratulates the couple to grow old together. Saint Aina sent blessings and vows to the two. Long Fei, are you willing to marry Tao Xiang? I would. Tao Xiang, are you willing to marry Long Fei? I would. Okay. I solemnly announce that Long Fei and Tao Xiang are married. The newlyweds will exchange wedding rings that symbolize loyalty. Long Fei and Tao Xiang put wedding rings on each other. The two kissed in front of everyone. There was warm applause at the scene. Then, Saint Aina handed over the flower basket to Long Fei and his wife. Come on, the bride and groom throw the flower basket to the groomsmen and bridesmaids, hoping to give birth to a new couple. The couple threw flower baskets to the groomsmen and bridesmaids. It turned out that Zhouya caught the flower basket. Sister, it's your turn next year. I haven't have a match yet. There was a roar of laughter at the scene. Then, the announcement began. Cordelia was wearing a black dress, drinking alone, and felt a twinge of pain in her heart when she was not the bride of Long Fei, who was infatuated with her. Cordelia looked at Tao Xiang's happy smile and felt extremely jealous in her heart. She really hoped that today's heroine was her. Cordelia also knew that she was just pretending to be sentimental, because Long Fei never took a fancy to her from the beginning to the end. Long Fei saw his 3 older sisters at the banquet, and many people invited them to dance together. These people who sent invitations to dance with his sisters had a purpose, and from his information, he learned that many people were pursuing his sisters. Of course, Long Fei was clear about the purpose of these people. But Long Fei also knew that his 3 older sisters were not foolish. The couple, Long Fei and Tao Xiang, danced together in the center of the stage at the banquet. Their couple is the protagonist of today, and also the protagonist of the entire world tonight. Their big wedding today is also a live broadcast program watched by many people in the entire world. Long Fei's loving eyes and Tao Xiang's happy smiling face filled the scene with everyone's eyes and the audience on the screen. After the dance, both of them couldn't help but kiss each other. Saint Aina praised the love between the two as if it bloomed in the whole universe. The wedding banquet lasted until 10 o'clock in the evening. Long Fei and Tao Xiang spend a month on their honeymoon. This month, in addition to paying attention to Long Fei's movements, other countries in the world are also paying attention to the Martian Circle. Some countries also sent some reconnaissance troops to conduct reconnaissance on the Martian Circle. Unexpectedly, many reconnaissance troops were discovered by the patrol troops in the Martian Circle. The patrol troops did not give any warning and directly attacked the reconnaissance troops. When the reconnaissance forces of some countries saw that the reconnaissance forces of other countries were under attack, they did not provide any assistance, but fled the scene immediately. Because the misperformance of the patrol force of the Dion Empire in the Martian Circle is slightly better than that of the Magic Wind MS and the Fierce Eagle MS. This has attracted great attention from the entire world, and the MS used for patrols alone have such powerful performance. Using the information previously given by the Rhinek Kingdom and the Lanzog Kingdom, the United States of Angrus Democracy distributed the afterimages of the marginal military bases and colonial satellites attacked by the Mars Sphere forces to the leaders of the powerful countries. Later to watch. According to the analysis by important military experts, the troops attacking the Dion Kingdom of the United States of Anglo-Saman peoples, in terms of the performance of the Scorpion MS, are stronger than the MS of the patrolling troops and slightly better than the Apollo MS. The leaders of various countries compared the Tianyi mercenary group with the Dian Empire and assessed that the technology of the two sides were comparable. Emperor Samras III of the Dian Empire was originally a new human. Sacred human and new human were originally the same species, and the International Conference decided to call it a new human. And the leader of Tianyi group was also a new human. Among the people from the Reincarnation kingdom and the Longsog kingdom, there are also a small number of new humans, and from these new humans, it is known that there are many new humans in the Tianyi mercenary group. This made the leaders of those powerful countries in the world extremely worried. They didn't know what Long Fei was thinking in his heart, and they didn't know whether Long Fei's thoughts would be the same as Samras III. Princess Yo-Yo is also lobbying the international powers to stop the kingdom of Dian and defeat his ambitions. Otherwise, the universe will never have peace. Many powerful countries in the world feel uneasy about the Dian Empire, but they also covet their technology very much, just like the Tianyi group. What is the attitude of the Dian Empire? They really can't figure it out. If the other party has no intention of dealing with their entire world at all, and if they want to engage in diplomatic relations with them, then the reason for the war they launched can't sit still. Although the United Nations of the Angra misunderstand. And even if the Dian Empire did it on purpose, as long as they don't admit that it's a misunderstanding and are willing to make some compensation, it's impossible for these big countries in the world to attack the Dian Empire. No matter how you say about a powerful technological and military power, none of these major countries in the world are willing to provoke it. Even if they join forces, everyone is still harboring ulterior motives, and no one is willing to be the first bird, because whoever hits the striker first will die first. Countries around the world are only observing the current movements of the Dian Empire. Then some leaders of major powers suggested that it is better to organize a diplomatic team to send a diplomatic signal to the Dian Empire to see what actions the other party takes, and then they will decide how to deal with it. Leaders of all countries felt that this proposal was feasible. At this time, the Kingdom of Reincarnation and the Kingdom of Longsog are regarded as subjugated countries in the international circle, and Yo-Yo and his party are regarded as governments in exile. The International Conference decided to use them as political protection. Princess Yo-Yo really didn't expect the nations of the world to be so timid, which disappointed her greatly. On April 20th, 119, the first year of the universe, Long Fei and Tao Xiang returned to their mother base after their honeymoon. Long Fei helped Tao Xiang, who was 5 months pregnant, get off the boat, and Li Xiang greeted her sister in person. Li Xiang looked at her sister's growing belly and asked, "Sister, has it been 5 months?" "Well, it's been 5 months." Tao Xiang answered with a smile. "Sister, have you decided on your nephew's name? Ask your brother-in-law." Li Xiang looked at Long Fei and asked, "Brother-in-law, have you decided on your nephew's name?" "I've already thought about it." Tao Xiang looked at Long Fei in surprise and asked, "You have already thought of the child's name. What name should you choose?" "The male is called Long Quan, and the female is called Long Guofu." "Brother-in-law, why did you choose such a name?" Li Xiang asked childishly. Tao Xiang was also very curious about why her husband wanted to name the child. "The main reason is that your sister and I went back to our hometown during our honeymoon. Your sister and I came to a temple fair to pray for blessings. When we were shaking the lottery, we rolled out a lottery with the word Quan. This was later explained to the fortune teller. At that time, the child was born very healthy, so I decided to choose the word Suan as his name." "What about the daughter?" the sisters asked in unison. "The daughter's name is Guofu." Tao Xiang asked, "Why did you choose such a name?" "Well, isn't it just that you recently, especially when you were on your honeymoon, you have to eat jelly and puffs for dessert every day or even every meal, and you will be unhappy if you don't eat them, so I decided to get this puff for my daughter." Li Xiang joked, "Maybe the little nephew in my sister's belly has always wanted to eat jelly and puffs." "That's right. So I decided that if it was a daughter, I would name it like this, in memory of your sister's craving for jelly and puffs during her pregnancy." "Brother-in-law, how can you be sure that my sister gave birth to a daughter? What if it was a son?" "If it is a son, I will tell him in the future." After Long Fei finished speaking, he helped Tao Xiang. Since human beings went into space, it has been medically proven that women try not to live in a gravity-free environment during pregnancy, which may cause some sequelae during the birth of the child, and may even cause miscarriage. During her pregnancy, Tao Xiang spent most of her time walking around in a gravity environment. During her honeymoon, the warships on which she was on all turned on the gravity system. She was worried that it would affect the fetus and cause Tao Xiang to miscarry. Long Fei was researching some new technologies in his own laboratory. When Long Fei was conducting research in the laboratory, there were only two people who could come in and out freely without reporting. One is Tao Xiang, and the other is Li Xiuqing. Li Xiuqing entered the research room and said something to Long Fei. Hearing the sound of the door opening, Long Fei knew it was Li Xiuqing without guessing. He was studying something, turned his back to Li Xiuqing and asked, "Xiuqing, what do you want from me?" It's like this. After observation, the independent rebel army from Mars and the ordinary people who stayed from the MS mothership of the Longsog Kingdom have been observed. Their princess was disappointed. Well, is there any result of the investigation? In addition to being the ace driver of MS, Li Xiuqing also has another position, which is the leader of the secret investigation team. Except for Long Fei and his wife, no one else in this secret investigation team knew about it. However, Long Fei gave Li Xiuqing great power, allowing him to act completely freely, and he was responsible for all investigation results. As Long Fei's best friend for many years, Li Xiuqing also knew that the secret investigation team was not the only one. He estimated that his old friend also had a bunch of secret teams that he didn't know about. But Li Xiuqing didn't care, because he felt his conscience. He was worthy of Long Fei. Even if Long Fei doubted him, he would never harm him, because he did not do anything wrong to him. First of all, let's talk about the people left behind in the Longsog Kingdom. They generally joined factories to work as ordinary employees. They were independent rebels. Except for those ordinary people who also worked in those factories as ordinary employees. Those who belong to the army has a good fighting ability. Li Xiuqing went on to say, there is a new human called Salamanda. This new human is very good. He joined the Dire Hounds team a few weeks ago. Not only is he better than ordinary new human drivers in operating MS, but he is even very good at it. Command ability. This guy used to be the head of the Knights of the Longsog Kingdom, so it's not surprising that he also has good commanding skills. In addition to making a lot of contributions to the mission, Salamanda fought against the red and blue troops. He defeated more than 3 times the number of troops with a small number of troops, and achieved the greatest victory with very little loss. Long Fei stopped his research work, turned to look at Li Xiuqing. So powerful. What is his current rank? Captain. It feels like we've been outdone. It is true that after some simulated military push tests, many commanders are not his opponents. Now the commander-in-chief is discussing with others whether to let him join the command. Anything else? It's still the person named Salamanda. This person not only has high strength and individual combat ability, it is not an exaggeration to say that he is outstanding. What is surprising is that he can compete with Teacher Dongfang in terms of fighting ability. Back and forth. Long Fei was shocked. A back and forth? So powerful. Yes, but he still lost to Teacher Dongfang. But this also shocked many of us, because he fought Teacher Dongfang several times. Did he let him operate the cockpit with somatosensory? Yes, the test results are second only to Teacher Dongfang in terms of physical fitness. Long Fei stroked his chin and thought, Old Fei, don't you want to make a Gundam similar to Teacher Dongfang for him? It can be considered, but I need to know what kind of fighting he is good at. Boxing. Long Fei thought in his heart. Extreme Gundam is indeed mainly about boxing. Long Fei then asked Li Xiuqing, has Salamander tested other Gundams? Nothing now. Arrange and let him test other Gundams. Good. Anything else? There's nothing else going on at the moment. Li Xiuqing quit the research room. Long Fei continued to study his things. At about the same time, a diplomatic team composed of various countries in the world received a response from the Dion Empire after sending a signal of diplomatic requests to the Mars Circle. After the Dion Empire received diplomatic signals from various countries in the world, the response it gave was, "What's the matter?" The diplomatic teams of various countries in the world have requested diplomatic contact from the Kingdom of Dion. Response signal from Dion Empire. Yes, provided we follow our instructions, and we will send troops to meet you. The Wanluo Federation, the United States of Angris Sodomocracy, the Garth Empire, the Hanxia Empire, and the Russian Soviet Republic all sent their diplomatic teams to the Martian Circle for exchanges. The governments in exile of the Rhynique Kingdom and the Longzog Kingdom protested to them, but these countries directly ignored the protests of these two countries. The diplomatic representative teams of these 5 countries went to the Mars Circle together, but it will take some time to get to Mars, and it will take some time for the International to get the attitude of the Dian Empire. On the other side, Dongfang Wudi asked Long Fei for one thing in Long Fei's office. That is, Dongfang Wudi picked up his uncle and cousin. Dongfang Wudi was worried that Long Fei would refuse, and even said that his uncle's martial arts is very high. Half of his martial arts was taught by his uncle, and his younger sister also has good martial arts skills. No problem, teacher Dongfang, but I just want to ask, what are the names of your uncle and cousin? Uncle Master is called Haogawei. Long Fei spit out the coffee, choking on his throat. Cough, cough, cough. Boss, are you okay? Dongfang Wudi wanted to go over and pat the boss on the back. Long Fei raised his hand. It's okay, it's okay. Then what's the name of your cousin? Long Fei drank the last sip of coffee on the cup. Her name is Chuanli. Oh, cough, cough. Long Fei choked again. Are you all right, boss? Long Fei raised his hand. It's okay, it's okay. There's nothing wrong with your senior uncle and that cousin. You can just tell the commander-in-chief. Just say what I mean. Thank you, boss. Then I will go to work first. Well, go ahead. Hey, wait a minute. What's your master's name? My master is called Steel Fist. Long Fei was stunned. Boss, what's wrong with you? Dongfang Wudi felt very strange. Why the boss kept losing his composure today. After Long Fei came back to his senses, he said, It's okay. You can go and do your work. Long Fei watched Dongfang Wudi walk out of the office, wiped the coffee on the table with a rag, and thought, wouldn't it be better to just change the name of Dongfang Wudi to Long? It's not good to have the same name as the protagonist of Street Fighter, is it? The master is called Gangquan, the uncle is Haogawei, and the younger sister is Chuanli. I don't know if he has a younger brother named Ken. Long Fei felt very strange. Why in the past few months, he had encountered the names of the characters in the games he played in his previous life when he was a child. Somewhere, the red and blue armies are fighting, and the opponent of the battle simulation is an abandoned colonial satellite. The task is to compete for the colonial satellite. Salamander drives the Gundam TR-6 Heathersley 2. Salamander was transferred to the TR series as a test driver to represent the Blue Army, and Heathersley 2 is an advanced Woodwater, which is a plain Woodward special development type. After Woodward's head, chest, backpack, wrist, waist, and feet are equipped with high-speed combat strengthening parts. The body has a high-speed combat form. Heathersley 2 is a Woodwater development type between the variable frames of the waist and chest, and a set of independent variable frames is placed. The frame of the upper and lower body is connected by this variable frame, and can be separated by the separation of variable frames. The body is the top fighter, and the bottom fighter, to fight. Heathersley 2 went to the destination for the top fighter and the bottom fighter in a split state, a piece of ruins. After arriving at the destination, rejoin Heathersley 2. Heathersley 2 uses bunkers to hide and conduct long-range reconnaissance. Salamander discovered several patrol teams of the Red Army's 4 Jegun mobile suits. Salamander uses a new type of superconducting communication, superquantum, to inform the rear troops. Soon, 8 Jegun mobile suits painted in black, armed with long-range energy sniper rifles, were lurking in different positions. This mobile suit team was under the command of Salamander. The body pulls the trigger, and the barrel of the long-range energy sniper rifle does not emit energy, but pure light. The MS driver who was locked on to snipe was told that he had been shot down the moment the light hit the MS, and the other MS drivers immediately reacted and took action when they received that their colleagues had been shot down. But then he also learned in the cockpit that he was also shot down, and a white flag would pop up from the shoulder of the killed Jegun MS to show that he was shot down. After Salamander finished her task, she drove Heathersley 2 and continued on. With Salamander's superb driving ability, Heathersley 2 easily shuttled through the ruins. After passing through the ruins, Salamander conducted remote observation of the distant colonial satellite. Some of the Red and Blue armies have already fought against each other, and the MS troops of the two sides have fought. Salamander commanded his team and hid to obey his command. Salamander used the long-range sniper rifle in Heathersley II's hand to lock on to a frigate far away in the red and press the button. A white flag popped up from the bow of the sniped frigate, followed by a white flag from the bow of the second and third frigates. The red side learned that the battleship that had been sniped, but not the sniper, knew the direction of the sniper light. In addition to avoiding it, it also sent a MS team to outflank it. Salamander looked at the MS team that was about to outflank him, and Salamander didn't care at all and continued to snipe. Because his black Jigong MS team sniped from his instructions to the MS team that was about to outflank. Those MS teams that were about to outflank, the white flags on the shoulders of the MS squads were raised one after another. With the help of the sniping from the blue team, the morale of the blue team rose and began to suppress the red team. But soon the warships of the Red Army were also attacked. It was 2 Delta Pluses that attacked the red battleship in the form of fighter planes, and the blue team's MS team, which was responsible for protecting the battleship, immediately faced it. The 2 Delta Pluses used their excellent maneuverability to shuttle among the enemy's warships, making it impossible for the MS squad of the enemies to lock on, and could only pursue them. Even Murasame's fighter form still can't keep up with Delta Plus fighter form. Salamander saw the current state of the blue team's colleagues, and saw that most of the MS teams outflanking him were eliminated. The MS close to him were eliminated by Heathersley II with the shoulder beam cannon. Seeing that the Red Fleet is preparing to retreat, Salamander ordered the Black Jigong team to snipe the Red warship and MS troops, and went to help the Blue warship by himself. Heathersley II uses its high-speed combat ability to quickly rush to the target, locks on the flight path of a Delta Plus fighter, and conducts sniping from the flight path. A sniper shot hit the target, and the Delta Plus driver who was hit by the sniper did not know that he was hit by the opponent. It seemed that the opponent knew his next move, and he was killed without even warning the signal. The body bounced. The white flag can only admit to being eliminated. After the other Delta Plus received notification from the Red Fleet that they had successfully retreated, the Delta Plus quickly left the battlefield immediately. Salamander watched the other Delta Plus retreat, thinking that he would let Ku Mo chase after him. Then he and the Black Jigong squad led by him received a notice from their superiors and obeyed the command of the blue battleship force they were currently in. Salamander and his MIS troops are resupplying in a MIS mothership. Salamander held a meeting with the commander of the blue force he was in. The next task for Salamander and his troops is to sneak into the abandoned colonial satellite at the destination and carry out some special missions. According to intelligence, the red side had sent troops into the abandoned colonial satellite earlier. The troops also prepared color-changing camouflage cloaks for Salamander's troops, so that they would not be so easily detected by the enemy when they sneaked into combat. Heathersley II and Black Jigong squad begin their mission. The whole team sneaked into the abandoned colonial satellite. The team lurks in the mountainous area, and the camouflage cloak makes the whole machine blend into the environment. Salamander asked his subordinates to stay on standby, walked out of the cockpit, and looked at the spiritual Spartan uniform he was wearing. The spiritual Spartan battle uniform can be connected with the spiritual connection system of the Sekimus system, mainly because new humans wear the spiritual Spartan battle suit and are set to have a Sekimus system body. Contact can be made within a range of 5 kilometers, and the body can be remotely controlled by the driver's mental power. The body can act according to the driver's mental power and can also automatically operate according to the driver's mental power. Next to the mountain area is an abandoned city. Salamander decided to go into the abandoned city alone to carry out some detailed investigations, and ordered his subordinates to conduct long-distance investigations locally, wearing a heat-resistant and light-sensitive camouflage cloak on his body. Then Salamander entered the abandoned city and looked at the local environment. The equipment and means of transportation were very outdated. According to intelligence, the abandoned colonial satellite has been abandoned for more than 30 years. Salamander was lying on the balcony of a building, using a telescope to investigate. It was found that there were ground drone combat vehicles on several streets for investigation and scanning of the surrounding environment. Then a drone appeared above. In addition to scanning, it also used red lines to scan the red lines of the balconies of each building. Damn it! Salamander stood up immediately, entered the intersection of the balcony, and avoided the drone's red line to sweep the net. Once the red line of the drone sweeps the net, if Salamander continues to lie on the spot, once the red line sweeps the net, there may not be a red line refraction at the location of Salamander. Then the drone immediately senses that there is an enemy. Salamander hid in the building, avoiding the red line sweep. Salamander thought to himself, I didn't expect that some of the marching arrangements of the Tianyi mercenary group are very similar to the Dian Empire, but not as experienced as the Dian Empire. Salamander then sneaked into another building by taking advantage of some gaps in the red team's drone, and then looked at the opposite street from the windows on the first floor above the building, one of which was an underground subway station. Salamander watched the environment below from above, checking when the red team walked back and forth and how to sneak into the subway station. After observing for a while, Salamander began to act. After crossing several obstacles, she safely entered the underground subway station. Salamander saw that he could reach the destination so safely and estimated that it would not take long for the red team to enter the colonial satellite. In the subway station, Salamander found that there was a channel map in the subway station. After observing for a while, Salamander decided to choose a place to move forward. He estimated that the red square would be roughly in this place. Captain, the quantum communication seems to have been disturbed, and there are some problems with your connection. The drone released some interferon. I am in an underground subway station. Our communication will be interfered to some extent. In addition, we are so far away and we don't have a quantum communication station. We only rely on our own. The quantum device must be in contact and will be more or less affected by the interferon from the red side. If I lose contact for more than 2 hours, then you can act on your own. Understood, Captain. Salamander thought. If it is not randomly selected, the weapons and equipment obtained by the red team are slightly lower than ours, which will not seriously affect our communication. If it is the same level of equipment, with their reaction, if it is a quantum communication device, it is estimated that I will not be able to communicate with my colleagues now. Salamander also found the red team's patrol team in the subway station, and there were also those small drones in the subway station for investigation. In order to attract the attention of the other party, Salamander picked up a brick and smashed it into a subway, and there was a sound of glass. The small drones and patrol teams rushed over following the sound. Seeing the other party's attention being attracted, Salamander immediately ran away from behind them without making a sound. With the cloak on his body in the darkness of the local environment, the patrol troops could not detect him. Even if the helmets of the patrol troops had light and thermal scanning functions, they still could not find him. Salamander gets some intel from their conversation. Later, Salamander used his scanning function and found that some members of the patrol team were using the stealth function. His equipment is one level higher than that of the opponent. It is difficult for the opponent to find him, but he can easily detect the opponent. Salamander walked to a passage and found 2 invisible patrolmen standing there. Salamander also knew that if he swaggered past, the other party would definitely find him. Salamander took out the energy pistol on his waist and pulled the trigger once on the left and right sides. The helmet screens covered by the 2 stealth patrols show that they have been killed. The 2 patrols didn't know when they were killed and where the attack came from. The 2 patrol soldiers could only show up and then hung white cloths on their shoulders. Salamander proceeded to his destination, destroying several drones and taking out several patrols along the way. After walking out of the subway station, Salamander immediately hid in a private house because a ground unmanned combat vehicle was heading in his direction. After crossing several houses, Salamander found a temporary base built by the Red Party on the roof of a house, some of their temporary supply stations. Salamander used the telescopic function of the covered helmet to observe, and took out 2 invisible drones slightly smaller than the palm of his hand from his waist. These 2 stealth drones do not need to be controlled, and can be controlled remotely by the new human's mental power. The effective control can reach a distance of 2 kilometers, and the invisible drone will not make a sound when flying, so it can avoid the sound wave detector. Salamander used his spiritual power to control the stealth drone. In the infiltrated target base, he discovered the defense of the target base and their facilities from the cameras of the 2 stealth drones. After observing the 2 bases, the stealth drone was recalled. In addition to sneaking in, Salamander installed some explosives in the built base in each temporary tent, and then took away part of the explosives. Then remote control, press the button. All members of the temporary base received the notification of being killed. This made the red side in the colonial satellite realize that the blue side's troops had sneaked in. The red team decided to conduct a carpet search in the colonial satellite. At this moment, Salamander came to a more important base for the red side. A psychic Gundam Mk2 was seen leaving the scene. There are red MS troops here for birthing, maintenance, and so on. After Salamander gave a series of instructions to his subordinates, he began his own infiltration operation. The red MS team in the colonial satellite was sniped while conducting a carpet search. One after another, a white flag popped out from the shoulders of Jiegong or Murasame. The red team immediately asked the companions outside the abandoned colonial satellite for support. Salamander had just left from the infiltrated base. Then, as the MS at the base rose, Salamander pressed the button. Many MS rose and fell, and the driver was all confused at first, not knowing where he was attacked. It wasn't until the report came out that they realized that they were killed in the cockpit, and the pilots found the explosives in the cockpit. It appears that someone from the blue team sneaked in and planted a bomb in their cockpit. Salamander's troops have notified the blue troops in the distance. The rear of the red team outside the abandoned colonial satellite was attacked by the blue team. Prevent red troops from sending support into the derelict colony. Captain, the mental power is as high as Mk2, and the report shows that our side cannot penetrate the I-field generator. I see. I will deal with the huge Gundam. You deal with the other mobile suits. If you are found, run away immediately, and others will help cover it. Received. X8. Salamander walked within 5 kilometers from Heathersley 2 and used her mental power to connect with Heathersley 2's Sekimus system. Heathersley 2's eyes were red. He stood up and removed the cloak on his body. The troops on the red side found Heathersley 2, looked at Heathersley 2, and also found the MS position that sniped them. The black Jigun MS driver knew that even if they continued to maintain their camouflage stealth status, the previous sniper light would have exposed their position. All black J just lifted his cloak. Cover my Gundam. 8 black J gangs sniped the red MS, preventing the red MS from hurting Heathersley 2. Mental Power Gundam Mk2 also found Heater's Ray 2 and attacked Heater's Ray 2, and the 3-barreled diffused Mega Beam Cannon on the chest shot towards Heater's Ray 2. Under the mental control of Salamander, Heathersley 2 perfectly dodges. 8 black J-guns sniped to cover Heathersley 2, while avoiding the red team's MS attack, especially the Finger Beam Cannon and Intelligent Beam Reflector with mental power as high as Mk2. 2 black J just eliminated. But at the same time, under the mental control of Salamander, Heathersley 2 came to Salamander without any risk. Salamander immediately entered the cockpit of Heathersley 2. Gundam's eyes changed from red to blue. At this time, another black J-gun MS was eliminated. Salamander immediately instructed the remaining subordinates to deal with other mobile suits and give him the mental power up to Mk2. Heathersley 2's shoulder beam cannon fires towards Mental Force Gundam Mk2. Divine Power Gundam Mk2's I-field generator is turned on, and the data shows that it cannot penetrate. Salamander understands that the only I-field generator capable of penetrating mental power up to Mk2 is the long-range sniper rifle held by Heathersley 2, and the energy must be condensed to the highest level. The driver of Mental Force Gundam Mk2 is also a new human being, using the Intelligent Beam Reflector to reflect back the shoulder beam cannon of Heathersley 2. Damn, Salamander frowned. Heathersley 2 dodges the reflected light, and then dodges the 3-barreled diffused Mega Beam Cannon on the chest of Mental Gundam Mk2. At the moment, Heathersley 2 is only dodging attacks with a mental power as high as Mk2, condensing the energy of the long-range sniper beam gun to the highest level. Heathersley 2 then rushed towards Mental Force Gundam Mk2 to avoid the Intelligent Beam Reflector and the 3 connected diffused Mega Beam Cannon on the chest, and approached Mental Force Gundam Mk2 while dodging. Mental Power Gundam Mk2 then launches a pair of wired-guided beam sabers on its wrists to attack the opponent. Heathersley 2 uses the added heel gears on the feet to slide on the ground to avoid a pair of wired guide beams on the wrists. The energy of the long-range sniper beam gun just condenses to the highest level, and the barrel is aimed at the chest of Mk2 with mental power. Salamander pressed the fire button. The driver of Mental Force Gundam MK2 received a report of damage and immediately detached his head. Salamander didn't give the opponent a chance and rushed to the head of Mental Gundam MK2. Mental Force Gundam MK2 head-firing beam cannon. Heathersley 2 avoided it sideways, drew out the beam saber, and the beam swept away, without any lethality, and hit the head of the mentally powerful MK2. Damn it! The driver of Mental Power Gundam MK2 hit the tablet directly. Salamander then helped his subordinates. At the moment, the remaining 5 black Jigong mobile suits are struggling and are being besieged by enemy mobile suits that are 3 times more than theirs. Among the 5 black Jigong MS that were struggling to support, the addition of Heathersley 2 finally solved the bitter battle of the 5 black Jigong MS. Soon, a blue team invaded the abandoned colonial satellite and was fighting with the red team. Salamander brought his own troops to destroy the red troops in the abandoned colonial satellite. Outside the abandoned colonial satellite, the red and blue sides are also fighting fiercely at the moment. From the current point of view, the defeat of the red team is a matter of time, because the equipment owned by the red team is 1 level lower than that of the blue team. After about an hour, the red troops began to surrender one after another. The size of the troops of the 2 sides is equal, and the blue side wins with a loss of 1 for 5, and the victory evaluation is C. After Saramanda learned that she had won the evaluation of victory, she felt that the Tiani mercenary group was very strict in evaluating the victory of the battle. If he can get such a victory in his former home country this time, at least the evaluation will be A. Salamander returned to his mothership with all his men. When Salamander came out of the cockpit of Heathersley 2, Ruelina came to Salamander with a drink. Salamander, you have worked hard. Thank you. After thanking Salamander, he removed the helmet and drank his drink. Ruelina wiped Salamander's sweat with a towel. Saramanda grabbed Ruelina's hand and said, "Let me do it." She took the towel from Ruelina's hand to wipe off her sweat. The other colleagues who were not far away saw this scene and each secretly laughed. Ruelina held Salamander's hand and said, "Brother Salamander, let's go have dinner together." After speaking, she pulled Salamander. Salamander staggered for a moment while being dragged and said in a somewhat embarrassed way, "Ruelina, don't pull me. I can walk by myself." A colleague who was far away said, "Salamander is really lucky to have such a cute soft girl chasing after him. There is a saying that men chase women across a mountain, and women chase men through a piece of gauze. If it were me, I would definitely love such a soft girl. I think you, a pervert, want to hug the bed to hurt you. TCH, it sounds like you are a gentleman." "Okay, my fair lady, a gentleman is so good. Stop talking, let's go eat too. I'm starving to death." In June 119, the first year of the universe, the diplomatic teams representing the 5 superpowers in the International Circle officially landed in Igusis, the capital of the Dion Empire in the Martian Circle. The diplomatic teams of the 5 major countries followed with a team of reporters from the largest media company in their country and conducted diplomatic interviews with the Dion Kingdom. In outer space, the interviewed diplomatic spacecraft looked at the appearance of the planet Mars and found that Mars already had oceans on the ground, and even green fields appeared in some places. Although the Mars sphere had been disconnected from the world 30 years ago, it was heard more than 30 years ago that the Mars sphere could produce water sources, plant on the ground, and so on. It's just that these senior officials of the diplomatic team really didn't expect that the environment of the Martian Circle has changed so much in just 30 years. And the diplomatic team has also discovered Phobos, the first moon of Mars, as well as an outpost and a communication station built by early humans. Judging from the appearance, it is different from the shape manufactured earlier, and it is estimated that the Martian Circle has been renovated or rebuilt. What shocked the diplomatic team even more was that the Mars Circle also has an orbital elevator station. The difference is that they do not use electromagnetic orbits, but levitation orbits. When it fell to the ground, the gravitational force of Mars was only 1/3 of the gravitational force of the Earth. Unexpectedly, when the diplomatic team stepped on the ground, they found that the gravitational force of the Martian Circle was now the same as that of the Earth. And the air quality here is similar to that of the Earth. The local officials are responsible for explaining that every place where people live has a gravity system that equalizes the gravity of the center of gravity with the Earth, and over the past 10 years of development, the environment of the Martian sphere has become terrestrialized. The diplomatic team includes the media reporter group. From this point, it can be confirmed that the technology of the Mars Circle is higher than that of the world, and they have discovered that the vehicles in the entire environment, such as cars, locomotives, can all be suspended 1 foot above the ground. This surprised the diplomatic team and the reporter team. At present, only the Tianyi Transportation Company of the Tianyi Group in the world has only had suspension cars and suspension locomotives put into the market not long ago. Then I looked at some civilian facilities and equipment, as well as the functions of intelligence and automation. In terms of automation and intelligence, they are not as good as Tianyi Group's technology. In many places, manual labor is also required. In terms of the technology of Dian Empire, compared with Tianyi Group, each has its advantages and disadvantages. Then, after a series of diplomatic ceremonies, the foreign minister of Dian Empire, Sigmund, a red-haired man in his early 30s, with medium height and a little fat, wore a black dress to welcome the international diplomats. Team. Sigmund provided a high-standard reception for these international diplomatic teams coming from afar and prepared high-standard residences for them. The accompanying officials of the diplomatic team all observed what they saw along the way. From the perspective of comprehensive technology, it is indeed higher than the international. And my newly signed media reporter team is also reporting on international diplomatic teams. Then, in a closed-door diplomatic meeting, the two sides had a diplomatic-friendly exchange. Li Russian, Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Han Xia Empire, Ralph Lauren, Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Garth Empire, Dmitry, Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Russian Soviet Republic, Sergei, Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Van Loo Federation, and Wolfgang, Minister of Foreign Affairs of the United Anglo-Saw Democratic Republic. Sigmund said with a smile, "Friends who don't know the international circle and come from afar, why do you want to communicate with your country's diplomacy?" Li Rubin led the way and said, "But I hope that your country, Dian Empire, will join the international circle. We are all in the same solar system. We should establish diplomatic relations and support each other." Sigmund said to Li Rubin, "The Han Xia Empire in your country should have the same system as our own. We are very happy with that." Sergei said, "Although we are in countries with different systems, we can also establish diplomatic relations." Sigmund nodded. "This is for sure. Countries have their own systems and cultures, but with different cultures and systems, diplomatic relations can still be established. There is no problem with that." Wolfgang, Minister of Foreign Affairs of the United Nations of the Anglo-Saxon Democratic Republic, said at this time, "Although our country is also willing to establish diplomatic relations with the Kingdom of Dian, I hope that your country can give an explanation." Sigmund knowingly asked, "I don't know what your excellency said." Wolfgang spoke of what happened at the time with a tone of protest. "I'm really sorry about this matter. My country is chasing and killing a few remnants of subjugation. The chasing troops that happened to be sent out were automated troops. When they were attacked, they mistakenly thought that your country was the remnants of those kingdoms. The automated troops they hired to help I automatically regard your country's troops as enemies, and I am very sorry for hurting your country. If your country establishes diplomatic relations with this country, then your country will be willing to make relative compensation for the losses suffered by your country." The officials of Wolfgang's diplomatic team are calculating at the moment. If they are compensated with some advanced technology from the Dian Empire, the lost military and civilian lives can be ignored from this point of view. Dmitry asked at this time. The leaders of the Rhinek Kingdom and the Longsog Kingdom of the government in exile informed that your country has a new humanism, and it may even become the new human supremacy. New humans? Sigmund suddenly realized. Oh, you are talking about saints, right? There are also saints in the international circle. We are called new humans. For the sake of convenience, let's temporarily call our friends in the international circle new humans. Saint. Oh no, the new human international circle also generally understands the abilities of new humans. The others looked at Li Rubin. According to their country's intelligence agency, the abilities and information of the new humans were said to have been obtained from Long Fei. Sigmund saw something strange. and it is estimated that most countries in the international circle do not understand saints. Lee Rubens said, he has strong mental power, spatial perception ability, and a strong sense of predicting crisis, etc. Sigmund nodded. Yes, new humans have these powerful abilities. Don't friends in the international circle think that new humans are the indicators of the future? In the future, human civilization will be led by new humans. I would like to ask you, what does the Dion Empire think of new humans? The great existence among human beings. Only the new human beings can lead the human civilization to the entire cosmic star sea and open up the boundless human civilization in the vast and boundless universe. Could it be that ordinary humans can't do it? Sergei disapproved and stood up and asked, ordinary human beings cannot perceive the movement of the universe, let alone the position of the boundless universe. It was Ralph Lauren's turn to ask, what about the adjusters you created? Adjustment humans are species that assist new humans and deal with perceived crises for new humans. Dmitri frowned and asked, as far as I know, your country has divided new humans, adjusted humans, and ordinary humans into 3, 6, and 9 classes. Is there any problem? This is just the cultural system of the country, and it doesn't seem to have anything to do with countries in the international circle. None of the foreign ministers of the 5 major countries in the international circle thought that the kingdom would still maintain this class society and system. The modern imperial system has long since abolished the class system, but the Dion Empire still retains the class system. Sigmund saw everyone's expressions and said, everyone, although we have a class system, although the status of ordinary human beings is the lowest, they can climb to the position of high-ranking officials with acquired efforts. There are also many high-ranking officials in this country who are also ordinary people. Human beings are obtained by ability. 1 point depends on talent, and 99 points depend on hard work. Although a new human born in this country has some privileges, if he does not work hard, his status will never rise to a higher level. As long as an ordinary human being is willing to work hard, his status will also rise with his hard work. The diplomatic team in the international circle nodded. Wolfgang smiled apologetically. It seems that we misunderstood your country. Please forgive me. It doesn't matter. It's understandable that everyone may misunderstand each other in an unfamiliar situation. Then there were some talks on both sides. The Kingdom of Dion expressed serious concern about the governments in exile of the Kingdom of Rhynik and the Kingdom of Longsog, which were taken in by the international circle. The Kingdom of Dion initially asked the international circle to hand over the governments in exile of the 2 countries to them, but the international circle refused and advised the Empire of Dion not to kill them all, but to give the other party a way out. Sigmund said, let us give them a way out. It's not impossible. The premise is that you can't give them any assistance. Sergei said, in terms of aid, there are only money and economic aid. In this regard, we have to provide humanitarian assistance. Sigmund thought for a while, nodded and said, humanitarian assistance is acceptable. Lee Rubens said, as far as I know, your country has only recently unified the entire Martian circle, and there are still many people from the original Rhynek Kingdom and Longsog Kingdom who are unwilling to be loyal to your country and are still underground against your country. There is a proposal that can relieve your country's current troubles. Do you have any suggestions? Your country expressed to those underground organizations that rebelled against your original Rhynek Kingdom and Longsog Kingdom that we can arrange a place for them to stay. These underground organizations that originally rebelled against your country only need to come to us to arrange for them. If you live in a place where you live, then your country will not be disturbed by them and affect your country's security. Sigmund raised his brows. The Independent Resistance Organization has basically been wiped out. The remnants of the 2 countries are still making trouble, causing them a lot of trouble, but this proposal can be done once and for all. Isn't it a good idea? Method. Your country's proposal is good, but I cannot decide on this matter. I must ask His Majesty for instructions. We must discuss it for a while. No problem. The foreign ministers of the Wanluo Federation and the United States of Angris Sodomocracy secretly glared at the foreign minister of the non-democratic country. This guy directly disrupted their calculations. Sigmund saw it and said in his heart, it seems that the countries in the so-called international circle also have their own ghosts. Sure enough, The ideology of different systems will always cause distrust between people and even between countries. Well, ordinary humans have this problem, but saints open their hearts to each other and communicate spiritually. Generally, they don't have such problems. In June 119, the first year of the universe, the media reporters brought by the diplomatic team of the International Circle have already sent news. The five great powers and the Kingdom of Dion have friendly meetings and exchanges, and the two parties have open communication channels. The government in exile of the Rhynique Kingdom and the Kingdom of Longsog are now protesting to the international community. The International Circle also appeased the two governments in exile, and the Garth Empire and the Russian Soviet Republic made proposals to the two governments in exile. On the other side, Long Fei is taking a pregnancy test with Tao Xiang. Tao Xiang is 7 months pregnant, and her belly is bigger than other 7-month pregnant women. After B ultrasound examination, it turns out that Tao Xiang is pregnant with twins. Also, the twins are both girls. Husband, you have to choose one more name for your daughter. It's very simple. Just split the original names on both sides. One is called Longhua and the other is called Longfu. It is estimated that one of the twins likes to eat jelly and the other likes to eat puffs. Tao Xiang rolled her eyes at Long Fei. After the examination, Long Fei helped Tao Xiang leave the medical room, and the husband and wife went to eat together. In addition to having jelly and puffs for dessert after every meal, Tao Xiang also has a much bigger appetite than before. In the past, for a hamburger set meal, Tao Xiang could only eat a normal portion at most. Tao Xiang, who is now pregnant, can now eat a 3-layer beef burger, a large portion of French fries, and 2 fried chicken drumsticks, and then can eat another jelly and a puff. Long Fei didn't care at all about his wife's pregnancy. He would satisfy her with whatever she wanted. Tao Xiang's workload is getting less and less. The main reason is that Long Fei doesn't want his wife to work hard and let her raise the baby with peace of mind. Long Fei handed over Tao Xiang's part of the work to Li Xiuqing and handled the other parts by himself, or arranged for his cronies to handle it secretly. Long Fei is currently discussing matters with foreign ministers of several countries in his office. Chairman Long Fei, we are here to discuss something with you, mainly about the re-establishment of the Rhynique Kingdom and the Longsog Kingdom. What does this have to do with me? Ralph Lauren said. It's true that it has nothing to do with Chairman Long Fei. We just came to discuss with you. There are many ruined cities in the land that the United Kingdom gave you as compensation. It is said that many of them are already under reconstruction. Among them, we want to ask if you are willing to set aside 2 pieces of land for the Kingdom of Rhynique and the Kingdom of Longsog to be established. Long Fei narrowed his eyes. Dmitri immediately said, Chairman, don't get me wrong. We just ask you to give them a place to stay. Li Rubin said, these 2 countries still have to pay taxes to you every quarter, and they only have a certain degree of autonomy. Only the self-defense forces, just like the contract that the United States signed with you at that time. What do you think? Long Fei stroked his chin and thought. At present, many ruined cities are under reconstruction, and some are still in ruins. If we divide those ruined cities into 2, these 2 countries are not incapable, and they can still collect taxes every quarter, which is extra income. Long Fei said, it's not impossible to set aside 2 plots of land. Long Fei touched the screen on the desktop, and a 3-dimensional map popped up, drawing on 2 distant places. The corners of Li Rubin and Dimitri's mouths twitched a few times, because the 2 locations that Long Fei pointed out were actually not very rich in land and had no resources, and both belonged to inland land. What's more, these 2 lands still in ruins. Then, Long Fei said with a very painful look, tell those 2 countries that apart from these 2 lands, they must also abide by the rules I set up. If they can accept it, then do so. If they can't, you can arrange for them to find another place as their shelter. We'll discuss it with them, too. The governments in exile of the Rhynique Kingdom and the Longsog Kingdom learned that they could rebuild their country on a piece of land in the Earth's circle. Although they could not return to the Martian circle to rebuild their country, they could still rebuild their country in another place, which is also a form of restoration. But after seeing the local rules and regulations that these international circles have come up with, they feel very hesitant, and even feel that even if they can rebuild the country, they don't have much sovereignty. However, they also understand that they cannot return to the Martian circle to restore their country, and any country in the international circle is unwilling to set aside a piece of land for them. The leaders of the two governments in exile had no choice but to agree, saying that this was their helpless choice. However, they are relieved that the international circle is willing to recognize the legitimate regime of their country and become a member of the international circle. On the other side, after receiving the notice from the international circle, the Kingdom of Dion announced to the underground resistance organization that stopping the resistance would allow them to arrange for the Kingdom of Reincarnation and the Kingdom of Longsog to be re-established in the Earth Circle. In order to convince these underground organizations, the Kingdom of Dion asked the representatives of the 5 major countries in the international circle to come forward to explain, as well as General Manros and Princess Yo-Yo from the Kingdom of Reincarnation and the Kingdom of Longsog to explain. The Kingdom of Dion gave these underground organizations a month to think and decide. If they put down their arms, they could be handed over to diplomatic representatives in the international circle and let them go to the re-established Kingdom of Reincarnation and Kingdom of Longsog. In order to calm down the resistance of these underground organizations, the remnants of the Kingdom of Dion, who still miss the Kingdom of Reincarnation and the Kingdom of Longsog, can also arrange to go there. If it takes more than 1 month, these underground organizations will be regarded as terrorist organizations and wiped out. The Underground Resistance Organization is now requesting an extra month. In addition to discussing with the diplomatic corps of the 5 major countries in the international circle, they also need to know whether the Dion Empire is deceiving them. The Dion Empire agreed to the request of the underground organization and arranged for them to meet and discuss with the diplomatic team of the international circle. After a wave of discussions in the underground organization, some members and survivors of the 2 countries were arranged to go to the Earth Circle. In order to reassure the leadership of the underground organization, the diplomatic team of the Earth Circle even arranged a live broadcast of the whole process. As the live broadcast lasted longer and the progress was longer, coupled with the appeasement of the leaders of their original country, the underground organization also announced the cessation of resistance and disbandment. After the Dion Empire saw the dissolution of the underground organization that had troubled them for a long time, the Dion Empire first established diplomatic relations with the Hanxia Empire. Then the Hanxia Empire will lead the way and propose to allow the Dion Empire to join the international circle. In the international meeting, not many countries opposed the joining of the Dion Empire. The Wanluo Federation and the United Nations of the Angris Democratic Peoples are actually resisting the joining of the Dion Kingdom. Because the Dion Empire was originally an imperial system, and now that this empire has joined, the imperial system has completely suppressed their democratic system. However, the strength of this empire is far superior to them. Voting against them is tantamount to offending them. If there is a conflict, it is estimated that the other 2 empires will be more than happy to make trouble. So no matter how upset you are, you can only cast the same vote. At least you can maintain an attitude of disagreement and establish diplomatic relations with the other party, and maybe you can get some benefits from it. In August of the first year of the universe, 119, the Dion Empire became a member of the international circle and became the head of the 3 representatives of the imperial system. The imperial system has now become the strongest institutional camp in the international circle. On the other side, the Kingdom of Reincarnation and the Kingdom of Longsog, which got the land of founding, are starting to rebuild the ruined city. These 2 countries have also received financial support from the entire international circle, and these 2 countries have also found many companies under the Tianyi Group, mainly as stated in the contract, to carry out the construction of civil facilities and so on. It can be said that Tianyi Group is making a lot of money. Not only do they get money from these international visas for construction projects, but in terms of land, these 2 countries have to pay taxes every season. Princess Yo-Yo is both happy and sad at the moment. The happy thing is that she can rebuild her own country, and the sad thing is that she was wrong. She didn't expect that Long Fei, the chairman of Tianyi Group who had just taken them in for a few days, turn out to be such a powerful and capable man. I never thought that Barbaros, whom I fell in love with, was nothing compared to Long Fei. I checked Long Fei's information at the time, and it turned out that he was also a son of a rich family, but he went out to start a business by himself without relying on his family. Such a huge business empire has been established in a few years. Barbaros is no fart in front of Long Fei. At that time, if I pursued Long Fei, I would no longer be the princess who planned to rebuild the country. This vast land in the Earth's circle belongs to her, and she is the mistress of this vast land. I really have blind eyes. How can I see men so inaccurately? Although I fell in love with Barbaros back then because I was under house arrest and got along with him, I gradually fell in love with this man. I think he is better than Salamanda, so I decided to empathy. In the end, this man was unable to help her restore the country and finally died at the hands of her people. Princess Yo-Yo looked at the documents sent by her subordinates. The people of the original Longsog Kingdom will come to the Earth Circle in half a month, and the residence and work of these people must be arranged. On the other hand, after the Kingdom of Dion joined the International Circle, many countries sent diplomatic ambassadors to negotiate with the Kingdom of Dion to establish diplomatic relations. For countries that come to negotiate the establishment of diplomatic relations, the Kingdom of Dion will always come. Emperor Samras III of the Dion Empire and the ministers observe the entire international circle. Emperor Samras III looks like a young man in his early 30s, but he is actually over 100 years old. He has short red hair, red eyes, bronze skin, a height of over 180 centimeters, and a strong figure, revealing the domineering aura of a king in his eyes. It is found that the international circle is often full of disputes, and wars break out in some places from time to time. Regarding the current situation in the international circle, Samras III believes that there will be such constant disputes, mainly because of the barbarism in the hearts of ordinary human beings. In his heart, Samras III showed great disdain for all countries in the world. However, one person caught the attention of Samras III. A masked and black-robed Mu Liao held a tablet in front of His Majesty's desk. Your Majesty, this is the information about Chairman Long Fei that we have found so far. Well, thank you for your hard work. You can go to other things. Samrath III looked at Long Fei's information and nodded in satisfaction. On the other hand, in the simulated battle between the red and blue sides, it was found in many simulated battles that many had extremely high tactical combat planning capabilities and strategic planning. Among the salamanders, there is a genius with extremely high tactical talent. Some troops under his command in simulated battles can win more with less, and even fight 5 or 5 ways with the opponent under unfavorable circumstances. Gets a lot of B's and A's. Captain Salamanda's rank has risen to lieutenant colonel in just a few months. Salamanda was called to his office by Long Fei at this moment. Salamanda stood in front of Long Fei and saluted. Salamanda reports, I don't know what the boss has ordered. Don't be too rigid, sit down. Thank you, boss. Salamanda sat on the chair in front of him. Long Fei took a document and showed it to Salamanda. Salamanda took it over to check. Salamanda looked at the document. The more he read, his brows raised. He looked up at Long Fei with a look of surprise and asked, Boss, you want me to be the supreme commander of the Black Rabbit Army and be directly responsible to you? Yes, you are one of the troops directly under my umbu. Then Long Fei snapped his fingers. At this time, a man was wearing a black Spartan battle uniform covering his whole body, holding a black uniform with both hands. The epaulets of the uniform were black rabbit heads, and then there was a black rabbit mask made of black metal with red goggles for eyes. Salamanda saw the 2 poles and 4 stars on the collar of the uniform and said in surprise, Boss, I am currently a lieutenant colonel, and the star on the collar is a special school. Yes, I specially promoted you to a special school. Take this uniform. You take it and put it on first, put on your mask, and then come to see me. Yes, boss. Soon after changing his uniform and wearing a mask, Salamanda entered Long Fei's office, and Long Fei instructed him to sit down. Special school. From today onwards, your code name is Black Rabbit. The Black Rabbit force will be managed by you. You can also bring a few of your cronies over to do things for you. Is your job clear? The Black Rabbit mask has a voice changer, and Salamander replied, assassination, sabotage, investigation, kidnapping, handling underground operations. Black Rabbit will lead your troops from today onwards to deal with your targets like of death. Yes, boss. Then Long Fei snapped his fingers again. A woman wearing the uniform of the Black Rabbit Army and a black metal Black Rabbit head mask, eyes with blue goggles, judging from her body shape, She was a woman with a 1 on the collar rod, 2 stars. Hitch, take off your mask. When the female rabbit showed her true face, Salamanda shook her body and said in shock, Rulina. Salamandigo. Long Fei coughed dryly and corrected him. Mother Rabbit, after wearing the mask, you are no longer called Rulina, and the black rabbit wearing the mask is no longer called Saramanda. From today on, you are members of the Black Rabbit Army. An important member, you are Black Rabbit's confidant. It's the boss. Rulina put on her mask. After putting on the mask, her code name can only be called Rabbit. Then, Long Fei took out a document and handed it to the Black Rabbit. The Black Rabbit took it over and took a look, frowned and asked, Boss, this is the identity of your Black Rabbit and the female rabbit. Understood, boss. Well, Black Rabbit and female rabbit, go and get busy with your work now. The Black Rabbit and the female rabbit saluted Long Fei and then left the office. The MSs prepared by Long Fei of the Black Rabbit unit include Karadka and Kirizalu, both of which have Zaka's figure. The former is a MS piloted by ordinary members, and the latter is a MS piloted by captains. TR Series Gundam Heathersley 2, Hazel 2, Hazel Osla, and Woodwater. Some Gundams are composed of Woodwater as the core, handed over to Haidu among the members. The member who has the driving Ms. Ace technology will drive. Note, the TR series has been replaced with new parts and devices under the improvement of Long Fei, and the performance is better than the original. Then, Long Fei looked at the following report documents. Gundam is not currently making new ones, and mainly invests the money for making Gundams into other plants. At present, Gundam is not manufactured, mainly because there are too many Gundams, and the number of trump cards is not as good as the number of Gundams. The plan to add Liberty Gundam etc. was put on hold. In addition, the current ace standard is stricter than before, and it is more difficult to become an ace than before. In the past, to become an ace, as long as you shoot down more than 100 mobile suits regardless of any type, plus 20 ships regardless of any type. Now it needs to be reevaluated. If the shot-down MS is old or older than 30 years, or it is a modified MS for engineering, it will not be recorded in the official list of shot-down. All kinds of warships that are more than 30 years old, as well as warships refitted from engineering or civilian ships, are also not recorded in the official list. And now the official list stipulates that 150 MS must be shot down, and more than 30 warships of different types must be shot down. Salamanda and Ruelina came to a unit whose armbands were a pair of crossed black swords and white shields. The same armbands of Salamanda and Ruelina are a pair of crossed black swords and white shields. Members of the troop all saluted Salamanda. Everyone you have worked hard. Sir, it's not hard. This is the identities of Salamanda and Ruelina on the bright side. Salamanda as the commander of the sword and shield force, and Ruelina as his adjutant. Ruelina is also a lieutenant on the bright side. The work of the sword and shield troops is to investigate the work attitude, performance and action capabilities of the members of each base, as well as inspection reports and so on. Sword and shield troops even have some operational command authority, such as ordering the actions of troops in sub-bases. And it also has the power like the military police. Members below the official level will investigate any misconduct or serious mistakes and serious violations of discipline, and they can be severely punished. Those above the official level will hand over the report to Long Fei for handling. The sword and shield troops are one of Long Fei's direct troops. Long Fei set up the sword and shield troop mainly now that the scale of the Tianyi mercenary corps is getting bigger and bigger, which has also caused the so-called forest to grow, and there are all kinds of birds. The important thing is that there are now some factions and even some school officials. The above members have some secret contacts with the mercenary guild or some colleagues. Some purchasers reported false accounts. For example, the purchase price of a teacup was clearly 3 yuan in colonial currency, but the quoted price was a full 15 yuan, which was 5 times more. This is still a purchase with a company under the Tianyi Group. The purchaser and the purchasee actually secretly negotiated terms and gave each other the green light. If the purchaser is not a company of Tianyi Group, but another enterprise group, the purchase price can be more than 10 times higher. Who doesn't love money? Long Fei also understands his subordinates. It's okay to be greedy for money, but don't eat too much. Originally, Long Fei planned to deal with these guys. If it wasn't for his busy work and many things to deal with recently, and his wife was pregnant again, he would have put most of his energy here. Now, if it weren't for him to discover that Salamanda not only has good military talent and command ability, but even has a hand in investigating things. Perhaps Long Fei has not been able to form a sword and shield force until now. Therefore, the purpose of Long Fei's establishment of the sword and shield troop is to deal a blow to these factions and those bastards. Warn these people not to go too far. There are a total of 50,000 members of the sword and shield force. The main battleships are Lock Hylam and Archangel, supplemented by other types of warships. The body is composed of Hyakashiki Kai and Delta Gundam. R.A. Kylum and Archangel each have 5 ships. The establishment of the sword and shield troops has restrained those factions. Commander-in-Chief Li Jiaming knows a little better than others. His boss has set up a sword and shield troop on the surface and secretly set up another troop. Li Jiaming thinks that he is fairly safe, and he doesn't care if the boss is an army formed secretly. Salamanda's task at the moment is to go to the sub-base to conduct an investigation on the surface. Everyone, extra. Colonel Marchwin died violently in his home last night. No way. Colonel Marchwin has always been in good health. How could he die suddenly? Well, I heard that Colonel Marchman called several beautiful girls to his house to have a carnival. It is said that they died suddenly from overdosing on medicine. If that's the case, then it's true. I heard that Colonel Marchman is quite lecherous. He has not only kept a few women outside, but also called chickens from time to time. No matter how strong your body is, you have to die. It seems that the body has been strengthened and transformed, so don't think that you can be a fierce player on the bed. It's really a hero who fell to death immediately. A few Tianyi mercenaries gathered together, talking in a hurry. Then, another mercenary was talking about another topic. But having said that, the sword and shield troops came to our 3rd branch base to investigate a few days ago. I heard that several school officials were dismissed and a general was taken away. I heard that they are just stealing money. I even heard that they have secretly communicated with some colleagues and mercenary unions, and even sold some of the company's secrets to them. I don't know about the secret dealings. I only heard about their corruption, such as purchasing. I heard that the market price of the originally purchased items was more than 5 times higher than the market price. Corruption and eating money are a bit too much, right? I heard that some school officials just purchased items at a price higher than the market price. It is said that it will not exceed double. I always feel that maybe all of our sub-bases have the boss's eyeliner. It's just that some school officials or generals didn't go too far in eating money for profit. The boss pretended that nothing happened. I heard that in the past year or so since then, more and more school officers and generals have made too much money, so the boss wants to set up a sword and shield force to attack them. But isn't there an investigation department? Why did the boss set up this department? The investigation department doesn't have that much power. Even if it investigates a bunch of things, it has to be handed over to the disciplinary department. After all the procedures are completed, and the disciplinary department may have relations with those people, they might just do it casually. Some fake documents were overwritten, and instead, Sword and Shield directly bypassed these departments and was directly responsible to the boss. Some field officers and officers were demoted. These downgrades are not just giving red envelopes to bribe those rating agencies to get promoted. How can capable people be afraid that they will not be promoted? These people are not qualified to sit in high positions. Now it is a great favor to demote them back to their original positions. Those who received red envelopes from the rating department were all warned and sent. I spit out all the money I received in red envelopes. The Sword and Shield troops heard that they came here just to catch the big and let go of the small. On the other side, Salamanda listened to the report from the Black Rabbit unit with his mobile suit. The voice was a coquettish woman reporting to him that Colonel Marchwin had already been dealt with by them. Died of overdose. Ruelina, who was standing next to Salamanda, was very upset when she heard that delicate voice and squinted at Salamanda. Salamanda felt the ominous and murderous aura covering his back, but Salamanda remained calm and listened to his subordinates' reports. I see, you have worked hard. Humph. Relina snorted, and then handed the tablet to Salamanda, who was sitting on the sofa. Salamanda took the tablet and looked at the report. The two are in an office in the 4th branch base at the moment. Soon, the door of the office opened, and a general, accompanied by 4 members of the Sword and Shield troops, entered the office. Saramanda put the tablet on the table and said to the general, "Commander, take a look at the things on the tablet." The brigadier general, who was sweating coldly, held the tablet from the table with trembling hands. Looking at the content on the tablet screen, Commodore Dorma read more and more. Cold sweat kept streaming down his forehead, and he stretched out his hand to wipe the sweat on his forehead. After the brigadier general read the content, Salamandus said, "Brigadier General, what do you want to say? I hope your excellency can intercede with the boss for me, because I have made many contributions to the Tianyi mercenary group." "Brigadier General, don't be nervous. If you really want to arrest you, instead of letting you sit in front of me and talk to me, I will directly arrest you." The brigadier general, who was frightened and worried, heard Salamanda's words and understood that the boss could let him go. "I don't know what the boss wants to order. Is that money still there? Where is it useful? Some of the money has already been spent on drinking and buying properties, but more than half of the money is put in some of my accounts and villas. Show me the property you bought." The brigadier general handed over all the purchased property information. After checking, Salamanda threw 2 of the property documents in front of the brigadier general and said, "You can keep these 2 properties, and we will announce to the public that the boss gave them to you for your military exploits." "Yes, thank you, boss. Where's the money?" The brigadier handed over all the bank cards, and Ruelina took all the bank cards for investigation and checked all the bank amounts. Then, informed Salamanda of all the amounts. Salamanda took out 2 of the bank cards, pushed them in front of the brigadier general, and said, "These 2 bank cards are the rewards for the brigadier general's military exploits." "Yes. Okay, brigadier general, go get busy and work hard." "Yes." The brigadier general immediately got up and saluted, and immediately left the office. The brigadier touched his forehead after he walked out of the office. He knew that the boss had let him live and warned him not to make too much money. On the other side, Long Fei was sitting on the sofa in his living room, looking at the report documents sent by the Sword and Shield Force, which was established less than a month ago. Tao Xiang, who was wearing maternity clothes, sat beside Long Fei and looked at the tablet report document in Long Fei's hand. Tao Xiang frowned and said, "A major can take away tens of millions of colonial coins. It's too much." Long Fei didn't say a word. This was just investigating a part of the subbase, and there are still many subbases that haven't been investigated yet. Moreover, according to the information sent by the Sword and Shield troops, many companies of the Tianyi Group and the Tianyi Mercenary Corps have fraudulent purchases. The Sword and Shield troops handed over the fraud involved in the Tianyi Group companies to the companies involved. The actions of the Sword and Shield troops can be said to affect the whole body, and all the subsidiaries of the Tianyi Group have started internal investigations. As for some people who were dealt with by the Black Rabbit Force, these people mainly sold important secrets to hostile forces. At this time, Long Fei's cell phone rang, and he took it to see that it was the second sister calling. "Second sister, what's the matter?" "Xiao Fei, the second sister didn't expect that the company you handed over to me, the Tianyi Metal Reduction subsidiary, had some fraudulent incidents with the procurement of the Tianyi Mercenary Group. It's because the second sister didn't take care of it. You don't need to worry about the second sister. The company is so big, and you certainly don't care about so many things. It's better to leave this kind of matter to the subordinates." Since the Empire of Dion joined the International Circle, some people of the Empire of Dion traveled to the Colonial Circle and the Earth Circle. It is found that the technology of both the Colonial Circle and the Earth Circle is not as good as that of the country. At first, the people of the Dion Empire thought that their own country and the entire Martian sphere's policy of locking down the country would prevent the rapid progress of technology in the Martian sphere. It turns out that the scientific and technological civilian facilities in the Martian sphere are much more advanced than those in the Earth sphere and the colonial sphere. Back then, the people of Dion Empire, who experienced the country-locking policy of the Martian Circle, are now more and more proud of their country and feel that the country-locking policy of the Martian Circle was right. However, there are also some citizens of the Dion Empire who came out to travel and found that, in fact, some places in the Earth Circle or colonial areas are still more advanced than their own countries. and they discovered that these advanced technologies came from a company called Tianyi Group. For example, the new mobile suit developed by Tianyi Communication Network Company, a subsidiary of Tianyi Group, has projection screen technology and can even communicate with 12 people at the same time. Although the Dian Empire has this technology, it is not so advanced. The people of the Dian Empire bought these mobile suits and brought them back to the country. Then, the Dian Empire sent some diplomatic teams to interview several superpowers in the international circle. Another incident of conflict occurred in the colony of the 7th District. The main reason is that the Wanluo Federation, although there are two empires in the colony of District 9, has semi-blocked some transportation routes. However, under the semi-blockade situation, as long as the people's livelihood transport ships are unimpeded, the Wanluo Federation warships, etc. will be blocked and prohibited from passing. Wanluo Federation warships can only pass through other routes. At this point, the Wanluo federal authorities touch their noses in front of nothing. However, all the routes from the 7th District colony to the Wanluo Federation were blocked by the Tianyi mercenary group. Warships are not allowed to go out at all, and merchant ships have to pay protection fees for entering and leaving. Earlier, the Wanluo Federation military used merchant ships to put some military weapons into merchant ships and transport them out. However, it was soon learned by the intelligence network of the Tianyi mercenary group that the merchant ship was intercepted and the general's weapons were confiscated. The Wanluo Federation was very ashamed, and when the Wanluo Federation sent a diplomatic team to the Dian Empire earlier, it could only leave the colony in the 9th District in embarrassment. According to the polls at the moment, the president of the Wanluo Federation, Pervy, has seen his approval rating drop a lot and is in a sluggish state. The person Polvway hates the most at the moment is Long Fei. In Pervy's mind, it was Long Fei who caused his low poll approval rate and made it difficult for him to be re-elected in the next general election. Pervy used his webpage to yell at Long Fei, warning Long Fei to immediately ask his Tianyi mercenary group to lift the blockade of the routes between the colonies in District 7 and the Wanluo Federation, otherwise don't blame him for being rude. Regarding Pervy's warning, the official website of the Tianyi mercenary group directly replied, "I want to know how you are rude." Then, the Tianyi mercenary group in the colony of District 7 was immediately in a state of preparation. Then, the official website of the Tianyi mercenary corps said, "If you want to fight, we will accompany you, but you have to make an agreement with you first. If you are attacked by us, we will plunder everything." This remark directly made the Wanluo federal authorities a little bit hard to get off. The Wanluo Federation has developed a new type of MS, which is already in the process of being updated. Fei Lei MS is 20 meters high, has powerful propulsion, and can be equipped with powerful weapons. The armor is a newly developed composite titanium steel armor, a relatively lightweight and highly defensive armor. In the evaluation of many military experts, Ms. Fei Lei is not as good as Jiegong and Murasame. The Wanluo Federation has also developed a mobile fortress named Ganhol, a black mobile fortress with a total length of 60 meters, a width of 45 meters, and a height of 28 meters. There are many huge propellers at the rear. There are only 4 claws on the front, a pair of 250mm gun barrels on the upper and lower sides of the front of the fuselage, and 66 missile nozzles on the upper part. Gunhull also has protective covers similar to the I-field generators. Although there are new airframes that have also begun to be updated, but in terms of current preparations, there are still many pilots who have to have an adaptation period, especially the mobile fortress gunhail, which is more complicated to operate, especially the control of the 2 pairs of claws. It's a headache for many drivers. In order to solve the driver's confusion, the developers installed the auxiliary computer into the gunhail. Auxiliary computer installation. A pair of claws are divided into main claws and auxiliary claws. The auxiliary paw is processed by the auxiliary computer, which reduces the burden and trouble of the driver. If Pervy doesn't give an order at this moment, his poll will be even lower. If there is a real fight, can the Wanluo Federation's army win the Tianyi mercenary group? There are a lot of question marks on his head. Moreover, the military staff also persuaded their own president not to fight this battle, because at present, the Wanluo Federation is updating new weapons, and many soldiers have to have an adaptation period. Polvy, however, was thinking only of his own re-election. In the end, Pu Erwei thought of a foolish trick, that is, to frame him. Let some secret agents of the country secretly go to the black market to buy the warships of the Magic Wind MS and the United Nations of the Anglo-Saxon Democratic Republic, and then sneak attack the Tianyi mercenary group's troops in the colony of District 5. Purvi thought his plan was perfect, but he didn't think of his plan, and this operation was discovered by the intelligence service of the United Nations of Anglo-Saxon Democracy. The United Nations of the Anglo-Saxon people immediately informed the Tianyi mercenary group of this matter. The Tianyi mercenary group decided to use their tricks. The special forces of the Wanluo Federation were preparing to attack a Tianyi mercenary fleet that was escorting the merchant fleet. A Tianyi mercenary fleet with a Mirage system appeared behind the Wanluo Federal Special Forces and directly attacked the target. The special forces who were attacked did not know why they were attacked or why their radar did not detect a fleet behind them. Afterwards, the special forces were directly arrested by the Tianyi mercenary group. Then, the official website of the Tianyi Mercenary Corps directly reported the actions of Purvi, and even reported the identities of the arrested spies, information provided by the United Anglo-Saxon Democratic People's Republic of China. All of a sudden, the international circle was blown up. The governments of Purvi and Wanluo Federation strongly deny this matter. In addition to the evidence presented, the Tianyi mercenary group announced that the information was provided by the United Anglo-Saxon Democratic People's Republic and also broadcast the entire video process of the high-ranking officials who met with them and the information they gave. This made the Anglo-Saxon People's Republic, who originally wanted to watch the show by itself, unexpectedly be dragged into the water by the Tianyi mercenary group. The United Nations of the Anglo-Saxon Democratic People's Republic could only hold a press conference to announce that it would provide this information to the Tianyi mercenary group because they had received information that the Wanluo federal authorities wanted to frame it. This made it impossible for the Wanluo federal authorities to deny it. Then, the official website of the Tianyi mercenary group immediately announced, "Since Wanluo Federation wants to fight, you should declare war with us in an upright manner. Since you dare to use such indecent means, it makes people feel contemptuous." Then, the Tianyi Mercenary Corps announced to the outside world that it would take a revenge counterattack against the Wanluo Federation. In September 119, the first year of the universe, a fierce battle took place at the junction of the 7th District Colony and the 8th District Colony, Wanluo Federation. The light beams flew across, and the fireworks exploded continuously. A gunhalley is currently dealing with a Quamancha. Gunhall opened the 66 missile ports, all locked on Quamancha, and fired countless missiles. Kuei Mancha released all the 30 floating cannons stored in the tail, and the 30 floating cannons formed a dense beam network, directly shooting down all the missiles fired towards it. Gunhall drove the propeller to the maximum and rushed towards Quamancha, and fired 4 tubes of 250mm beam cannons towards Quamancha. Kuei Mancha's mega particle refractor neutralizes most of the attacking beam cannon's lethality and reflects a small part of the lethality back. The gunhall pilot was surprised, but not terrified, because the reflected beam cannon couldn't penetrate the protective shield. Under the control of the auxiliary computer, Gunhall's pair of secondary claws flew out towards Kuei Mancha. Kuei Mancha drew out the 2 light beam sabers on his shoulders and cut the pair of giant claws flying into several sections in an instant. Gunhall rushed to Kuei Mancha. A pair of main claws grabbed Kuei Mancha's hands, and then, the front of the fuselage opened to reveal a cannon port. The driver of Quamancha didn't panic at all, because 30 floating cannons were still around Quamancha, and 30 floating cannons were fired at the same time. More than just blowing off a pair of main claw joints of Gunhall, Kuei Mancha directly inserted a pair of beam sabers into Gunhall's body, causing an internal explosion. Then, Kuei Mancha fired X6 high-energy megaparticle cannons, 1 pair at each of the wings, wrists, and body. 6 high-energy megaparticle cannons blasted through Gunhall's body, turning into a huge fireworks cluster. The other Gunhall launched missiles one after another at Jiegong and Ms. Murasame's troops, launching all the missiles at once, and hundreds of missiles attacked the surrounding enemies. Jiegong and Ms. Murasame's troops turned on the point defense system, and countless missiles turned into fireworks. But some missiles also broke through the defense line. Nearly 10 ms were hit by missiles and turned into fireworks. A Valo rushed in front of Gunhall quickly, and several plasma homing machines hit Gunhall's body. The powerful electromagnetic force field overloaded Gunhall's control system and electronic equipment, causing Gunhall machine power outage. Valo's powerful mega particle cannon pierced Gunhall in one shot. The battle between Fele and Jiegang or Murasame was slightly suppressed, but it was not as bad as the suppression of the previous generation of Dire Eagles, basically able to fight back and forth. War correspondents from media outlets from all over the world conduct remote shooting and live broadcast reports from afar. In this conflict between the Tianyi mercenary group and the Wanluo Federation, fierce fighting took place in all the border areas. Reporters from various countries found that the troops of the Wanluo Federation were completely suppressed by the troops of the Tianyi mercenary group. A Delta Plus rushed to a Gunhall in the form of a fighter plane, and under the attack of other companions, the threshold of Gunhall's protective shield exceeded the critical point and collapsed. The Delta Plus in the form of a fighter plane was below Gunhall, and it transformed into a MS form. The shotgun laser gun in its right hand bombarded the body below Gunhall at close range, blasting a big hole. The beam gun in the left hand shoots towards the hole, causing internal damage to Gunhall. Then, Delta Plus rushed towards the enemy mobile suit troops, firing the shotgun laser gun in the right hand and the beam gun in the left hand one after another. Although many enemy mobile suits were shot down, Delta Plus pilots found that Fele performed well and could even dodge attacks. It seems that Fele and Gunhall are the military technology limit of the Wanluo Federation. The Delta Plus pilot evaluated the military technology of the Wanluo Federation. As the battle progressed, the Tianyi mercenary group discovered the weakness of the mobile fortress of the Wanluo Federation, Gunhall. Gunhall's protective cover could only defend against energy weapons, not live ammunition, and the body could rush in front of Gunhall. At this moment, after Big Lang dropped those live ammunition weapons, many MS used those live ammunition weapons to attack Gunhall. Moreover, the firearms of live ammunition weapons are not ordinary pulsating firearms, but similar to electromagnetic superpulse guns. It can even penetrate Gunhall's armor with a single shot. The armor used is composite titanium steel armor, and the defensive live ammunition resistance reaches 60% of PS armor. The electromagnetic superpulse gun hits the PS armor. As long as it is shot twice in the same part, or less than 1 meter apart, it can penetrate. The only Gundams that appear on the battlefield are mass-produced Gundams, such as 2 Grand Malawian Quatches, Hayakushi, 3 Malawian Quatches, and Delta Plus. The Wanluo Federation is in a state of being suppressed. On the other side, some Big Lang was with the fleet in the rear, and when some damaged mobile suits returned to the fleet, they did not return to the mothership, but were around Big Lang. The bottom of Big Lang's body can be used as an automatic maintenance workshop, and the ogre in the expulsion cabin released some machines similar to steel to repair and resupply the damaged MS. This method not only reduces the workload of the fleet's logistics personnel for repairing damaged mobile suits, but also reduces the maintenance time, allowing the repaired mobile suits to re-enter the battlefield in a faster time. This series of operations made some remote shooting war reporters use remote cameras to shoot them. Even the war reporters and those who watched the live broadcast exclaimed that on the bridges of some battleships, there was a mobile suit holding a huge long-range mega beam cannon, which shot down the Wanluo Federation battleship more than 500 kilometers away. This directly made the people watching dumbfounded. Could it be that the Tianyi Mercenary Corps developed a new type of weapon? The power and distance are too terrifying. The long-range mega beam cannon, mass-produced Big Way, was simplified and mass-produced after a series of verification research on Big Way TR-2, and its power is not as powerful as Big Way TR-2, but it is no less than a 100-style mega-particle cannon. And this war also attracted the attention of the Dian Empire. The Dian Empire wanted to know how a private armed force challenged an international superpower. The authorities of the Dian Empire were very surprised. This private armed force not only suppressed the troops of the superpowers in the international circle, but also had very advanced weapons and some special things. For example, Big Lang can not only be put into combat, but also can be replenished and repaired in logistics. It is a very good mobile fortress for attack and assistance. This is a body and something special that none of their countries have. Moreover, the appearance of the so-called Gundam on the battlefield surprised them even more. The performance of the Gundam can be compared with the holy machine developed by their country, the MS designed by the Dion Empire for the new humans. Emperor Samras III was very interested in the current Tianyi mercenary group, especially their boss Long Fei, who wanted to recruit this new human being. After a period of investigation, Tianyi Group was better than Dion Empire in some industrial technologies. To his surprise, more than 90% of those advanced technologies were produced by Long Fei. Emperor Samras III decided to continue to observe, and then find an opportunity to meet Long Fei. On the other side, the international authorities and experts watched the battle of the Tianyi mercenary group and saw many new weapons of the Tianyi mercenary group. Many people thought that the Tianyi mercenary group attacked the Wanluo Federation on the surface to take revenge on the opponent, but in fact the real purpose was to put their new weapons to the test. It seems that the United States and the Wanluo Federation, which were maimed by them and became their affiliated countries, had the same experience. It seems that the Tianyi mercenary group's desire to take revenge on the Wanluo Federation is not true, but it is true to practice their hands. Your Majesty, take a look. In this battle, there are quite a few MS pilots in the Tianyi mercenary corps. They can dodge earlier before the enemy fires weapons or beam weapons. The Minister of Defense said. Emperor Samras III took a closer look and found out. These details were also discovered by other ministers at the scene. Emperor Samras III rested his right hand on his chin and said, "It seems that there are many new humans in the Tianyi mercenary group. It seems that from the information collected in this country, it is the leader of the Tianyi group who has recently learned about the new humans in the international circle." Ren Longfei told him, and he himself is also a new human being. Minister of Defense Bradimer said to the Emperor, "Your Majesty, do we want to send someone to meet and recruit Long Fei? Observe for a while to see how the war progresses." At the junction, in various battlefields, the Wanluo Federation army has already shown its defeat. At this moment, the entire Wanluo Federation is in a situation of imminent danger due and everyone's insecurity. Many people in the Wanluo Federation had the scene of the Tianyi mercenary group killing them in their minds. The government of the entire country is also in a state of urgency and is preparing to deal with the increasingly severe situation. The rich are packing up their belongings and preparing to run away. Then came the bad news. On the way back to the country, the partially retreated Wanluo Federation fleet was intercepted and killed by the Crusaders. The troops of the Tianyi mercenary group are pressing forward step by step, and some troops have already entered the territory of the Wanluo Federation. The Tianyi mercenary fleet that entered the territory of the Wanluo Federation did not take advantage of the victory to pursue and kill the retreating Wanluo Federation fleet. Instead, intercept those Wanluo Federation fleets that have not yet escaped into the territory of Wanluo Federation and carry out front and rear flank attacks with colleagues fighting ahead. It can be said that the Wanluo Federation can be evaluated by a disastrous defeat in the first battle. Purvi watched the live broadcast in his office, watching the fiasco of his country's army, and sat slumped in the presidential chair. At this time, Mu Liao walked into the president's office and reported the news to Purvi. "Your Excellency, it's not good. There are many people outside the presidential palace, asking you to take responsibility for the defeat." How many people gathered outside? At present, visual estimates estimate that there are about 30,000 people. Leave them alone. Then, Purvi contacted the media that were pro his ruling party and asked them to prepare all the people to fight with all their strength when they reported, and issued a declaration that the people would sacrifice for the country to arouse the patriotism of the people. Purvi then sent a message using his online book. "Dear people of the Wanluo Federation, today our country has suffered a severe blow. It is an evil organization called the Tianyi mercenary group that caused us to suffer such a blow. They covet the success and wealth of our Wanluo Federation. They want to plunder everything from us, and now their devil-like troops have begun to break into our country. We must take up arms to resist, and we must succeed, because we are the light of this international. We are righteous, we are good, we are free, we are democratic. Now we are attacked by evil. If we lose, the whole world will be enveloped by evil. The world will be dark. "We are the world, the light of justice," is an indicator of international order. We must defeat evil. The people of justice, kindness, freedom, and democracy in Wanluo Federation will take up arms with me to resist evil and protect this international light of justice. Purvi's message resonated with his supporters. On his webpage, many of his supporters came to his webpage to like him and send out the light of international justice, willing to defend the Wanluo Federation with the president. His opponents and the people of the Wanluo Federation who did not sell his account ridiculed him. All of today's events are all caused by Upolv. Even the United Anglo-Saxon Democratic Republic, which is an ally with the Wanluo Federation, mocked Purvi, and the authorities and the media even worsened Purvi. Taking the opportunity to avenge the framing at that time, the United Anglo-Saxon Democratic People's Republic is gloating, looking at the current state of the Wanluo Federation. Regarding the light of democracy, freedom, justice, etc. of the Wanluo Federation International that Purvi's website said, it even took the opportunity to ridicule it, saying that Purvi's method of framing is not a just act at all. Such people are not qualified to talk about justice, freedom, and democracy. The people of the Wanluo Federation have elected such a president, and they are not worthy of talking about the light of democracy, freedom, and justice of the Wanluo Federation. Then, other countries in the international circle also ridiculed the Wanluo Federation. When the president of the Wanluo Federation, Purvi, was about to issue an emergency decree, he was stopped by the ministers. Because the capitalists behind these ministers and parliamentarians are preparing to pack up their property and run away. When Purvi issued an emergency decree, then these capitalists would not be able to escape. Purvi felt very angry, but he also thought that the capitalists who supported him were indeed preparing to leave the country. He is also a capitalist himself, and now his family is also preparing to run away. As the president, and what he said before, he must lead by example and let his wife and children stay in the country. The ministers and congressmen did not really want to prevent their own president from issuing an emergency decree, but the capitalists behind it were helpless. Pulvi must wait until all the capitalists have withdrawn from the country before Pulvi can issue an emergency decree. The emergency decree of the Wanluo Federation is that if a war breaks out and the country is invaded by the enemy, the president can issue an emergency decree. The emergency decree of the Wanluo Federation. This can be said to be a general mobilization. No matter men or women, from 18 to 150 years old, are not allowed to leave the country, and all members are prepared to live and die with the country. Many colonial satellites in the Wanluo Federation broke out confrontation among the people. There were also fights between those who supported Purvi and those who opposed Purvi. Supporters on both sides also started a war of words because of their meeting during the demonstrations, which eventually led to conflicts. It has created a burden on the police and has to maintain order. Many people even died in the conflict because of the fighting. On the other hand, more and more fleets of the Tianyi mercenary group have entered the territory of the Wanluo Federation. In addition to the regular troops of the Tianyi mercenary group, the Crusaders, the Shadow Mad Dogs, and the Dire Hounds have also begun to enter in different places. Action. The Black Rabbit troops also started to move. Many troops of the Wanluo Federation saw the dejected appearance of their colleagues who had returned from the defeat in the border area, affecting the morale of the entire army. The Wanluo Federal Armory Factory is already running at full capacity, desperately manufacturing all weapons. The morale of the soldiers of the Wanluo Federation is low at the moment. They think that they cannot defeat the Tianyi mercenary group. In September 119, the first year of the universe, at the same time when more and more troops of the Tianyi mercenary corps entered the territory of the Wanluo Federation. Long Fei was sitting outside the infirmary right now, anxiously waiting for the result. Because he was working in the office not long ago, he received a notice from his subordinates that his beloved wife Tao Xiang was pregnant in October, and the amniotic fluid suddenly broke, so he was rushed to the infirmary. Long Fei dropped all his work and immediately went outside the clinic. Sitting on a chair and waiting, Li Xiang asked for leave from his superiors and rushed to the scene. Although Long Fei remained calm while sitting on the chair, his heart was very tense and anxious, his hands clenched into fists, showing that he was very nervous and worried. Long Fei looked at the time. Tao Xiang had been in the infirmary for over an hour. Tao Xiang in the infirmary was in great pain and sweated all over her face, and kept screaming. In addition to the medical staff wiping her sweat and encouraging her, the doctors and nurses in charge of delivery are responsible for letting Tao Xiang continue to work hard. You can see the head. You can see the head. Madam, if you work harder, the child will come out. Ah! Tao Xiang tried her best to give birth to the baby quickly and in the 12th grade pain. Wow, 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 wow. A baby girl was born, and the medical staff wiped the baby with a towel, cut off the navel cord, and wrapped the baby in a pink towel. Ma'am, there is one more. Please work harder. Ah. Long Fei has been looking at the time anxiously. The time has already exceeded 2 hours, and it will be almost 3 hours. Li Xiang kept walking back and forth, very worried about her sister's safety. At this time, Li Xiuqing rushed to the scene, and seeing his old friend's calm but extremely anxious and nervous appearance, Li Xiuqing patted Long Fei on the shoulder and said, "Don't be nervous, Lao Fei. I believe that Tao Xiang and the children will be safe." Long Fei glanced at Li Xiuqing and nodded, then continued to look at the door of the infirmary. After about 3 hours, the light at the door of the infirmary was turned off, and the whole person stood up and looked at the door. The door opened, and the medical staff came out. Long Fei came to the doctor and asked, "Where are my wife and children? How are they?" "Congratulations to the boss. Congratulations to the boss. The wife and the child are safe and sound. The wife gave birth to a pair of twin daughters for you. Madam, she wants to talk to the boss." Long Fei hurried in, followed by Li Xiang, and Li Xiuqing sat on a chair and waited for his old friend. Long Fei looked at Tao Xiang lying weakly on the bed, and 2 female nurses each holding a baby. After taking a brief look at the 2 daughters, Long Fei walked up to the weak Tao Xiang, touched Tao Xiang's face, and said, "My wife, thank you for your hard work." As he said that, Long Fei kissed Tao Xiang on the forehead. Rika watched her 2 nieces teasing. Tao Xiang touched her husband's face with her hand and said with a smile, "It's not hard at all. I feel very happy to be able to give birth to our love crystal. Sister, you look at the eyes of your twin nieces differently." Different. The 2 nurses carried the child in front of Long Fei and Tao Xiang. Long Fei asked, "Which one is the elder sister and which is the younger sister?" One of the nurses replied, "The one with the pink towel is the elder sister, and the one with the yellow towel is the younger sister." The husband and wife looked at their newborn daughter, and they discovered that the elder sister's eyes were black and the younger sister's eyes were blue. Long Fei half-jokingly said, "In the future, if you want to recognize who is the elder sister and who is the younger sister among the twins, you just need to look at the eyes." Tao Xiang showed a gentle smile, glanced at her husband, and then at her 2 daughters. The hair of the 2 little babies is black, and they are basically the same as yellow people. "Husband, quickly name our daughters." "Okay, my sister's name is Longfu, and my sister's name is Longhua." Just as Long Fei finished speaking, the daughters suddenly started crying. "What's the matter? Why is the child crying?" The nurse tensed up. Long Fei, Tao Xiang, and Li Xiang sensed that the child wants to change his father's name. At this moment, Long Fei immediately said, "The elder sister's name is Longhua, and the younger sister's name is Longfu." As a result, the 2 little girls not only stopped crying, but also laughed. The nurses were all amazed. The husband and wife took turns calling their daughter's name, and the daughter smiled when she called her name, as if responding to her parents. Long Fei stretched out his hand to tease the round baby faces of his 2 daughters, and said, "You 2 chubby girls." Wow, wow, wow. The 2 babies cried directly. Not fat at all, neither fat nor fat. Long Fei quickly comforted him. Tao Xiang stretched out her hand and slapped her husband's arm. "Guogua, Fufu, be good. Dad is a villain. Mom spanked Dad, don't cry." The 2 babies also stopped crying. The husband and wife and Li Xiang felt that Longhua and Longfu had the ability of new human beings. They were new human beings, and they did not expect to have awakened the ability of new human beings when they were born. "Brother-in-law, tell Sister Selenum Kue and the others that the little nephew is born. By the way, I almost forgot." Long Fei quickly contacted the 3 older sisters and sent a communication video. The 3 Selenum Nigram sisters looked at their newly born niece and felt extremely excited and happy. Selenum Nigram asked, "Xiao Fei, has the child's name been chosen yet?" My elder sister is called Longhua, and my younger sister is called Long Fu. Long Xian said, "Bring Aunt in. Let her see my grandniece." Okay. Long Huiwan was also very excited seeing her two nieces and granddaughters, and even called her mother Yang Ruashi over. "Hi, mother-in-law." Yang Ruashi saw that her great-granddaughter loved her very much. Long Fei didn't dislike Yang Ruashi, but he still liked his grandmother quite a bit. He also knew that when his parents passed away, his grandmother's natal family had already sunk into the sky, so he couldn't help them at all. As for the current members of my grandmother's natal family who still want to start a business, Long Fei will still let his company presidents take care of them as much as possible. If they want a job, if they are not capable, they will arrange idle jobs to make them work harder, take less and more idle food, and arrange those who are able to work in higher positions as much as possible. Yang Ruashi also knew that her grandson, Long Fei, still had someone who could help her natal family, and under Long Fei's care, the Yang family had already stood up again. Long Huijuan's expression suddenly became a little broken. In the future, if these two little guagua call me aunt, I will worry about whether I am getting old. Long Wen said with a smile. Even if my aunt is called aunt by her niece, you don't need to be so sad. Maybe you are the youngest and most beautiful aunt in the whole world. Ha! Everyone laughed happily. We really have no way to come here now, but we will definitely come for your two daughters' full moon wine. Then I look forward to your arrival. After hanging up the line, the nursery staff just pushed two baby nursery beds. The nurse began to put the baby on the baby nursery bed, and then explained some ways to take care of the baby to the Long Fei couple. Afterwards, Long Fei was invited out. The childcare staff began to explain to Tao Xiang how to breastfeed the baby. The Black Rabbit troops are currently attacking a meteorite military base, which is a relatively important logistics base of the Wanluo Federation. This logistics base specializes in manufacturing MS and warships. Karadka has even better performance than Jigong, and its performance data is even slightly stronger than MK, 2G, and Baishur, data improved by Long Fei. Kirizulu uses an exclusive shield, and the backpack can be replaced with a high-efficiency backpack. In terms of weapons, you can choose beam machine guns, grenade launchers, grenades, beam sword axes, etc. Kirizulu has better performance than the former, and the backpack can also be replaced with a high-efficiency fuel tank backpack, and the weapons are more diverse. Regardless of the former or the latter, they all suppress the Fele MS of the Wanluo Federation. The logistics military base sent out countless missiles to attack the MS of the Black Rabbit troops. Even in the direction of the attack, their own wingman companions are still fighting on the spot. More than 10,000 missiles were attacked. Karadka used the beam machine gun in his hand, and Kirizulu used the beam machine gun, submachine gun, and beam Gatling machine gun, and all of them turned on the point defense system. Countless missiles and light beams flew across, forming countless fireworks clusters. The moment the light beam penetrated the missile, it turned the missile into fireworks. Apart from protesting hysterically to the chief of the logistics base, the pilots of Fele, Dioing Eagle and Ingfei died in the missile group and were bombed into the debris of the universe. There are more than 10,000 missiles and a small number of breakthrough point defense systems, caused part of Kaladka and Kirizulu to move back while pointing defensive shots. Nearly 10 total were shot down at Karadka and Kirizulu. The Black Rabbit saw such a result at the bow of Lakailam, which was beyond his expectation. He did not expect that the soldiers of the Wanluo Federation would launch missile groups indiscriminately regardless of the safety of their own people. On this point, I didn't expect it. They raided this logistics military base because they received some information. In fact, after a series of corrections and improvements, the accuracy, stability, and lethality of TR2's Big Way have been improved a lot. Moreover, TR2's Big Way can be activated without using a high-performance Zaku. As long as a few TR2 Big Way can destroy the target logistics base, it is a pity that their purpose is to take down the logistics military base. Otherwise, Black Rabbit can just use a few TR2 Big Way to kill them. Then, a group of Gundam Heathersley and Gundam Hazel OS, all wearing anti-radar cloaks, led a group of Karadka and Kirizulu to the target logistics military base from another place. While the target logistics base is dispatching another MIS unit to rush forward to the fellow troops. and when the two sides are fighting extremely fiercely, immediately remove the anti-radar cloak. Only then did the logistics military base discover 30 ms at the 11 o'clock position. Gundam Hazel OS is equipped with a long-range sniper rifle to snipe warships at the port where the logistical forces are intense. Karadka, Kirzlu, giant 360mm rocket launchers, and twin 280mm Zaku rocket launchers bombed the defenses of the enemy base. Gundam Heathersley led a part of Karadka and Kira Zulu, all Rose Zulu, to carry out special operations. Under the cover of other colleagues, he entered the enemy's base. Gundam Heather's Ray is holding a compound generator, Woodwater's important weapon. The compound generator can generate an I-force field and can also be used as a large beam rifle. It can also be transformed into a mechanical claw to approach fight. In the base, many ominous Eagle MS were transformed into mechanical claws by Gundam Heathersley holding a compound generator, twisted into a ball or torn into several sections. When sprinting, Karadka relies on the shoulder shield to defend the enemy's guns, uses the beam sword axe in close quarters, relies on the beam saber that is more powerful than the opponent to suppress the opponent, and bombs the enemy MS and facilities with the grenade launcher device. Rose Zulu uses combat claws to penetrate the body of the enemy MS in melee combat, and the combat claws are wired-guided retractable combat claws, contains 3 consecutive mega particle cannons, which can be used at long distances or by enemy MSs. When dodging in a bunker, attack from different angles to make the enemy hard to defend. The logistics officer is the base commander. He watched the base suffer a special attack from the enemy's MS-15, but he didn't expect that only 15 could suppress the MS in the base. The outside was bombarded by long-range sniper and rocket artillery, and the base's defenses were destroyed. The second wave of MIS troop transferred to the front is restrained by the enemy's main MIS troop at the moment, and it is impossible to transfer some of them back. Suddenly, it was reported that some facilities in the base had been blasted, which even affected some operations of the base. What's the matter? Colonel, the facility has been attacked and exploded by unknown sources. Colonel, it's not good. The guards at the base have lost contact. The logistics base commander knew what was going on and figured his base had infiltrated a ground special operations force. The commander immediately ordered to start firefighting measures, causing the entire base, passages, etc. to be sprayed with water. Humph. Even if your Zhang Yi's advanced stealth function can make light energy sensing, heat sensing, red and ultraviolet rays invisible to scans, once water is splashed on you, your form will also appear. Sure enough, the camera screen in the base took pictures of the special team of the Black Rabbit Force sneaking in when the water sprayed on the ground. After the special team who sneaked in also knew that they could not be invisible, they released the invisibility function. Although the guards in the base can already find these Black Rabbit special teams. However, the technology of the individual equipment of the two sides is very different. The Spartan uniform worn by the Black Rabbit special team is a new enhanced version. Spartan Battlesuit Type 2, in addition to being able to use the outer armor and weapons of the original Spartan Battlesuit, not only is it stronger than the original version in terms of defense, but also has a shield function that the original version does not have. The shield function can defend against energy and live ammunition weapons at the same time, and at the same time allows the Spartan Suit 2 to have double protection. Moreover, the attack power of melee combat is greater than that of the original version, but its shortcomings are also very obvious. It needs a stronger body to exert the ability of Spartan Battlesuit Type 2. In addition to receiving more rigorous training, Black Rabbit's special team has also received more rigorous reinforcement techniques. Some drugs have even been injected to strengthen the bone marrow in the body, enhance the enhancement of lymphocytes, improve the responsibility of the human body, and so on. The Spartan Battlesuit Type 2 has the function of recovering energy faster. Compared with the original version, it can be matched with powerful energy weapons. The consumption of energy weapons can also be replenished with its own battlesuit. However, the Spartan Battlesuit Type 2 is still not perfect, and it needs to be verified in actual combat when it is put into this war. The base guards of the Wanluo Federation, the live ammunition weapons in their hands can't do substantial damage to the shield of the Spartan Battlesuit Type 2 at all. On the contrary, The energy weapons in the hands of the Black Rabbit's special team can easily penetrate the enemy's body armor. Some of the Black Rabbit's special teams even rushed directly to the target, directly using close combat weapons, drawing out a short knife or stretching out their arms and claws, directly piercing the enemy's chest with a knife, and then directly cutting it in half. A guard carried a rocket launcher for anti-tank vehicles and fired at a Black Rabbit special soldier. This shot directly blew up the shield, but it did not cause any substantial damage to the special forces. The special forces directly shot down the guards who had just fired anti-tank rockets at him. The original Spartan battle uniform has been a headache for the armies of all countries in the world. If the Spartan battle uniform too is known to all countries in the world, it is estimated that the military of each country will show another whale. From the screen, the commander of the base watched the Black Rabbit special team take down each district one by one. In addition, the base was strongly suppressed by the enemy MS. The base commander began to destroy the confidential information in the base, but suddenly found that he could not use the computer command authority of the base. How is it possible? The other party actually barged into the main control computer. The base commander immediately ordered some of the guards to go to the secret room immediately to destroy the new technology currently being developed. It's not good, sir. The secret research and development room has been broken into by them, and some things have even been confiscated by them. The base commander punched the instrument and was very annoyed. How many special forces did the opponent let in to sneak in? To make matters worse, 3 black Kuei Mans has appeared on the battlefield ahead. 3 sets of black Kwai Munsa can be said to be invincible on the battlefield, and 1 Kwai Munsa can fire 30 floating cannons. There are 90 floating cannons in 3 Kwamanches, which can basically sweep away thousands of troops. Many Fele, Violence, and Flying Orioles were killed by floating cannons, and Karadka and Kirzalu were responsible for picking up the fish that slipped through the net. The base commander felt powerless for a while. The previous communicator also informed him of the distress message sent earlier, but it was intercepted by the enemy. Suddenly the door was blown open, and the powerful explosion shock wave sent the people in front flying, while the rest of the people were so shocked by the strong explosion that their eardrums ached, and they lay on the ground covering their ears. The commander was thrown to the ground by Jinfei, feeling like a hammer had been hit on his back. The commander saw a pair of feet in front of him, and looked up to see a Tianyi mercenary pointing a pistol at his head. The commander immediately raised his hands and shouted, "Don't shoot, don't shoot, I surrender," but the explosion just now made his ears temporarily deaf. The Tianyi mercenary directly took out the handcuffs and handcuffed the commander behind him. Then, one of the Tianyi mercenaries entered in front of the command platform to inform the enemy troops fighting on the front line that the base had been occupied by them and asked them to surrender. Black Rabbit ordered his subordinates to search the base, first to see if there was anything else in the logistics base. The Black Rabbit didn't expect that they came here just to attack one of the opponent's logistics bases and destroy one of the opponent's supplies. Unexpectedly, among the several special teams that sneaked in, one of them actually discovered the secret of this logistics base when it hacked into the main control computer of the base. This logistics base originally secretly developed some new technologies. This is really an unexpected windfall. In addition to taking away all the research and development materials in this logistics base, if there are some experimental products, verification products, etc., they are all taken away. If they cannot be taken away, they will be destroyed directly. By the way, take away the important people of this base, such as commanders and researchers. As for the technology developed by the Wanluo Federation, Black Rabbit is not a professional. He doesn't understand this matter. He secretly communicated with the mother base through communication channels, and the secret group decided how to deal with these matters. The dark group is Long Fei's secret organization. Some of Long Fei's secret troops are managed by them: the Black Rabbit Army, the Cross Pioneer Army, and other troops directly under Long Fei. The dark group is not eligible to be transferred. At present, only Long Fei has authorized the dark group to command and mobilize the power for a period of time. Generally speaking, it is to deal with some special situations, such as the dark group to act. For example, the things harvested by the Black Rabbit Army just now are all handled by the dark group. After receiving the notification from the Black Rabbit Force, The dark group sent people to take away the technology and related technical personnel, and then the relevant technical personnel of the dark group conducted research and found that the technology was not much different from the technology used by the Wanluo Federation. The dark group also handed over the results of these investigation reports to Long Fei. After reading these reports, Long Fei temporarily evaluated the current technology of the Wanluo Federation. Long Fei estimated that the technology of the Wanluo Federation might have reached a bottleneck at the moment. It takes a long time to make a breakthrough. Long Fei decided to fight this battle for as long as possible. It is best to find out some secret research bases of the Wanluo Federation. If possible, confiscate or destroy those technologies. It is best to temporarily stop the Wanluo Federation's technology for a period of time. Then, the Wanluo Federation's threat to him will be smaller. On the other hand, the capitalists of the Wanluo Federation have dragged their families out of the Wanluo Federation, and the emergency decree was officially issued. The Wanluo Federation has already mobilized the whole country. The Tianyi mercenary group then began to speak. According to international conventions, once a country initiates national emergency mobilization, once guns are issued to the people, and once the people own guns, the people with guns are not protected by the convention, so they can be regarded as illegal armed elements. Then, the Tianyi mercenary group warned that once they broke into any colonial satellite, the local people had better immediately hand over all the weapons issued by the government, and once they found any civilians with guns, they would not hesitate. Shot and killed. He also warned that if the Wanluo Federation army ran into the colonial satellite, if they dared to use the people as a shield, then they would carry out Operation Alpha. The warning of the Tianyi mercenary group also attracted the attention of many people in the Wanluo Federation. Many people also began to refuse to pick up the firearms issued by the government, because the people did not want to be attacked by artillery fire. Then on a battlefield, the battlefield in front of the number 76 colonial satellite of the Wanluo Federation. The war reporters in the distance used long-range cameras to live broadcast the battle on the battlefield. In addition to the battle between the Federal Army and the Tianyi Mercenary Corps, the Crusaders appeared on the battlefield. A piece of F-90F, fight-type, fighting equipment. The fighting gloves installed on both arms are placed on the fists through movable joints. The front end produces beam spikes. The backpack is equipped with components including posture adjustment nozzles and rectification plates, which cannot reduce mobility. At the same time, further strengthen the movement. The F-90F raised its arms like a boxer, avoiding the enemies shooting in a smooth manner, rushed to the target and punched straight, and the beam spikes directly penetrated the enemy's body. Then, the F-90F rushed straight up, rushed to a Fele not far away, and punched Fele with an uppercut through the abdomen of the machine, beating Fele into a ball of fireworks. Then, the F-90F locks onto the other two targets, tilts 90% and rushes towards the target, flying forward like a Superman with two fists. The F-90F pierces the F-90F on the F-90F. Then it rushed over a gun hall, flew past quickly, and with a continuous fast punch, Gunhale's body left marks pierced by beam spikes from the front to the rear. Then, the many traces left behind exploded one after another. Gunhale finally turned into a huge pyrotechnic ball. Several Fele rushed towards F-90F with beam sabers in hand. In addition to killing an enemy mobile suit in front of the F-90F with its two-handed fighting gloves, the balance bar on the side of the waist is equipped with a hidden simple mechanical arm. Where the cockpit. Another F-90G, guards type, guard and guard equipment, holding a multi-purpose beam weapon in the right hand, a single-edged beam sword, split the Fele MS in half with one sword. The F-90G multi-purpose beam weapon has a barrel that can emit beams like a beam gun. It can penetrate a Falcon Mississippi with one shot, and then use the powerful single-edged beam sword to split the targets in front of it one after another. The defense commander in charge of Colonial Satellite number 76, sitting in the commander's chair at the bow of the flagship, knew that continuing to fight would only increase the casualties of his subordinates. If he ordered to retreat to the Colonial Satellite, he couldn't guarantee that the Tianyi mercenary group would directly destroy the entire Colonial Satellite, or that they would not care about the lives of the people and carry out their so-called Alpha operation. The commander had no choice but to order an announcement to retreat and abandoned colonial satellite number 76. In colonial satellite number 76 of the Wanluo Federation, people from every household threw all the weapons issued by the government outside their doorsteps. The Crusaders were the first to run in. When they put down the ground troops, they did not come to maintain order, but went to various shops, shopping malls, etc. to smash and loot, and took away countless goods, especially jewelry. Boutiques, jewelry stores, etc. are the preferred targets of the Crusaders. The war reporters who came in at the same time were shocked when they filmed the behavior of the Crusaders. This is simply like the ancient soldiers who broke through the enemy's city wall and started looting and looting. Then I saw other Tianyi mercenary troops entering the colonial satellite one after another. Many war reporters asked the commander of the Tianyi mercenary corps why the Crusaders did not maintain order, but instead robbed supplies like bandits. The commander pointed to the flag of the battleship from the vanguard army in the distance, and then said, "Their mission is to be like that of pirates and bandits." Then the commander ignored the reporter's inquiries at all, but directed the troops to maintain order. The ground troops confiscated those firearms from house to house, and the ground troops did not embarrass the local people. Then, part of the ground troops entered the government department of the local colonial satellite and began to search for some confidential documents in the government department. In addition to looking for confidential documents, some members also took away some valuable or expensive electrical appliances or items. If there are any officials left on the scene, the Tianyi mercenaries will interrogate them. After the Crusaders robbed a lot of items, everyone returned with a happy expression. The Tianyi mercenaries continued to investigate in the local area, and many mercenaries went to rich areas to search for valuables. However, the Crusaders had already looted everything. This made quite a few Tianyi mercenaries feel very unhappy and felt that the Crusaders were going too far. Even if they ate meat, they had to leave some for them. But the good news is that some banks may not be ransacked by the Crusaders, which gave the Tianyi mercenaries a chance to remove the cash and valuables in the banks. The other colonial satellites of the Wanluo Federation that were entered by the Tianyi mercenary group, because there is no relationship with the Crusaders, the Tianyi mercenary fleet can basically be said to have returned with a full load. Although many properties in the colonial satellite were looted, the basic work was still to be done, maintaining order for a period of time and investigating some things, whether there were some confidential documents and so on. The successive defeats of the Wanluo Federation have attracted the attention of all parties in the world, and people have discussed it. Many people even speculate how many days the Wanluo Federation will be forced to sign many unequal treaties by the Tianyi mercenary group. The United Anglo-Safari People's Republic no longer gloats over the Wanluo Federation, and now they are considering whether to attack the Tianyi mercenary group. Because the authorities of the United Nations of Anglo-Democratic People are very worried that once the Wanluo Federation is defeated, the next one will be the United Nations of Anglo-Democratic People's Republic of China. In fact, the Anglo-Safari People's United Nations authorities really thought too much. It could even be said to be persecution paranoia. If Long Fei knew what they were thinking at the moment, Long Fei would tell them directly, "As long as you don't provoke me, it will be fine." On the other side, in the Wanluo Federal Presidential Palace, Purvi and the ministers are having a meeting to discuss. Purvi's eye sockets are a little sunken, and he hasn't been able to sleep peacefully in the past few days. It has been 10 days since the Tianyi mercenary group entered the territory of the Wanluo Federation. 7 colonial satellites of the Wanluo Federation have been lost, and countless military bases have been destroyed or looted. The 5-star General Powell, the commander-in-chief of the military, is now reporting the current progress to the president and ministers. Projecting a 3-dimensional map, Admiral Powell's 5-star general is pointing at the scattered red dots. "Your Excellency, honorable ministers, as you can see from the 3-dimensional map, the Tianyi mercenary group is still relatively scattered at the moment. We can concentrate a large part of our forces to eliminate these relatively scattered troops first, so as to provide support for other more scattered troops in our rear. Multiple troops can have time to assemble." A white minister asked, "Commander-in-Chief, if we want to eliminate the more scattered enemy troops, what percentage do we need to lose in order to win the next battle?" The current data shows it is 4:1. Another black minister asked, Is this loss ratio the result calculated from the ordinary troops of the Tianyi mercenary group, or the result of calculation from the more elite troops of the Tianyi mercenary group? Powell's face was a little ugly, so he could only tell the truth. This is the result of deduction and calculation with the ordinary soldiers of the Tianyi mercenary regiment. What if it is an elite army? What is our loss ratio? The former white minister asked. I don't know, respected minister. Which elite troop are you talking about? Is it the elite troop directly under Long Fei, or the regular elite troop of the Tianyi mercenary group? Just compare it with the regular elite troops of the Tianyi mercenary group. The current data comparison is above 6:1. At this time, another minister with glasses and a former military service asked, Commander-in-Chief, has your military paid attention to these relatively scattered troops of the Tianyi mercenary group? Is it because they deliberately arranged a posture to lure you into the army? Their trap. Dear Minister, we have conducted a long-term study on the marching formation of the Tianyi Mercenary Corps and found that they do not have a unified commander, and many fleets come from different sub-bases, and they each have their own commanders. Basically speaking, the commanders of the sub-bases only take care of their sub-base troops. Basically, they can do their own thing. Commander-in-Chief, is your military really so sure that all their troops are commanded by the commanders of their respective sub-bases? After more than 10 days of fighting, we found that when our troops were defeated and retreated, some Tianyi mercenary fleets would chase us, and some Tianyi mercenary fleets would not pursue them. After our information network, we know that many troops follow the orders of their respective sub-base commanders, so some fleets will continue to pursue, while some fleets will not pursue. Moreover, for these scattered troops, each red up belongs to a different sub-base fleet, and they are scattered among each other, so we can win the last battle by sacrificing a larger damage ratio. At this time, Purvi asked Commander-in-Chief Powell, Commander-in-Chief, our army has not won a single battle in the past 10 days. We really need a victory to boost the morale of our army. Listen to what you just said. Can you win a battle for our army? It's not impossible to win a battle. As I said just now, we need to pay a greater loss than the opponent to win a battle. It doesn't matter how much you lose. The important thing is to win a battle, so that we can carry out a lot of publicity and improve the morale of our soldiers. Everyone at the scene hoped to win at least one battle. For more than 10 days, all they heard was that our army was defeated. The morale of the whole country was very low. Many people showed an expression that they were about to lose their power and humiliate the country. Many pessimistic people felt that there was no point in resisting. They simply surrendered to avoid the death of more soldiers. Even the capitulation faction in the country has asked the authorities to surrender to the Tianyi mercenary group, or pay a series of compensation to the Tianyi mercenary group. Now the Wanluo Federation really wants a victory no matter what. No matter how much the sacrifice is, there must be a victory. The Wanluo federal authorities really want a victorious battle. Major General Shrek, as the supreme commander of the counterattack, discovered the mobilization of the Wanluo Federation's large troops from the investigation of the Shadow Killing Force, a special force formed by Dagger Inn at the Mother Base. From the reconnaissance report, Major General Shrek also deduced the purpose of mobilizing the large troops of the Wanluo Federation. Major General Shrek also mobilized his troops at the boundary of the jurisdiction of Colonial Satellite Number 70 of the Wanluo Federation. The Wanluo Federation dispatched 2 Army-level fleets to attack a brigade-level fleet of the Tianyi mercenary group that occupied the Number 71 Colonial Satellite a few days ago. At this moment, the Wanluo Federation only wants to use quantity to win, and decided to use a quantity that is 5 times higher than the opponent to defeat the opponent. In addition to the 2 military-level fleets, other fleets have come to support them one after another. The commander of the brigade-class fleet occupying the Number 71 Colonial Satellite, the flagship, spotted the huge fleet of the Wanluo Federation coming towards them with an ultra-long-range camera. The commander is very confident in the strength of his own Tianyi mercenaries, but when he estimates that the number of the other party is at least 5 times that of theirs, he doesn't think that the number of their brigade-level fleet alone can defeat an enemy force that is more than 5 times their number. It just so happened that the superior sent an instruction, and the commander received the instruction from the superior to abandon the retreat of the Number 71 Colonial Satellite. The commander immediately ordered the withdrawal of the entire army to Colony 72. The commanders of the two military-level fleets of the Wanluo Federation saw the retreat of the target and found that the retreat route was towards the number 72 colonial satellite. The commanders of the two army-level fleets immediately reported to their superiors. After Powell and other staff officers received the target's retreat information, they kept the two fleets in place and waited for other troops to join. After meeting other troops, head towards colony number 72. The two army-level fleets stayed in place, and then another army-level fleet joined the two army-level fleets. Then, the three army-level fleets were temporarily combined into a small army fleet, and the commander of the small army fleet was commanded by a black major general named Johnny. Major General Johnny received some authorization to go to colonial satellite number 71 to recover the lost land. If the target counterattacks, Major General Johnny has absolute command and conducts all military operations and commands. But if the target does not take any action, but adopts a retreat strategy, Major General Yoni must ask his superiors for instructions. The name of the small group army is now Vengeance Eagle Force, and the first small group army of the Vengeance Eagle is referred to as Choing. The first small group army of Choing entered the number 71 colonial satellite and found that the Tianyi mercenary group had abandoned the number 71 colonial satellite. Major General Johnny asked his superiors for instructions. Powell and many generals and staff looked at the current three-dimensional map and watched the Tianyi mercenaries abandon another colonial satellite. Then news came from the Ministry of Intelligence that the 72nd, 73rd, and 74th colony satellites and the Tianyi mercenary group also gave up. These Tianyi mercenary fleets that abandoned the colonial satellites all retreated in different directions. Powell and the generals made inferences and discussions. Based on the conclusions drawn and the information they have, these Tianyi mercenary fleets retreating in different directions, they all obey the commanders of their own sub-bases, and there is no unified action at all. In addition to letting Qiuying's first small army take back colonial satellite 72, Powell's other troops took back colonial satellites 73 and 74, and then let other troops gather on these colonial satellites. The 73rd and 74th colonial satellites also formed a small army after gathering a large number of troops. The former is the second Qiuying small group army, and the latter is the third Qiuying small group army. After learning that many of the lost colonial satellites were retrieved without a single soldier, Purvey was extremely excited and publicized his wise decision on his online book. My dear compatriots of the Wanluo Federation, look at our great and brave soldiers of the Wanluo Federation. The evil Tianyi mercenary group has feared under the mighty battle of the soldiers of the Wanluo Federation of our righteous army. They have begun to retreat steadily. Cheer for our great victory. The media of the Wanluo Federation, whether they support the opposition party or the ruling party, are making big publicity. The country's army is taking back the lost colonial satellite like a bamboo. Some media reporters from their own country went to the recovered colonial satellite to interview the people under special arrangements. The local people and soldiers took a group photo and arranged lines to let the people tell how evil the Tianyi mercenary group is, how righteous and great their own soldiers are, and how they bravely resisted the enemy. Regarding the propaganda of the Wanluo Federation's media, the reporters in charge of filming the warfield were very disapproving, and the audience who watched the live broadcast of the warfield reporters were also very disdainful, because they all knew that the Tianyi mercenary group didn't fight them at all, but retreated by themselves. Many people understand that the reason why the Tianyi mercenary group doesn't fight is because the opponent's number is too much larger than them. It was a wise decision for the Tianyi mercenary group to choose not to fight, but to retreat. Major General Shrek gave the order to retreat, not to fight with the enemy's large forces, and adopted the tactics of the enemy advancing and retreating, concentrating the troops as much as possible and shortening the supply line. Apart from the above, Major General Shrek has other plans. The 75th, 76th, and 77th Colony Satellites Tianyi mercenary group also gave up and gave all these occupied colonial satellites to the Wanluo Federation forces. This news made Topolvi and those ministers and senior officials happy. They reported their victory for several days in a row and celebrated with champagne almost every day. Powell and the general staff have different views on the current situation. At this moment, they found that the other party's purpose is to shorten the supply line and prepare to fight a tough battle with them. And they also discovered that the colony satellites number 78 to 80, the opponent's troops have gathered more and more. Judging from the three-dimensional map, they found that the size of the Tianyi mercenary group's troops had reached 2/3 of theirs. According to the information obtained, no troops directly under the leader of the Tianyi group appeared on these colonial satellites. This made the generals feel that something was wrong. They had already discovered that the Tianyi mercenary troops who were unwilling to fight with them at that time must have other purposes. It's just that it's a little late now. Then news came from intelligence that some of their supply lines and logistics bases had been ambushed and attacked. Powell and his staff felt a little bad. They were fighting within the country, where supply lines were short and troops could be mobilized more quickly. But once the logistics base waits for the logistics required for these manufacturing, once it is destroyed, it will also affect their operations and scheduling. Those who are now responsible for transporting logistics and protecting the logistics base are reservists. At present, if they suffer a defeat, once the active soldiers suffer heavy casualties, even the reserve soldiers may have to play. Commander-in-Chief, it's not good. Bad news just came in. An important arsenal of our side was suddenly attacked and destroyed. Not only the equipment and instruments of the arsenal were destroyed, but also many staff members died in this attack. Powell frowned when he heard the news. The destroyed arsenal was one of the production lines of Fele and Gunhall. This makes those soldiers who are waiting for the replacement have to wait. Not long after Powell heard these bad news, another piece of bad news came to him. It was the president who ordered them to take back the remaining lost colonial satellites immediately. In fact, Powell really wanted to take back the remaining lost colonial satellites and drive the Tianyi mercenary group out of the territory of the Wanluo Federation. But at this moment, their regular army is gathered together, and a small number of regular army and reserve soldiers are responsible for guarding those important bases and transportation supply lines. This gave the opponent the opportunity to fight guerrilla warfare in some places and destroy their logistics. To make matters worse, they didn't even know where the attack came from or how the other party got to their rear logistics bases. If you want to divide your troops to go to the important logistics base to be responsible for guarding, then you have to divide your troops. Once the troops are divided, our side will be on par with the Tianyi mercenary girl. The Tianyi mercenary group will take the opportunity to make a move. In the case of an equal number, the Wanluo Federation basically suffered a disastrous defeat. Now they are a little bit stuck. But at this time the president ordered them to attack. Isn't it just to let the soldiers die? I explained the whole situation analysis to the president, but the president didn't listen at all, and even said that they are the army of justice. As long as they maintain justice, they can defeat each other, and more importantly, they are fighting at home. As for the destruction of logistics, the president even said that with his country's strong industrial capabilities, it can basically be rebuilt in a short period of time, and more can be built. Powell was scolding his own president in his heart. He was simply an outsider leading an insider, completely ignorant of the ever-changing changes on the battlefield. Taking back the colonial satellite for a period of time made the idiot president so proud that he didn't even notice the change at this moment. The Tianyi mercenary group is waiting for them to make a move at this moment. No matter which move they make, the Tianyi mercenary group will immediately see their tricks and block them. Only then did Powell and the general staff realize that they had completely fallen into the hole dug by the enemy. Now the president is forcing him to immediately command the troops to recover the last lost colonial satellite. Powell protested to the president at first and refused to attack, but the president directly issued a mandatory order. Mandatory order. Powell asked the president to hand over the documents to him. Otherwise, he would not obey. After the mandatory order document came to him, Powell could only sigh and muttered to himself, "Soldiers, please forgive me. It's not that I want you to die. It's the president who issued the mandatory order, and I really can't do anything about it. I have to comply, or I'll be court-martialed." When Powell issued the attack order, many generals and staff officers raised objections and protests, but when Powell placed the mandatory order document in front of the generals and staff officers, everyone shook their heads and sighed. Powell actually didn't want to fight, but he really had to obey, and if this order really defeated the Wanluo Federal Army, He didn't need to take any responsibility, because the mandatory order had become his disclaimer. So once the war is defeated, the responsibility lies with the president, not him. At the 75th to 77th Colony satellites, Xiaoying's 1st to 3rd small group armies began to attack their respective targets. When the 3 small armies entered the junction of the target, a sneak attack came from the rear of the 3rd Eagle Army, from the number 77 colonial satellite, which was almost 600 kilometers away from them. A regiment-level fleet with a Mirage system of warships, Dire Hounds, suddenly appeared behind the 3rd Falcon Army. Surpass and Ling Jesai attacked and equipped with mass-produced Bigway, and carried out long-range sniper bombing on targets more than 500 kilometers away from them. Both Surpass and Ling Gus aimed at the warships, because the more warships they bombarded, the fewer MS the enemy could attack, so that the colleagues on the front line who were preparing for the battle could reduce the pressure and damage. The commander of the 3rd Xiaoying small group army immediately commanded and mobilized part of the troops to stop the Tianyi mercenary regiment-level fleet from behind. Dozens of gun hails charged at full speed towards the Tianyi mercenary troops that were attacking. Part of the Surpass and Ling Jesai used the mass-produced Bigway for long-range sniping. Gunhaul's pilots were not rookies, at least they were elite pilots. Many pilots were able to dodge the incoming sniper cannons. However, as more and more Surpass and Ling Gus locked Gunhaul, let many Gunhaul drivers face the pressure of death. The power of the mass-produced Bigway is enough to shoot through Gunhail's protective cover with one shot, and the remaining power can still severely damage Gunhail, and may even blow him up with one shot. Gunhail, who was hit hard, probably stayed where he was, and then the beam cannon from the sniper blasted him into debris. The last Gunhail was blasted to pieces at a distance of about 250 kilometers, although all the Gunhails sent out were shot down. However, there were still more Gunhail and MS troops rushing towards the enemy. The regiment-level fleet commander looked at the three-dimensional image. More and more red dots were coming towards his fleet, and immediately ordered all Surpass and Ling Gus to return to the mothership. After the Surpass and Ling Gus returned under the cover of the mothership's shooting, the regiment-level fleet of the Dire Hounds activated the Mirage system and disappeared from the scene. What? How is this going? Just disappeared. This is simply a large version of the Spartan battle uniform. Not only the chasing Wanluo Federation MS or the driver of the mobile fortress saw the exclamation from the remote camera, but even the war reporters who took the remote camera were shocked. The disappearing regiment-level fleet, radar, etc. cannot be scanned at all. Watching the live broadcast of the high-level military personnel or experts from various forces, they understood why the Tianyi mercenary group could so easily go to other people's back doors and set fire to them. Although they estimated that the Tianyi mercenary corps MS had this kind of technology in the early days, they didn't expect that all battleships would have such a technology. To make matters worse, Xiaoying's 3rd small group army was already fighting at the front, although the Dire Hounds had already been driven away from the rear. However, the frontline troops were hit harder. In addition to the enthusiastic support of mass-produced Bigway, long-range electromagnetic sniper rifles, 180mm positron guns, high-pulse shotguns, electromagnetic superpulse guns, etc., are also entertained. Xiaoying's 2nd small army also suffered the same attack as the 3rd small army. The 2 small armies suffered the same. The 1st small army of Xiaoying, now composed of 4 corps-level fleets, led by Major General Yoni, fought at the junction of Colonial Satellite No. 77 and Colony Satellite No. 79. Note: the colonial satellite numbers of the Wanluo Federation are not arranged in order, but the colonial satellites around each colonial satellite are not sequential. Xiaoying's 1st group army did not have its own companions from the other 2 group armies and was attacked from the rear. But the size of the Tianyi mercenary group they fought with them on the front line was also the size of a small group army, consisting of 3 army-level fleets. Major General Yanni suddenly felt as if he had drawn the lottery. There are not only a lot of elite troops on the front line sending out many 3 Malawian Quaches and Delta Plus, but also Valvalo and Big Lang in the mobile fortress, as well as the full-pack blasting Mental Gundam and Mental Gundam driven by new humans. MK2, Kuei Manhwa and mass-produced Spirit Gundam. Gunhail still has the strength to deal with Valvalo, but other mobile fortresses are basically abused. when Fei meets Jiegong and Murasame. As long as the pilot's strengths are not far from each other, Fei is basically suppressed slightly, and when he meets two Grand Malawian Quaches and Hayakushi, he is suppressed. What's more, Fei encountered 3 Malawian Quaches and Delta Plus, which were more powerful than those 4 mobile suits, and they were basically pressed against the ground and rubbed against each other. As soon as the powerful blasting cannon of the fully equipped blasting mental power gun passed by, countless fireworks exploded wherever the cannon passed. The triple-installed scattering mega particle cannon and finger beam cannon, even more numerous enemy MS were defeated one after another. 8 Harrow floating cannons are under the control of the new human driver. The eyes of the Harrow floating cannon spray beams, and the eye field generator can be opened by opening the mouth, which can form an eye field shield with a diameter of 5 meters, and the enemies behind machine destroyed. Harrow's floating cannon will return to recharging once its energy is almost depleted. Quamansha high-energy megaparticle cannon or floating cannon. No matter what type of MS the Wanluo Federation is, it cannot escape the massacre of Quamansha. Regardless of whether it is any kind of mental Gundam or Quamansha, it can be said that it is a harvester on the battlefield. When encountering these mobile fortresses, miscellaneous fish can only be slaughtered. However, as a harvester on the battlefield, although the results on the battlefield are very good, it is easy to attract the attention of the enemy and focus on attacking. In terms of destructive power, ordinary mass-produced Gundams are really no match for these mobile fortresses, but in terms of being an eye-catching presence on the battlefield, 10 mass-produced Gundams may not be as good as one mobile fortress eye-catching. However, these mobile fortresses are not fighting alone. There are still many mass-produced MS and mass-produced Gundams fighting together. Major General Johnny looked at the three-dimensional map, and the red dots on the battlefield did not decrease much, while the blue dots belonging to his side were rapidly disappearing. The ratio of battle damage reached 12-1, and this ratio will continue to rise. General, the data is starting to show changes. Our battle loss ratio has reached 5-1. Not good. With our flagship as the center point at 7 o'clock, a powerful and huge particle cannon is attacking us. Hurry up and avoid it. Soon, a huge red particle cannon, mixed with other colors and lightning, flashed not far from Major General Johnny's flagship. Wherever the powerful particle cannon passed, countless warships were devoured. In addition to ordering his subordinates to check our battle damage immediately, Major General Johnny also ordered his subordinates to investigate the source of the attack. Major General, I found the source just now. The remote camera shows that it is a military-level fleet-sized force, and it is heading towards us at this moment. What? The home base of the Tianyi mercenary group. Judging from the identification code obtained from visual inspection and search, it is indeed the troops of the parent base of the Tianyi mercenary regiment. Nyagama projected a huge full-body image of Long Fei. My dear brave Tianyi mercenaries, there are always too many fools in this world who mistakenly think that they can challenge us, thinking that with such a little power, they can challenge the godlike Tianyi mercenary group. We must teach them a little lesson and let them know that our Tianyi mercenary group cannot be offended. My dear soldiers, are you willing to fight side by side with me? Long Fei's declaration spread throughout the Tianyi on the battlefield mercenary. Willing. In an instant, the morale of the Tianyi mercenaries on the battlefield was high, and they fought even harder. Wearing a spiritual Spartan uniform, Long Fei sat in the cockpit of the Moon Gundam. In addition to the special weapon mental force plate, Moon Gundam also chooses to equip the butterfly spiral and beam rifle. Lunar Gundam was ejected from the electromagnetic pedal. EXS Gundam, Flash Gundam, and Barbados Sirius followed suit. The MS used by ordinary and elite troops and various mobile fortresses also appeared. All the Knight series of the Shadow Mad Dog team appeared, as well as the Crusaders and the Sword and Shield troops. The Sword and Shield troops belonged to one of Long Fei's personal guard troops. U Gundam led all MS and mobile fortresses towards the target. Johnny immediately dispatched troops to prevent the troops of the Mother Base from going any further, focusing on the Moon Gundam, EXS, Flash Gundam, and Barbados Sirius. Many MS and Gunhall have locked these for Gundams. 2 Gunhall's 4-barreled beam cannons lock onto the Moon Gundam and launch the beam cannon. Hey, Long Fei sneered. His mental brain wave controlled U Gundam's mental force plate, forming a full moon-like shield. The beam cannon hit the full moon-like shield, and the beam cannon directly bounced back. This stunned Gunhale's driver. Fortunately, Gunhale's protective cover can withstand the beam cannon that bounced back. Then Long Fei's brain wave controlled the mental power board, and the shield split into 8 mental power boards, and each of the 4 mental power boards attacked the 2 Gunhales. The spiritual stand was like an extremely sharp sword, piercing through the thick Gunhale armor like tofu. The 4 spiritual force boards crossed back and forth through Gunhale, and Gunhale turned into a huge firework group in an instant. Then, Ms. Fele, Dire Eagle, and others shot at U Gundam, and the 8 mental plates fluttered back and forth quickly, not only bouncing back the incoming light beams, but also killing Fele and other MS. When the 8 mental plates attack the target, the armor piercing through the target is like cutting into tofu. Long Fei was very satisfied with Moon Gundam's special equipment of 8 mental power plates. The material of the 8 mental power plates was obtained from the Jupiter spacecraft a few years ago. The name of the material Jupiter Federation is called Inkrenium. As long as it is refined and then blended into other metal materials, it can be connected with the Sekimus system of the designated body. U Gundam not only used the 8 mental power plates to attack the target, but also fired the beam rifle in his hand one after another. Anton piloted the Barbados Sirius holding a sword-shaped hammer spear, and there were fireworks everywhere. He flew fast. When another Fele was hammered and exploded, Shandong suddenly sensed a sneak attack from behind. Barbados Sirius threw his arm to the side, and a shell passed by. Shandong saw a rather different Fele MS attacking his Barbados Sirius. In addition to the more powerful propellers and more powerful live ammunition weapons, what's more special is that the head of this Fele looks a bit like Gundam, especially the signature eye shape of Gundam is exactly the same. This Fele MS is a special Hong Fei. Hong Fei held a two-handed sword with a total length of 15 meters and slashed towards Barbados Sirius. Barbados Sirius also used his sword-shaped hammer spear to fight each other. Anton Barnetta. Sergio Escudero. The moment the two met each other, they recognized each other. The weapons used by Barbados Sirius and Hong Fei clashed. The two MSs turned into meteors and intersected each other. The collision of weapons produced fierce sparks. The weapons of the two rely on the thrust of the body, hoping to suppress each other. A pair of Gatling machine guns mounted on Hong Fei's shoulders fired violent sparks, and the bullets hit the armor of Barbados Sirius. Barbados Sirius even gave the opponent a more violent counterattack, with a 200mm smoothbore gun in his arm, bombing the opponent's armor. The armor is really hard. Anton looked at the armor that flew thunderously in front of him, and the armor on his chest was dented. Hong Fei quickly backed away. In addition to firing the mounted Gatling machine gun, the two-handed sword was mounted on the back, and the 120mm revolver hung on the skirt armor was taken out with both hands. The bullets of the revolver were still armor-piercing bullets. Barbados Sirius also backed away and attacked the opponent with a 200mm smoothbore gun in his arm. The two changed from fighting with melee weapons to shooting each other with guns. Sergio's display saw that the two-handed revolver and the mounted Gatling machine gun had 0 bullets, and the mounted Gatling machine gun was released, and the two revolvers were also discarded. From the back waist comes the last firearm shotgun. Barbados Sirius also released the separation after the ammunition of the 200mm smoothbore gun in the arm was 0, and took out a 300mm smoothbore gun behind it. The 300mm smoothbore gun fired shells. Hong Fei moved aside. The shells passed by and rushed towards Barbados Sirius in an instant. Barbados Sirius fired smoothbore cannons continuously, and Hong Fei rushed towards the opponent while dodging. When Hong Fei was about to bully Barbados Sirius threw the smoothbore cannon at Hong Fei, and then rushed towards Hong Fei with his bare hands. Anton, are you looking for death? Sergio watched Barbados Sirius come towards him. Hong Fei's right-hand shotgun aimed at Barbados Sirius, just as he was about to fire. Barbados Sirius grasped the barrel of the shotgun with his left hand, twisted the barrel of the shotgun into a bend with his sharp and powerful fingers, and blasted it directly, and inserted his right hand directly into the cockpit of Hong Fei. Damn it! Sergio reacted quickly, avoiding the cockpit from being pierced, but the chest armor of the machine was still inserted by the sharp fingers of Barbados Sirius. With a pull of Barbados Sirius' right hand, Hong Feilei's chest armor was also ripped open a big hole. Then Barbados Sirius grabbed Hong Feilei's right hand with his left hand and directly broke his right palm. Anton's style of play is no different from that of a savage. Sergio couldn't help cursing. Hong Feilei took out the two-handed sword behind his back with his left hand and slashed at Barbados Sirius with one sword. Barbados Sirius folded his palms together, like grabbing a white blade with his bare hands to clamp the blade of a two-handed sword, and then a pair of palms grabbed the blade and snatched it away. Hong Feilei backed away with all his strength, wanting to leave the battlefield immediately, but Anton didn't give his opponent a chance. He also charged at his opponent with all his strength, holding the opponent's weapon with both hands, and cut off his opponent's left arm with a sword. Fuck! The battle between Hong Feilei and Barbados Sirius was decided within a few rounds. It's not that Sergio's driving skills are far inferior to Anton's. On the contrary, in terms of Sergio's superb driving skills, Hong Feilei has a short-term ability to compete with Barbados Sirius. But with the progress of the battle time, the performance gap between the two airframes is very large, and finally Hong Feilei is at a very disadvantage. When the Barbados Sirius is chasing the target, when it steps on the wreckage or the body, it moves like a lion in ambush and jumps to chase the target. When Long Fei saw the movement of Barbados Sirius while driving Moon Gundam, Long Fei thought that Anton had lifted it. Alea knows system limitations. But when he saw that the eyes of Barbados Sirius were blue, Long Fei was relieved. Anton's movement was a bit like the movement of Sanryu forming a magic wolf when he lifted the restrictions of the Alea consciousness system. Although Sergio was bitten by Barbados Sirius, there were other colleagues who used their lives to block Barbados Sirius. The sacrifice of dozens of mobile suits allowed the crippled Hong Feilei to return to the mothership. Humph. Anton was a little annoyed, but in the future, he will definitely be arrested. The mass-produced Big Wei also sniped and bombed the enemy fleet at a distance. Major General Johnny and his colleagues in the military discussed whether the battle should continue, because the data at this moment shows that the battle damage ratio has reached 30-1, all of which are data obtained from the radar display. Major General Johnny could only sigh and said, "In order not to let the brothers on the front line continue to sacrifice, I will bear the blame for this defeat." The other two Major Generals had different expressions. Some felt sad for Major General Johnny, and some were secretly happy. The first fleet of the Choying Small Army Group issued a signal to retreat. For the remaining retreating troops, the total number of MS and mobile fortresses is 1/4, and the number of battleships is 80%. The total number of Tianyi mercenary group lost less than 5%. The defeat of the first Choying Small Army Fleet retreated and spread throughout the world. News of the disastrous defeat also came urgently from the second and third teams. The news of the fiasco spread throughout the entire Wanluo Federation, and the people all over the country suffered an incomparable blow. A sense of subjugation hangs over all Wanluo Federation people. Purvi and the ministers, who were preparing for a big celebration, held a press conference immediately after learning of the fiasco, and shifted the responsibility for the defeat to the incompetent command of the military commander-in-chief Powell. Then, Powell held a press conference afterwards and announced the mandatory order issued by Pulvey to all reporters. He also stated that their defeat was not due to his misconduct, but the mandatory order issued by the president. All responsibility lies in the president's disobedience to their advice. He rushed to fight the Tianyi mercenary group without making all preparations, which led to a disastrous defeat. The fiasco of the Wanluo Federation staged a battle between the military and the government. Powell even directly shifted the responsibility for the fiasco to the president. In addition to announcing the mandatory document to the press conference, he also passed this document to all soldiers. Tell all the soldiers that their defeat was caused by the president, who was unwilling to follow their professional guidance and was unwilling to start the fight in a hurry after everything was ready, which led to the disastrous defeat of the entire army. Purvi, on the other hand, was as stubborn as a dead duck and even said that he did not issue a mandatory order. The document was fake and was forged by Powell, and the commander-in-chief shifted the responsibility to him, the president. The mandatory order document published by Powell has the president's autograph, and many experts have verified that it is indeed Purvey's autograph. But Purvey is thick-skinned and refuses to admit that he issued the mandatory order, and even said that the autograph was forged, accusing Powell of shifting the responsibility to him. Purvey even clamored to send the military police to arrest Commander-in-Chief Powell and court-martial him. Immediately, the head of the Gendarmerie Department announced that they would refuse to follow any orders from Purvey on the grounds that they did not want to obey a president who had no sense of responsibility and would only blame him. More and more military generals and soldiers of all ranks have begun to sign against the president one after another, expressing their unwillingness to obey the president's orders. Many soldiers also signed a joint signature, demanding that the president take responsibility and apologize to Commander-in-Chief Powell. Then, many reservists who were preparing to return to serve in the country also began to refuse to follow the call of the country, and even expressed that they did not want to make big claims for this mere show and sacrifice their lives to pave the way for his presidential career. In the entire Wanluo Federation, except for the loyal voters of Pulvey, no one believed his nonsense at all. Then, people in every colonial satellite in the entire Wanluo Federation came out to demonstrate and demand that the president take full responsibility to step down. There were also demonstrations by retired soldiers. Apart from redressing the grievances of those soldiers who died in vain, they also called for the president to step down. Now that there is civil strife in the entire Wanluo Federation, it is difficult for the government led by Purvey to issue any order to the military. Purvey announced in his online book that Powell is the commander-in-chief. He wants to launch a military coup. He wants to be the president, and asks the people of the whole country to be careful of the commander-in-chief. Then Powell immediately fought back, saying that he did not want to be president, let alone launch any military coup, and was loyal to the country and the people. It's just that the entire military is unwilling to obey the president's order, because the president has no sense of responsibility at all, and their soldiers don't want to sacrifice for the president's clown performance. All their soldiers just want to protect the country, but they will no longer obey any orders from this president. Powell said that all soldiers want the country to change to a president immediately. What they need is a responsible president who is willing to follow the professional advice of their soldiers. Powell's statement has also aroused the support of many people who oppose the president of Pulvey. More and more people have participated in demonstrations and demanded that the president step down. Of course, there were those who opposed it and those who supported it. People who supported Purvey also marched and demonstrated to express their support for the president. Supporters and opponents also quickly clashed in the demonstrations. While the Wanluo Federation was in a state of civil strife, the Tianyi mercenary group was in a state of celebration. The Tianyi mercenary group not only took back the previously abandoned colonial satellites, but also took down several more colonial satellites. In addition to condolences to the Tianyi mercenaries, Long Fei also asked the Tianyi mercenaries to have a 3-day celebration day to celebrate their great victory. Then Long Fei also presented wreaths to those Tianyi mercenaries who died in battle. Regarding the state of civil strife in the Wanluo Federation at the moment, Long Fei and the Tianyi mercenary group not only took it as a joke, but also waited for the chaos in the Wanluo Federation to break out. Then once the Wanluo Federation fights internally, it will be easier for them to eat another big bite of the Wanluo Federation. Of course, if the Tianyi mercenary group continues to pursue the victory, they can still bite off a piece of meat from the Wanluo Federation, but this will only unite the Wanluo Federation, which was originally in civil strife. So I still wait for the civil strife in the Wanluo Federation, and when their own people fight their own people, let them continue to fight. After a period of infighting between them, the Tianyi supporters will take another big bite, basically without any hindrance or price. During the 3 days of celebration, the Tianyi mercenaries should eat, drink, sing, and dance. After 3 days of celebration with the mercenaries, Long Fei led his troops back to the mother base. On the way, Long Fei communicated with Shrek in his room. Earlier, Long Fei delegated the right to command the Black Rabbit troops and other direct troops to the Dark Group. But when Major General Shrek mobilized his troops a while ago, he asked Long Fei to borrow these direct troops. Long Fei withdrew the authorization from the Dark Group, and then authorized it to Major General Shrek. Now that the battle here is temporarily over, Long Fei will take back these command rights. Major General Shrek made such a great contribution and achieved the greatest victory with the least cost. As long as Major General Yang does not make any mistakes in the future, he will be promoted to Lieutenant General after the war is over. After Long Fei and Shrek had some discussions, Long Fei had a long-distance video communication with Tao Xiang. When the video was connected, Tao Xiang put her right index finger on her lips with a chubby face, and Long Fei asked softly, "Is the child asleep? Just put them to sleep. Let me see the baby." Tao Xiang pointed the camera at a pair of twin daughters, watching the two daughters sleeping soundly on the automatic baby swing. Looking at the round faces, Long Fei couldn't help but want to kiss the cheeks of the two daughters. "When are you coming back?" "I'm coming back now. As long as there are no problems, I will definitely come back before the child's full moon. Your three older sisters, your aunt, and your grandmother are also preparing to come to the mother's base." "Well, I see. By the way, what are you doing now?" Tao Xiang put her mobile suit on the mobile suit holder, and the camera was facing her. "Sitting on the floor blanket," she replied. "I'm exercising." After speaking, she began to practice yoga. Long Fei looked at Tao Xiang, who was wearing sportswear. Her figure was much fatter than before. Tao Xiang gave birth to a child, and she also knew that she had put on a lot of weight. She had gained 15 kilograms from the original 48 kilograms, and she couldn't wear many of the clothes she used to wear. Tao Xiang decided to do exercise as much as possible in her spare time while taking care of her children, hoping to lose weight as soon as possible. Long Fei said, "Actually, you don't have to work so hard. In fact, I also like your current figure." Tao Xiang rolled her eyes and said, "I don't like my current figure. I want to return to my pre-pregnancy weight. If you want to lose weight, I support you, but just don't ruin your body." "You don't need to tell me that. I know it too. By the way, did you lose any weight during my absence?" Long Fei asked half-jokingly. "Only lost 3 kilograms. I think you are still fatter and plump. I would like it better, so that it will be very comfortable when I hold you when I sleep." "Are you uncomfortable holding my original figure?" "It's very comfortable. I also want to try how does it feel when my wife becomes plump and hugged." Tao Xiangjiao glanced at her husband wide-eyed. "You will be disappointed in this. I want to return to my original figure. Then I have to come back quickly and sleep with your current figure in my arms." Tao Xiang directly rolled her eyes at her husband. Longhua and Longfu began to cry. "Did we wake the kids up?" Tao Xiang looked at the clock and shook her head. "No, the baby is going to drink milk." At this time, Tao Xiang asked the nanny to bring the milk powder, warm water, etc. Long Fei watched Tao Xiang's skillful movements and quickly soaked the milk powder, and Tao Xiang drank it to see if the temperature would be hot. Then, Tao Xiang and the nanny fed the twin daughters one by one. I'd love to hear from you. Thanks so much for watching. Did you enjoy this video? If you did, make sure to hit that notification bell so you never miss an update. And don't forget to subscribe and give this video a big thumbs up. Your support means the world to me, and I can't wait to see you in the next one. Thank you.